Empty. Deadly empty gun. Known as 100 shots, the eternal spear that will hit the enemy once thrown, actually happened under the circumstances of the god King Odin's desperate attempt. A deadly empty spear. This blazing light gun with a length of more than 10 meters just passed Su Chen's figure, and it was completely lost. Swoosh. The terrifying momentum resounded in the sky, wrapped in the majestic and endless divine power of Odin, and shuttled to the starry sky like this. A full half a second passed, and the blazing light gun had reached the end of the field of vision very quickly, and a burst of explosive flames bloomed in the starry sky far away. Light travels much faster than sound. After a few beats, the sound of explosions from far away came from far and near, and the aftermath of the terrifying power set off a great battle, so that the star field behind was inexplicably violently turbulent. God King Odin's full-strength strike apparently pierced through a large-scale celestial creation, so much so that it caused a lot of movement. The great king of the gods Odin was stunned at this moment. It's a pity. Heimdall, the patron saint of the whole city watching the battle, also clapped his hands involuntarily. How can this be biased? He was so angry that he felt extremely regretful and annoyed by the god King Odin, so he wished he could play the sword himself. But less than half a second. The patron saint Heimdall suddenly calmed down, as if a basin of cold water had been poured over him. He suddenly remembered the most incredible scene this Earthboy had ever done. That is, the other party has set off real fluctuations covering the whole world. Unexpectedly, this critical moment was forgotten. I didn't expect it. Under the starry sky, Su Chen, who was above the sky, just folded his arms and looked at the figure in the distance proudly. With the same trick, he couldn't be defeated a second time. The artifact of causality is indeed very fierce. But after the first time, his ability to calculate and correct in reality has also been enhanced. The Spear of Eternity, which was claimed to be a hit with a 100% probability, was forcibly calculated by him to change the probability result. This blow condensed the attack of God King Odin's whole body, and it failed in such a dramatic way. Although God King Odin knew that the other party had the same power to change reality, he never expected it to be so powerful. It's time to end. Su Chen, bathed in pale golden light, has become more and more imposing, and the fluctuation of power swaying around him has caused the surrounding starry sky to oscillate slightly. Less than a second. Boom. There was a sudden explosion in the same place, and Su Chen's figure disappeared in front of him in an instant. The god king Adina in the distance, who had been honed by countless battles, naturally realized that the figure of the other party was about to appear in front of him. Just being aware of one thing, being able to react to it is another. After exhausting all his strength just now, even after a shot that overdrawn his divine power, God King Odin seemed a little weak at this moment. Boom. In the face of the opponent's punch, the body protection divine power that he supported all over his body immediately collapsed, and what was even more terrifying was that the hands that were supported in front of him suddenly became numb, as if he had lost consciousness. Boom. Odin's whole body suddenly fell from the starry sky like a meteorite under Su Chen's punch. Damn. Odin was rarely anxious, because his keen ears have already caught a lot of exclamations on the ground, and they seem to be surprised that the figure that fell from the starry sky is actually himself. He didn't want to fall down. I don't want to be seen by all Asgardians with such an ugly side. And this is the realm of Asgard, his world, his home ground. Can't lose. Odin's tired body gradually began to plunder and absorb the energy fluctuations around him, and even the momentum of falling was stopped. It's just that Su Chen won't give up at all. His figure came again like a ghost, and all of a sudden the other party was within reach. Boom. In an instant, Su Chen's punch came again. The trillions of cells in the body seem to have a strong interaction force under the evolution just now, and each cell resonates and adsorbs to each other, so that every point of Su Chen's blasting force is even closer. Not to mention, in the hundreds of battles just now, under such a strong external stimulus, his bone density and muscle strength have also been greatly enhanced with the help of infinitely evolved genes. Each muscle fiber is more slender, but can emerge to pull a more majestic force, which is much more powerful and terrifying than the actual nanowire. Even Su Chen's overall skin surface is more resistant to resistance, and the pure force has a very obvious energy absorption effect, as if it is a vibrating metal material that also absorbs kinetic energy. The battle just now could be described as casting an indestructible body, which complemented Su Chen's relatively weak physical strength advantage. With the strengthening of so many physical conditions, coupled with the surge of energy from hundreds of millions of cells all over his body, Su Chen's punch seemed to blast through space and landed on Odin's body. Boom. This time, The energy tide that God King Odin was trying to accumulate was completely shattered, and his entire body was unable to pour out the power every time. Puff. Odin spit out blood in public. Then, the body can no longer be maintained. It fell from the sky like a meteor, and it was no longer difficult to struggle from it, and it slammed into the middle of the golden square. With a loud bang, Odin's figure fell to the ground like this, and the whole earth really set off a huge earthquake fluctuation like a meteorite falling, and many statues of gods in the distance collapsed because of this. Smoke and dust rose from the sky, but the atmosphere at the scene was deadly silent. Because every Asgardian knows that the first figure to fall from the sky is their god, the Lord of Asgard, Odin, the king of the gods. This is lose. Finally, after a few seconds of silence, someone broke the atmosphere here. Then, several seconds of silence, no answer. A little rain fell from the starry sky again, and the aftermath of the previous battle between the two of them over the 9 heavens completely stopped the rain, except for a few raindrops in a few places. But now, the war has stopped, the stubborn weather is still accumulating dark clouds in the sky, and some light rain has begun to fall, but it has restrained much more than before. The sound of the rain became more and more mournful, and even Tyr, the god of war who had always been careless, couldn't help but feel sad. Yes. Lose. The king of the gods actually fell from Sora first. Until now. He doesn't seem to get up. The Asgardians were all waiting, and their slightly expectant eyes inevitably turned to the bottomless huge pit in the distance. A few seconds passed, and the god King Odin still did not stand up. And above the 9 heavens, the figure bathed in pale golden light fell from the sky so unhurriedly. This indifferent momentum simply showed incomparable confidence. Perhaps it was against the background of God King Odin's fiasco that everyone looked at him as if they were looking up at a golden god. He seems to have won this battle of the century. You win. At this time, Odin's words came from the pit, which completely declared the attribution of this victory and overturned the last hope in everyone's heart. Lost. Odin really conceded defeat. When Odin's figure came out of the pit, his black hair was dyed white again, and the whole resolute face was full of wrinkles again. Fatigue, the momentum of aging is completely revealed at this moment. I'm getting old, and I can no longer have the same energy as a young man. You can't accept defeat. Odin, the king of the gods, faced all this calmly. Even if he did not want to live up to the expectations of the Asgardians in his heart, the ruthlessness of power generation still could not push him to continue fighting. Lower level. Send cheers and applause to this Earthboy. Under the leadership of God King Odin, the Asgardians, who admire power and fear the strong, finally applauded after a moment of silence. At first, they were sparse, but at last they were as high as the tide. Chen, who released the golden light in the air, also gradually restrained his own power fluctuations. He won, and he also got the most anticipated result in this journey. Some people say you accept compromises as you get older. It seems that I, the self-proclaimed Lord of the 9 domains, have really been beaten in the face. The arrival of the gods 1,000 years ago has brought me a great mental trauma, and now, the answer is very obvious. Looking at Chen, who fell to the ground from the void in front of him, God King Odin sighed very much. The cosmic deity is right. The earth is indeed very special, no wonder they are so attentive to the people of the earth. Your human soul potential is indeed different, no wonder there are so many superpowers emerging. Thousands of years ago, the cosmic god group came to Earth for the 3rd time to observe the progress of human beings. When they discovered that the so-called Earth gods had played a lot of interference on the development of human beings, they immediately cleared them out. After the end of the war, the major gods of the Earth were forced to swear not to participate in any Earth affairs. After so many years, God King Odin has been brooding about this, and he saw the gap between himself and the single universe level, and was lost and desperate for this. Anyway, the celestial gods are the real gods to human beings. They will never forget the earth, and they may return every very long period of time. At that time, you may secretly judge your human values and observe whether the existence of the entire race is necessary. Don't doubt, this is the God Group, the self-righteous order administrator. I still congratulate you. You won this victory. Looking at the universe, I have never seen a monster with an evolving physique like you. Maybe the son of destiny, Thanos, who will come in the future, will not be your opponent. Odin spoke a lot. At last he laughed. That's what a rambling old man is like, saying whatever comes to his mind. Before you leave Asgard, you can continue to enjoy the scenery here. When Thor's personal expedition ended and the war was settled the first moment, Heimdall, the patron saint, opened the Rainbow Bridge to bring them back. As a result, he still failed to catch up with the decisive battle between the god King Odin and Chen. He is late. Even more incredible is that Odin, the great king of the gods, lost. In this regard, when he came to Asgard, he felt extremely dejected, and only felt that the gods were nothing more than that. Asgardians are just slightly stronger creatures. Thor's annoyed and frustrated look was even worse than Odin, who was defeated. Look what you look like now. Odin, the king of the gods, was a little bit jealous, but looking at this battered child, he still said a few more words. I'm just getting old and never going back to my heyday. And you still have an infinite future, so you may not be able to win the Earth Boy in the future. Can you beat him in the future? Thor, the god of thunder, only felt unbelievable, and it was a real fantasy. He wasn't someone who would give up easily, but when he and the Earth Boy had personally learned from each other and were defeated by his incomparably easy move, Thor only felt disheartened. The gap is really too big. It is like an insurmountable gap separated by an insurmountable gap, which makes people feel hopeless. Real? He felt very unbelievable. Am I still lying to you? Odin cocked his beard. You are just the god of hammers now, your own divine power has not yet awakened, without this divine weapon you are nothing. I will train you in the next period of time. Odin, the king of the gods, said very seriously. He is too old to know that he can't do it, but his children have an infinite future. He didn't lie. Thor has too much room to grow. There are at least 3 stages of growth. Thor in normal. Master the power of Odin to reach the superfather form of his heyday. And the ultimate rune king form, that is beyond the single universe level, even Odin's life is difficult to reach. You still have a long way to go. After the battle with Odin, the king of the gods, Chen and Jean Grey did not leave Asgard for the first time. Instead, they spent a month in this starry world. In the past month, Chen has been exploring and grasping the new changes in his body. The first thing is very clear, that is, the strength of his body has been improved at an epic level. The supreme body of God King Odin has been tempered for tens of thousands of years, and its strength is much stronger than that of an artifact. With a punch of divine power, ordinary small-scale planetary celestial bodies will explode for this. Just imagine, to fight against such a terrifying divine body, the ordinary body is not yet ready to explode. If it wasn't for Chen's psychic power fluctuations and energy manipulation, he would probably have collapsed several times with his weaker body. After all, in the beginning, he was similar to Phoenix Girl and Scarlet Wanda, both of whom were outstanding in the spiritual realm. It's just that the infinitely evolved Super Darwin's physique is so special that the shortcoming of physical strength is more and more supplemented. This time the weaker item is also complemented. At this moment, Chen's body bathed in pale golden luster has come under a starry sky. He took a deep breath, clenched his fist suddenly, the most prosperous power emerged from the cells in his body, and then punched a celestial body in front of him. Click. The bursting crack instantly covered the entire surface of the celestial body, and along with the full penetration of the power fluctuations, soon, the entire celestial body planet that was more than half the size of the moon disintegrated and exploded. It's more than. All the cosmic energy wandering around was absorbed by him. In the blink of an eye, his eyes were full of luster, and after less than 3 seconds of brewing, an incomparably dazzling beam of hot sight shot towards the end of the incomparably distant field of vision. I saw dozens of floating irregular stones in the asteroid belt were directly penetrated and destroyed. The terrifying destructive power of this far-sightedness demonstrates Chen's control and use of energy. God King Odin's superb use of energy previously forced Chen, who was fighting against him, to be unable to absorb half of the energy of the surrounding world, and fell into an embarrassing passive. Therefore, after this duel, Chen can be said to have made up for what he lacked. Even the control of spiritual energy is quite profound, and he has been able to make his will fill every part of this world. Just as the god King Odin let his will permeate the whole of Asgard, it is omnipresent and omniscient. In this way, any and all shortcomings that were weak in the previous epic duel were made up. Adapting to all environments, adapting to all battles, this is the horror of his infinitely evolved Super Darwinian physique. One shot to explode the star. My own will is everywhere, filling a starry sky. Combined with the incomprehensible reality calculation ability. This time, no matter what it is worthy of the strength of a heavenly father. Not to mention that his bottom-up skills are infinitely evolved genes and extraordinarily active cells. The latter ensures that he is immortal, while the former ensures that he has the ability to leapfrog challenges and even become stronger. This is your weapon. In the past month, the trunk of the world tree promised by the 3 goddesses of destiny has been obtained. Odin, the king of the gods, generously gifted Ulu metal, which is a metal with excellent conductivity to magic, and it contains a very majestic and endless energy. Thor's hammer, the spear of eternity, and even the storm axe in the Fulian film and television have materials. In the comics, Iron Man Tony's anti-Thor armor is made of ulu metal. It is useless to have materials alone, and without skilled craftsmen, it is impossible to create artifacts. Coincidentally, Nid Viral, one of the 9 realms, has a group of excellent dwarf craftsmen. These dwarves have always been sheltered by Asgard, forging artifacts and several weapons for Odin. The artifact, Queen's Clothes Yarn. This is a lady's belt, but it looks like a rough dwarf, but it has a very delicate carving, and the slender lady's belt is full of beautiful lines. This is undoubtedly a gift from Chen to Chin Ge Lei. Once the magical effect of the Queen's clothing yarn is activated, a hazy clothing and yarn effect as thin as mist will be formed around her, forming a very terrifying sheltered field. All the incoming external energy fluctuations will be immersed in it. Do a little damage. Another armor. Counting the women's suits that Wakanda got, Chin Gri could not wait to be armed to protect her teeth by Su Chen. Su Chen doesn't trust any artifact, he has always relied on his own body. The best weapon is his fist, and the best shield is his arm. Of course, if you want to pick the only weapon, Yinshin may only care about the Infinity Gauntlet. According to the plot of the movie, Thanos is likely to find Nidivaral's dwarves and create infinite gloves for him. Inspired by the universe, Thanos, who knows how to control the Infinity Stones, needs Infinity Gloves to manipulate the energy of the stones. Naturally, Su Chen's strength is not so exaggerated, and he can play tricks with just one Infinity Stone. Therefore, if there is a chance, he might not cut the beard. But it is very important that the Infinity Stones in this universe are obviously exceptional. Even if you get 6 Infinity Stones, it is just beyond the single universe level, far less than the multiverse level. For this reason, the attractiveness of the 6 Infinity Stones is too much for Su Chen, and it is better to practice honestly instead of trying to collect them. At least the Soul Gem is really set according to the movie. Judging from the harsh conditions of sacrificing relatives, he will not touch it even if he is killed. It is better to wait for Thanos to come and take it. You think of me as a weak woman, Black Phoenix said. She doesn't need so much armor. As the Phoenix host who judges all things, she naturally believes that attack is the best defense. But I'm still very happy that you can give me a gift. The heavily arrogant Black Phoenix picked up this finely carved lady's belt and watched it carefully under the moonlight. In the next second, she seemed to think of something. A murderous intent appeared on his face. I suddenly don't want to. What happened again? Su Chen couldn't help asking. Here are the world tree materials that the 3 goddesses gave you. Black Phoenix is not just jealous, it is the kind that really wants to use force to kill people. Su Chen straightened his face. This time, the domineering queen immediately died down and asked Su Chen for forgiveness in a low voice. I'm just talking. After all, you don't like me killing people. Dark Phoenix looks like a little woman. A ruthless, dignified and arrogant Phoenix Queen would give Su Chen a thumbs up if she was known to be such a small woman in front of Su Chen. However, after Su Chen slapped his face, he was just pretending, not really angry about it. After all, the Dark Phoenix has become more and more restrained in killing intent, and more of it is just an instinctive eloquence. Sure enough. You are pretending to be angry. I was really eaten by you. She was a little annoyed, and felt that she had been thrown again. However, the Dark Phoenix is inexplicably useful, and it feels really good to be molested by Su Chen like this. As for the second meeting with the 3 goddesses of destiny, they didn't say much, but according to what they said, once they participated in a major event, they would not be able to develop the future development of this matter, as if they were caught in a fog. Middle. From a visual point of view, if Su Chen stayed in Asgard all the time, the 3 goddesses of fate might not even be able to see the future of the entire Asgard domain. He is special. But no matter what, even if every branch of fate can be penetrated, it cannot change the ending. The most important result of this journey has been successfully achieved. Certainly. Before leaving, Su Chen still went to Asgard, because he still had the most important thing that he didn't have, and that was the universe Rubik's Cube. I need to take one thing with me, and that is the cosmic cube that belongs to the Earth. After the Chitauri invaded Manhattan, the cosmic cube, which had been taken over by S.H.I.E.L.D. for decades, was taken away by Thor. Both the International Security Council and S.H.I.E.L.D. dared not speak out. Even when the culprit, the evil god Loki, was taken away, they did not dare to say a word. On the one hand, they are afraid of Asgard's supreme power and dare not stop it, and on the other hand, they are also afraid of the cosmic threat brought by this cosmic Rubik's Cube. Cosmic Rubik's Cube, that is, the space gem, Thanos is determined to win. If you put it here for a day, Thanos' dark army will come to you sooner or later. Should you think of the Asgardians? Or should you be content with adding an extra cosmic treasure to your trove? Su Chen said flatly. In Asgard, the god King Odin, who was sitting on the golden throne, became a little silent about this. Even some of the Asgardian palace guards in the back were quite critical, but they were afraid of Su Chen's existence, but they did not dare to show too much unhappiness on their faces from beginning to end. Be honest. Odin was not as tall as he imagined. Just like when they have been to the deepest Maria Trench, they will find the ancient seal of Odin's past, sealing the giant snake Jormungand, which he could not kill in the past, in the earth, so that the Asgardians can stay away from this ticking time bomb. In addition, Su Chen's keen insight also noticed that the white wolf Fenrir and the corpses of many ancient immortals were buried under this fairy palace. This is the biggest hero who helped Odin unify the 9 domains in the past. The rabbit died and the dog died. After losing its value, it became a tool and was thrown away. And this isn't a house game. The space gem will become very dangerous in Asgard God realm for a day. If it is succeeded by Thanos, I am afraid it will add a huge help to the other party. As a strong person, the one who challenged the victory, Chen seldom thought too much about the feelings of the people below. So he speaks straight, even if some words do hurt a bit. All the Norse gods in Asgard did not interfere too much in this issue, and did not even say anything to stop it. Even the violent god of war Tyr did not know that it was because of the friendship established by drinking, so he became silent about it. Because they are very clear in their hearts that the current god King Odin is not an opponent of Thanos at all. Never mind. What you said still makes sense. After being silent for more than 10 seconds, Odin, the Lord of Asgard, nodded and agreed. He compromised. At this moment, everyone knows that the era that belongs to Odin, the king of the gods, is truly over. When Su Chen and Jean Grey officially left Asgard, the old-looking god lord immediately called his son Thor. The rest of the time, until the moment I die, you will be guided by me personally. Odin does admit that his time has passed, but he didn't give in completely. Not the old one, but the small one. My face is earned by you, Thor. When you really reach the Rune King stage, I hope that Shikai you can get back the cube of the universe for me. Counting the mind gems he got before, after getting the space gems, Su Chen already had 2 infinity gems. The former was originally intended to suppress the Black Phoenix, but of course it is no longer necessary now. This gem is even held by Qin Ji Lei from time to time. As for the latter, Su Chen is ready to fly into the universe. The universe is infinitely large, but it is incomparably dark, empty and empty. If you want to cross the interstellar space, you cannot simply rely on super flight. The importance of space gems arises spontaneously, and he needs to learn space jump through this, so as to achieve an effect similar to that of a super battleship turning on the curvature engine to shuttle through the wormhole. Less than 7 days. Su Chen has been able to jump back and forth between Asgard and Earth with the help of space gems. With a single thought, it can easily reach any planet in the solar system. According to the assumption, in less than half a month, Su Chen may try to make a trip to and from the solar system. Certainly. Before that, he had one thing to do, and that was to get rid of the Serpent Jormungand, which was sealed in the deepest Maria Trench on the Earth. The opponent that Odin, the king of the gods in the past, couldn't solve, now, who has just defeated Odin in the duel. I want to see how exaggerated the strength of this Jormungand snake is. This is also to confirm where Su Chen's own strength has come from, by the way. Good. The stronger the stronger. Its own infinitely evolved genes are suitable for challenging objects that seem to be difficult. If it can bring a little trouble to himself, this is something Su Chen is happy to see. However, what I never expected was that before I could make the leap into the ancient seal, someone in the outside world would have long remembered this seal. And to some extent, this matter has a lot to do with Su Chen. The fantasy of Hydra's vain attempt to rule the world was shattered by Su Chen alone not long ago. Among them, the biggest reliance, the belief totem behind it, the fall of the first person of the ancient inhuman race, the Hive, has caused the entire Hydra organization to suffer a great blow. After S.H.I.E.L.D. was taken over by Maria Hill, she was even more committed to eradicating the entire remnant of Hydra, trying to salvage them from the hidden sewer pipes and cleaning them one by one. And among them, Dr. Zola, Baron Zemo, Baron Strucker, Lady Hydra of the island country, that is, Queen Viper and her Viper gang, who uploaded consciousness to the information world, were also excavated. It came out and became the key target of S.H.I.E.L.D. In addition, there is another person who is very special, led by the American team Steve himself, that is the daughter of the Red Skull, Thea Schmidt, nicknamed Sin. The Hive can't count on it. Then we can only count on the huge legacy left by the Red Skull. As the heir, Sin has already embarked on the journey of seeking the inheritance of his father. Legend has it that during World War E, the Red Skull immediately began to seek a gift from the gods after tasting the power of the cosmic magic object, the cosmic Rubik's Cube. To this end, he sacrificed an Atlantean tribe as a sacrifice to please the gods. The mysterious thing is that the gods responded, and really gave a gift like a prophecy, and this gift actually flew from outer space, and fell to the South Pole like an extraterrestrial meteor. Who would have thought that this was a hammer of frost that no one could hold and lift a trace of half-rich. Red Skull worked so hard that even everyone in a unit could not lift the hammer. It's not time yet. As a last resort, the annoyed Red Skull could only build a base castle at the place where the frost hammer fell, and a group of loyal Hydra members stayed behind. In order to prevent them from leaking information, even the entire base was completely locked and could not be opened from the inside. Now, the time has come. The daughter of the Red Skull came to this base as she wished, and what was even more terrifying was that there were people inside who started to resist. Those crazy believers who shouted, "Long live the Hydra," and "cut off one head and grow 2 more heads" have raised the next generation here, and they are still keeping their promises made decades ago. The intruding outsiders attacked violently. Bunch of lunatics. At this moment, even Sin felt that these people were hopeless. This red-skinned woman who is in line with the Red Skull easily eliminated the Hydra members. Her heartbeat started to speed up. God's gift is calling me. The time is really up. Am I the one you're waiting for? When the Sin came to the front of this frost hammer, the sign of this calling became stronger and stronger. She can. At this moment, the daughter of the Red Skull knew very well that she could lift this hammer, and then she acted. Under the increasingly nervous emotions, Sin had already felt that the frost hammer had indeed been gently pulled by her. Without hesitating too much, the woman whose destiny was destined suddenly lifted up the divine weapon on the ground and raised it high in the sky. In an instant. After waiting for decades, the frost hammer, an artifact, completely recognized the master. Sin became the new master, and a wave of divine power instantly permeated her whole body. At this time, she has become the goddess of winter, and she has obtained the supreme god 10,000 times better than before. And the new winter goddess also understood the official name of the frost hammer of this artifact, the Hammer of Skadi. Skadi is the goddess of winter in Norse mythology. This is truly a gift from the gods. The daughter of the Red Skull was ecstatic. Under the surging divine power fluctuations, a piece of frost armor had emerged around her body, and even her appearance had undergone a brand new change. Her whole body was filled with cold-killing intent. In addition, she also felt another strong calling. God is waiting for me. Without thinking much, the daughter of the Red Skull received the revelation and went to a new destination, and the instruction of this summoning happened to be Maria Trench. The ancient seal was completely torn on this day, and the serpent Yemengard, who had been sealed for thousands of years, was released. Of course, Yemengard also has another identity. He is the big brother of Odin in this world, the former king of Asgard, and the god of fear. My dear boy, you are finally here. What came out of the seal was a figure supporting a cane, a person with an obvious old man's image. Just as he stepped out gradually, a very terrifying aura of fear instantly permeated the entire Maria Trench and then radiated to the entire Pacific Ocean. In an instant, a group of deep-sea monsters, sea dragons, even ordinary biological clock whales, and tiger sharks and other seawater creatures have inexplicably fallen into violent emotions and attacked each other. Even the mysterious underwater kingdom of Atlantis was tragically affected, and they were killing themselves for no reason. This is not some kind of mind manipulation or mental toxin. It is simply the coming of the god of fear, and the leak of a trace of his breath makes a sea of water chaotic into a pot of porridge. He brought fear to all beings. In the same way, the more restless emotions of sentient beings, the panic and fear caused by the killing and killing intent are all giving him strength all the time. The god of fear feeds on this, making this physique that has been sealed for thousands of years and has become more and more full of divine power. Son, we are not alone. Cool, the god of fear, waved his scepter, calling upon the power that he had buried in the past. With his actions, in the 9 domains, apart from Earth and Asgard, some changes occurred in the 7 worlds, and under a strong call, the 7 divine hammers buried in each world have one after another broken the Earth. They broke the boundaries of space without exception, left the realm of the gods where they were, and appeared in the solar system. They turned into 7 meteors and suddenly plunged towards the Earth. After tearing apart the atmosphere, each divine hammer fell one by one all over the world. Just as Apocalypse has his own 4 Knights of Apocalypse, and the god of fear Kur also has his own team, that is, 8 Hammer Heavenly Venerate. In the past, the owner of the Heavenly Hammer was not important at all. Just like the Skadi Hammer, anyone who came into contact with these divine hammers would become the Heavenly Hammer Venerable. Let's make the world more chaotic, the god of fear, Cool, whispered. After occupying the Earth, The next target is Asgard. The false king Odin will be kicked out of the throne, and I am the real lord of Asgard. When all the living beings in the sea were fighting violently and restlessly, Qur's power also increased. In just a while, he has become much younger. The white hair scattered on his shoulders is inexplicably black, and the wrinkles on his face are gradually disappearing. Let's start the feast. At this moment, the 7 warhammers have fallen all over the world and have found their masters. 10 minutes ago, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s low Earth orbit satellites had captured multiple unidentified objects flying toward Earth. Now, all unidentified objects flying from outer space have landed. It's a hammer. This scene is like the scene when Thor first appeared, and it was an extraterrestrial flying object falling to the Earth, and it was a hammer. Could it be that the Asgardians did it? Cole Filson, who was responsible for handling the Quake blockade facility, immediately had a guess. But unlike Thor's hammer, which no one can hold from it, this divine hammer can be lifted from it by only one person. Because of the alarm, the superheroes who set off one step earlier came to the nearest crash site one after another, and picked up the divine hammer from the pit on the ground with their own hands. Not good. The moment he grabbed it from it, Dr. Banner immediately realized that something was wrong. His consciousness was actually penetrated by a foreign power. In less than a second, the infiltrating divine power fluctuations bloomed from the inside out, and a divine outfit with a somewhat Asgardian armor style was worn on the whole body. At this moment, the destruction godhead contained in the divine hammer was completely given to the Hulk. He became the god of destruction, nor boundary breaker. Officially debut. Coincidentally, the same case happened in another place where the Fantastic Four started to fall. The first idea was to play with it, and there was such a deed as Thor's hammer. The Human Torch and the Thing bet that he couldn't hold the hammer. Under the stimulation, the Stone Man relied on his mighty strength to push away the Human Torch, and then suddenly grasped the falling divine hammer. Not right. The Stone Man let out a wailing, and it didn't take long for him to be completely empowered with the godhead of destruction contained in this divine hammer. At the same time, he also received a whole body transformation. His entire body was covered with a layer of extremely sturdy modeled iron armor, and his entire body was even more fertile. A very terrifying wave of destruction. He became the god of destruction. Chess Crusher. Officially debut. Just like the Hulk, after acquiring a new godhead power and becoming a new god, the two superheroes seemed to have lost their minds and immediately launched an attack on their companions. And many more similar things keep happening. The mortal enemy of the Sea King Namor, who tried to overthrow Atlantis many times, obtained another hammer, and the sea god power contained in it made him promoted to the new sea god. Without any hesitation, Hesha immediately set off waves and launched an attack on the underwater kingdom protected by the energy barrier. He wants to bring more death and cause more panic, so as to give more power to the Lord of the Hammer, the god of fear, Cool. In addition to the above-mentioned 3 people, another divine hammer just hit the special prison mechanism, Raft of S.H.I.E.L.D., and the imprisoned absorbers were also promoted to darkness. God. Another famous villain, the Grey Gargoyle, the female villain, the Purple Diamond, and even the Quicksilver who traveled nearly 100 kilometers in a few seconds because of curiosity, have all become ERX in gods. Since then, counting the sins of the goddess of winter, 8 venerable heavenly hammers have been born. And these are also the 8 newly promoted gods who have obtained the divine status. They all obey the god of fear, Kur. Much power. Who would have thought that in the age of godless, when the gods fell, 8 earth gods appeared in an instant, and their strength far exceeded the imagination of ordinary people. In the meantime, the surging divine power is shaking the quartet. All the superheroes in the S.H.I.E.L.D. agency were caught off guard by this change. Don't touch the hammer. But it was too late. All the 7 divine hammers from outer space found their masters. It's a bit like Thor's power. Some people also realized the change in the owner of the divine hammer, which was somewhat similar to the power fluctuations that lingered around Thor, the god of thunder, but with slightly different attributes. Combined with the previous incident of Thor's hammer, everyone looked at the changes in their companions, and immediately realized that it must be the ghost of the Asgardians. Is this an artificial god? Iron Man Tony was shocked by this. Picking up the alien hammer, these people all had their strength skyrocketed, their divine power emerged, and they each carried power of different attributes. Jarvis even spread the news that the newly promoted sea god made a scene in the Pacific Ocean. Up to him. S.H.I.E.L.D. even conveyed a message to the major superhero organizations, and the famous Quicksilver turned into a function, traveling in and out of many cities, sweeping the world. Quantum storms ravaged the land everywhere. Function. Obviously, the godhead of every Skyhammer master is different. Looking at the Hulk with more destructive power on the ground not far away, the so-called god of destruction, Tony frowned. Well, It's time to use Veronica exclusively for you. Under the signal of the artificial intelligence Jarvis, a satellite in low Earth orbit immediately dropped a courier, and the anti-Hulk armor was on its way. Not only that, Iron Man Tony's strength also skyrocketed during this period. After the battle with the Ten Rings gang, his body acquired the desperate virus, and his physical functions were all improved. Created a new generation of new war zones. That is the famous extreme armor in the comics. A brand new nanoparticle material was even implanted in the crevices of his bones. As long as he had a thought, the nanoparticles in his body would cover his entire body, forming an inner battlesuit. In order to catch up with Chen, Iron Man Tony has been working hard. If you can't defeat the god of destruction, how can you go after Chen? Superior. Before Veronica's space courier landed, Tony turned into a desperate warrior, and a super long steel blade suddenly formed on his right arm, slashing at the god of destruction, the Hulk. At the same time, several superhero groups have also begun to compete with the new gods. However, the situation was not as good as expected. Except for Quicksilver, who was targeted by Wanda the Scarlet Witch, the other battlefields quickly fell into a very passive form. Let the storm come more violently. The god of fear opened his arms, and after only half an hour, his strength recovered very quickly, and it felt that it would not be long before he could return to the level of strength before the seal. If most of the day passed, he could even go a step further and break through the bottleneck in the past. I didn't expect that the small Earth would develop so fast after the last year, and the scale of many creatures far exceeded my expectations. In the era when he was sealed, the Earth was still a savage that drank blood, and he didn't even bother to set foot in such a place. Today, the number of human beings, which is more than 6 billion, has made the god of fear, Kur, completely light up. Under the panic of so many creatures, he may not be able to go further, even able to spy on the door of the single universe level. In order to visit this brand new world, Kur, the god of fear, even came to one of the most prosperous cities in the world. By coincidence, I came to Manhattan. He was above the sky, overlooking the ants like human beings under his feet. With his arrival, the boundless spread of fear spread out, causing the entire city to fall into panic. Less than the figure in the air. An ant is still an ant after all. Even if a barbarian lives in a glamorous new lair, he can't change his bad character. The god of fear, Kur, still looked down upon the human beings with contempt with the old eyes of the past. Really? Ants like humans shouldn't exist, they deserve to be slaves and whipped. The evil goddess of winter, who was floating in the air, also joined in, completely forgetting that she was still a human before. Of course, because of her outstanding performance in cracking the seal, the daughter of the Red Skull was recognized as the adopted daughter by the god of fear, Cool, so she was able to maintain her self-awareness and not be swayed by the gods. The hammer has taken the mind. God, finally, as clearly different from man. At this moment, Kur, the god of fear, has seen a battle in a building area in the distance. That's when the villain, absorbing people, who was promoted to the god of darkness began to destroy them, and it didn't take long for them to be targeted by the X-Men, fighting in one place. But it is clear that the X-Men are not opponents at all, and it didn't take long for them to fall into the form of passive beating. If Storm swept a hurricane and temporarily blocked the absorption of people's vision, Cyclops is expected to die on the spot. It's boring. The god of fear, Cool, watched the fight of the X-Men, like watching a bunch of barbarians fighting each other with stone axes. Even if he had superpowers, he was just adding to his own stone axe. The special effects can't shake the true god at all. The storm was blown away by a punch, and Cyclops' X lasers couldn't penetrate the armored steel warriors of the god of darkness, and they were buried like 10 sandbags. As Orochi said, superpowers are really useless. The difference between God and man is still too great. Too weak, still too weak. 10,000 years have passed, how can human beings still be so weak? Cool, the god of fear, expressed his contempt. The invisible hidden spiritual power in the words swept the whole city, so that his words echoed in everyone's head, and every human being was inexplicably slapped by a big snake. Scolded. The ants, kneel down for me. The tyrannical and ferocious god of fear no longer suppressed his character, and suddenly became angry in the sky above this city. The human beings in the past were just vassals of Asgard. Are you humans worthy of standing up in front of me? All kneel down to me. The words under the rage directly turned into a more terrifying spiritual deterrent. This time, the entire sky above Manhattan seemed to be dumped by an invisible mountain range. Everyone only felt that a huge force was suddenly exerted on their backs, and it was difficult to make a thud. The support column is about to kneel down for this. Even the buildings made an inexplicable rattling sound, apparently because the internal steel bars were inexplicably broken, and they couldn't bear the pressure from outside. And at this moment, Kuer, the god of fear who expressed his disdain for human beings, was furious, only to feel his hair stand on end, and suddenly restrained his boundless anger. Odin? He knew immediately that he was locked by an incomparably powerful will. To be precise, it is the world in front of me. A ubiquitous consciousness is flooded in it, so that the god of fear Kuer only feels that every direction is being swept away in every direction. Will to pry. Not to mention his entire body, the entire city of Manhattan is under this will, and every corner of the city is spied on by this ubiquitous will. He is everywhere. This also caused the body of the god of fear to tremble slightly. Although he quickly calmed down, such an obvious gaffe was also very disqualifying. It's you. Odin. You are here. In his impression, only his stupid and incompetent younger brother showed such strength. The ubiquitous will is filled in this piece of heaven and earth. At this moment, this Kuer, who has just stepped out of the seal, even feels that everything in his mind will be spied on by the other party. Kwang. Wrong. The kid Odin does not have such domineering spiritual power at all, and he is limited to letting his will spread throughout Asgard. It's one thing to have a strong mental deterrent, but it's another thing to spy on the mind. This guy who appeared out of nowhere actually had to forcefully open his head and flip through his memories recklessly. Among them, he even exerted a huge mental storm. So much so that his brain suddenly went blank. Damn. The god of fear, Kuer, turned pale in an instant. He only felt that everything in himself, including his memory and abilities, had been seen through by the other party. Who are you? He was angry, and he expressed great vigilance under the unknown enemy. I'm scared. Compared to the Serpent, the sinister goddess of winter in the sky next to her was trembling constantly, and her face was extremely pale and bloodless. When the ambition came down, she almost lost the meaning of fighting. This kind of feeling is like being stared at by the predators at the top of the food chain. As the bottom creature, the winter goddess is like a little white rabbit. If you want to run away, you must give great courage. Angry, let alone challenge it. Is this what you call God? The cold and arrogant words came from all directions, and there was a figure that gradually shuttled along with it. Orochi felt the ripples and fluctuations in the space, and immediately realized that the other party was not even on the scene, so could he create such a terrifying fluctuation of will far away? This man. What kind of monster is he? How did the Earthlings emerge such a monster? When the slender figure that jumped from the sky came to the sky above Manhattan, the goddess of winter's sin was directly struck by lightning, and her heart was severely damaged. He lost his ability to fly under the mental threat that came, and suddenly fell to the ground. As for Kuer, the god of fear, the big snake that threatened to make all mankind kneel, his spine also rattled, and he was forced to bend down inexplicably. Exactly. If you don't come out, I plan to find you soon, but it's really nice that you can come out and die in person. Under Su Chen's indifferent and cold words, it was accompanied by the ultimate spiritual shock. Under the gaze of his eyes, in the next second, even the big snake could not stand on this piece of sky, and the whole person also fell towards the ground. Is this the smug god? The mind gem is undoubtedly very suitable for Su Chen, and after cultivating his own spiritual ability, it makes Su Chen's spiritual power even more terrifying. Instead of looking at each other, it seemed that they had to withstand the enormous pressure, and the people whose strength level was inferior to him were even more unbearable. The Winter Lady Guilty is obviously the best example. Under Su Chen's conscious mental storm, Kuer, the god of fear, was greatly disturbed by the spirit, and finally fell like a broken kite. Swish. The broken figure did not fall to the ground, but disappeared like a ghost. He ran away. In the blink of an eye, the god of fear, Kuel, used some kind of Asgard rune magic to quickly change his shape and come to a cornfield dozens of kilometers away. What? The dignified god of fear can only flee in the desert. Do you bring fear to others, or do others bring fear to you? People can escape, and Su Chen's sharp language echoes in the snake's ears like a face with bones. As if the magic sound was filling his ears, the voice even kept reverberating in his mind for this reason, continuing to give him a great shock to his heart. The god of fear, Kuer, gritted his teeth, and concentrated his attention to suppress the vibration of his mind. At the same time, the fluctuation of divine power in his body gradually increased, and the momentum of his whole body climbed even higher after a breath. Before, he patronized and absorbed the fears of all beings on earth to obtain more vivid power, and did not stretch his muscles and bones. Now the fluctuations of divine power that have been silent for tens of thousands of years have finally been completely released. It's not enough. In order to respond to the enemy, Yin Snake even forcibly summoned 8 venerable heavenly hammers. For a moment, 8 summoning circles appeared in the air, and venerable 8 hammers, who were destroyed everywhere in the world, were summoned out of thin air in front of him. The sin of the winter goddess who fell from the sky. The god of darkness who tortured the X-Men absorbed people. The god of the sea who bombarded Atlantis in the deep sea. Subject to the twin sister Wanda's function Quicksilver. God of destruction Hulk fighting against anti-Hulk armor. The god of destruction stone that silently strikes against the Fantastic Four companions. Grey Gargoyle, god of wrath, purple diamond, goddess of greed. These man-made new gods, who were endowed with godhood, were forced to be summoned to the scene. Certainly. Under the ripples in the emerging space, Chen's slender and sturdy figure walked out so unhurriedly. Kill him. The god of fear, shouted. This sentence is like an order that cannot be refused. Even the goddess of winter, who had no will to fight just now, suddenly had a high killing intent and rushed towards the figure walking not far away. Die. Those who offend God's wrath, give me death. Stupid humans, dirty and weak ants, let me crush you. The demented spirit even made them completely ignore the danger of the person in front of them, and they risked their lives, which is a good mushroom to protect. A time. Ba Dao's various divine powers suddenly erupted, and the Ba Dao heavenly hammer suddenly slammed into Chen. The powers produced by different godhead attributes are incompatible, but the only thing in common is that they are all enough to make the space of this world tremble. Ordinary superheroes will turn their bodies into powder if they take a hammer in front of them. It has to be said that the godhead fused in the body has indeed made them stronger and become the existence of artificial earth gods. Only. The 8 new gods exerted all their strength, but Chen, who was in front of him, did not frown, and his face was still so dull. The slender figure that walked out of the ripples and waves in the space was even more unhurried, walking leisurely, walking out slowly. It's too late, it's too soon. The attack has fallen. Kang. 8 different styles of heavenly hammer divine power fell to his body just like that, but it only made a clanging sound of metal collision. An invisible psychic barrier just blocked Chen's body, sheltered within his body, and the 8 gods came out together, but it was impossible to shake and get this barrier, so that all the power was blocked. Too weak. Just a bunch of false gods. Chen said indifferently. Even the gods can only kneel at my feet, let alone you artificial gods. The words just fell. The barrier supported by the surrounding immediately dissipated into a mass of invisible psychic fluctuations, and then, under Chen's will, turned it into a terrifying psychic shock. Boom. In an instant, the surging and terrifying psychic power fluctuations suddenly rushed towards the face like a sea of mountains, and the figures in front of them could not be supported at all. Under just one glance, they all flew out like cannonballs. There was no new god in front of him that could compete with Chen's freewheeling blow. This contrast is too strong. The 8 gods put all their strength in one place, but they couldn't break the defense, but now they are easily knocked off by their opponents. This is obviously not a level comparison, but Chen's unilateral crushing. When Chen's own breath was fully spread out, and the majestic willpower wrapped in a terrifying spiritual deterrence gradually radiated to the whole world, many artificial new gods fell into the panic of Kong. Their brains under the control of the Serpent have undoubtedly lost their reason, but the instinct to survive is innate. When they truly feel a threat that is enough to obliterate their own lives, many new gods begin to avoid them intentionally. Among them, the god of destruction, the Hulk, resisted most consciously. Like suffering from Chen PTSD, once the Hulk's consciousness felt the familiar will, he instinctively counseled. He was afraid. Since being abused by Chen, the Hulk's personality has long been so stubborn that he can no longer be cowardly. This time, under the control of the big snake, he was forcibly integrated into this destructive power, and he kept attacking everywhere, which once made the Hulk feel an unprecedented hearty feeling. But he was knocked out by Chen again for no reason, and after feeling the familiar aura again, the Hulk only felt that his nightmare was coming again. My grandfather is not waiting, slipped. The consciousness of personality escaped, and he hid in the small black room again and closed himself. Even the divine power of destruction fused in the body was spit out and returned to the divine hammer that was abandoned on the ground. Incompetent stuff. This change made Kuhl, the god of fear, who was on the sidelines, scolded angrily. He has never seen such a cowardly thing before, and he can take the initiative to spit out the power of Godhead. What kind of crap? Give it all to me. He cursed. The remaining 7 heavenly hammer venerables just had their wills shaken, but in the next second, they were deprived of their minds by the ruthless orders. Knowing that they are invincible, these artificial gods can only continue to kill Chen to buy a little time for their master. Among them, Kuayan, who rode the gust of wind, took the lead. He obtained the power of function, which not only made his speed surpass the historical records of the past, but also obtained a gust of wind that was enough to overturn the earth. He's really fast, although not as good as the Flash in DC, but in the bullet time belonging to the opponent, the speed of time passing will become very slow relative to him. However, unfortunately, the group of abilities that Su Chen awakened at the beginning included not only telekinesis, but also sensory enhancement. The ability of his own eyes is much more. Over-the-horizon magnification observation, microscopic vision, and even the recently mastered thermal line of sight beam. As for thermal imaging, dynamic vision is even earlier. Under Su Chen's clear black and white eyes, his dynamic vision was relaxed and unmistakable as he watched Kuain's body approach. Just like a slow-moving movie, every movement of the other party is so slow that even Kuain, who is good at super-fast moving speed, has become a normal person. When people run too fast, they always get sprained feet, don't they? Su Chen said at this moment. As if he followed his words, this Quicksilver was about to come within his reach, but his ankle was completely twisted with a click, which matched the dramatic effect of the performance. The bullet time ended here, and Kuain was so swollen that his feet suddenly appeared in front of Su Chen. Have mercy. Under the voices that couldn't wait, another figure rode the surging chaotic magic and came to this cornfield. This person was dressed in red, with waist-length red hair, a delicate face without a trace of flaws, and a tall and graceful figure. He was exactly the Scarlet Witch Wanda who had a relationship before. She was very anxious. Because his own younger brother, Kuain, was inexplicably curious, he ran to the place where it fell and picked up the hammer, but the 6 relatives refused to recognize it and destroyed it everywhere. She had been suppressed by her before, but she was sent here inexplicably and forcefully by a force. Following the fluctuation of the power, she followed, but the scene in front of her made Wanda's heart beat faster. The Scarlet Witch naturally felt the faint and undetectable fluctuations in reality, and forcibly tampered with the probability to bring down her younger brother. In front of her eyes, Su Chen, who is famous and has been invincible and domineering recently, is naturally afraid that the other party will kill Kuain, who is completely out of control, in her heart. Fortunately, the other party didn't have the intention to do anything, and seemed to give himself a favor, allowing himself to absorb Quicksilver's body from chaos magic. Thanks. Scarlet Wanda expressed her gratitude. At the same time, incomparably surging and terrifying real power emerged from her hands, and with a click, the divine hammer tightly held in Kuain's hand, together with the Aeolus godhead contained in it, shattered. I already knew that this force was at work. The divine hammer was shattered and the divine personality was lost. Kuain, who was manipulated by it, came back to his senses and looked at all directions in a dazed way. It's him. Kuain looked at Su Chen not far away in surprise. He seems to have forgotten what happened just now. Obviously he has no memory after stealing his mind, and his carefree personality also made him ignore the scene of swords drawn around him, and looked at Su Chen in surprise. Wow. It turned out to be an idol. The name of the man, the shadow of the tree. In the past, when the two sides met when the fraternity was wiped out, Su Chen was not yet famous at that time, but it also gave them a strong impression of sister and brother. After all, defeating Magneto is not an easy thing. And the subsequent Battle of Manhattan, the battle against the first person of the ancient mutants, Apocalypse, and the annihilation of the Inhumans, gave Su Chen great prestige. It can be said that among the mutants, Su Chen now speaks the truth. His will is the mutants' will, and the only will. His words are holy words or commands. The reason why Quicksilver admires Su Chen so much is naturally because in the mutant extinction event, Su Chen turned the tide and annihilated the entire Inhuman race by himself. After this time, Kuain admired Su Chen incomparably. This is a true hero. Idol, if my sister didn't tell me the truth, I wouldn't know that so many Inhumans were wiped out, and I haven't thanked you in person for everything you did before. My sister is full of praise for you and often chats. Talking about you. Quicksilver gave a thumbs up. What nonsense are you talking about? Scarlet Wanda was inexplicably anxious, wishing to change the reality in front of him and let him swallow the second half of the sentence. But if you really want to do this, you can't hide it from Su Chen. Since then, she was a little furious, so if you can talk, you should talk more. The words behind this are too confusing. In a fit of anger, Wanda directly pressed a chaotic magic to the stinky brother who was talking nonsense to the ground and couldn't move. Deal with these enemies first. Scarlet Wanda was reluctant to talk too much about this topic, so she pointed her finger at Kuer, the god of fear, and his venerable skyhammer. Counting that Kuain was deprived of the power of the wind god, the Hulk spit out the godhead of destruction because of his fear of self, and there were only 6 of the 8 heavenly hammer venerables left in front of him. Under the complete loss of reason, these guys still disregarded their own lives and just came towards Su Chen. Even under the psychic cannonball just now, each other's divine armor has already broken a lot. Wanda subconsciously reminded. The speed at which this man-made god was activated was like the sudden collision of multiple trains, but this was tantamount to self-destruction. Chen didn't have so much patience to fight with him. He raised his eyebrows slightly, and with a thought, the violent psychic power fluctuations instantly radiated to the surroundings. The figures that rushed over suddenly stopped their pace, and their bodies were lifted into the air by an invisible force that was uncontrollably at all. Under the incomparably strong psychic power fluctuations around, the figure who was separated from the ground could not break free from this terrifying restraint force, and could not escape the invisible cage set up by Chen. Roar. Death to me. The noisy voice made Chen frown slightly, and a wave of reality forced them to seal their mouths, preventing them from making any noise. Another thought. A war hammer in their hands was directly out of the control of their hands, and they were suspended in midair. Immediately after less than a breath, the more terrifying invisible power fluctuations desperately pressed on this war hammer, and accompanied by a dense clattering sound, all the divine hammers and the godheads contained in them shattered one after another. This time, all the venerable heavenly hammers in front of him were deprived of their divine status, and the figures who were still restless just now all quieted down. Without any memory, they were completely confused when they were thrown to the other side of the mud by the psychic power fluctuations. The first mutant. This was the first act they were shocked by. Available in the next second, the stone man jumped up as if his feet were being stepped on. Absorb people, purple diamonds, gray gargoyle. At least 2 of these 3 supervillains have been personally fought by the Fantastic Four, and I didn't expect to see them so close at such a moment. These people were also furious, and if they hadn't realized the existence of the first mutant, they would have almost directly acted. Run. They didn't hesitate at all, didn't dare to do anything with it, didn't say a word, didn't dare to look at Chen more, and ran away directly. Wow. Kuayan was still immersed in the shocking power of Chen's shot just now, but seeing that the supervillain was about to run, he immediately started to accelerate to catch up. The 8 false artificial gods all disappeared, and the 8 godheads burst. The speed of this sudden collapse directly surprised the god of fear, Kuer, who was behind him, and gave him an unprecedented shock in his heart. How could such a terrifying figure emerge from a small earth? I have given you enough time. I have seen Odin's strength. Unfortunately, he is too old and his strength is not enough. He couldn't kill you back then, but today I will witness your strength. Chen said indifferently. Enough time? Damn. What contemptuous words are these? The god of fear, Kuer, looked a little angry, and a pair of scorpions gradually transformed into a pair of strange vertical pupils, and the surging killing intent lingered in his heart. It turned out to be the kid who defeated Odin. I still want to step on my head. The big snake laughed. Even if the opponent is shocking and invincible, he will not think that he will fall. The things that Odin, who was not yet old, could not accomplish in those days, how could this guy be able to deal with his immortal body? I am immortal. The words just fell. After accumulating for a long enough time, the fluctuation of divine power in his body suddenly glowed with a new change. Crack. The god of fear in front of him finally began to transform his form and reveal his true body. I saw a huge and incomparably huge snake suddenly appearing in everyone's field of vision. This. The Scarlet Witch Wanda was taken aback by this, and she never expected that this monster would have such an amazing change. The most important is, so big. I saw in the pupil vision in front of me, an incomparably huge snake with a pair of wings, and its snake body was long enough to spread to the end of the field of vision. Even the high-rise snake area was like a skyscraper, usually supported between heaven and earth. God of fear cool. The other identity behind it is naturally the Orochi Yemengade. The terrifying and invincible murderer in Norse mythology is also Asgard's lord. In the past, he was stabbed in the back by his younger brother Odin because of tyranny and indiscriminate killing. Maria Trench. Now, the big snake Yemenga has seen the light of day again. In the ancient books, it was described that this giant snake covered the sky and the sun, and the snake body spread endlessly, but now, it is not too exaggerated. What is even more terrifying is that after the real body is presented, the surrounding air is plunged into darkness, and the suffocating fear fluctuations continue to penetrate, and even materialize to a certain extent, and the fear turns into a black mist that permeates the surrounding. In this darkness, the pair of vertical pupils of Orochi Yemengade was like a moon, hanging high in the air, and the murderous intent penetrated completely from the eyes of the pupils. Die. His violent mental fluctuations conveyed the words. Everyone seemed to be shocked by it, not to mention the supervillains who had not run far. Even the city of Manhattan, far away, felt the sudden mental shock. Be careful. Scarlet Wanda reminded. At this moment, the Serpent Yemengard had already launched an attack. He opened his mouth to spit, and the green breath full of toxins poured out like opening a gate. In an instant, the whole land around the Serpent vanguard fell into the green mist. The terrifying toxin molecules directly annihilated the cornfield, and what was even more terrifying was that even the earth melted and collapsed. I'm going to let you die, human reptiles. The roar of the Serpent Yeminga was filled with terrifying mental fluctuations. His slender snake body slammed into the front, and the position in front of him was exactly where Su Feng was. He was furious. I never imagined that a person still made a special trip to wait for his own savings to unlock the Yemengard form. How underestimated himself. An intense pain emerged from within the body. Boom. I saw that a section of the snake body that he collided with suddenly exploded into a blood mist under the impact of a huge force. What? For a time, the big snake Yemengard couldn't even suppress his wailing voice. And this is just the prelude, the beginning of all kinds of torture kicked off. This pain has not yet come to an end, the next one can't breathe, and another strong bombardment fell on his snake. Boom. An incomparably thick mass of blood mist flew directly away, and it was thrown hundreds of meters high, and the aftermath of the force formed by the bombardment just now blew away the green poisonous mist around it. What? Under the severe pain, the huge Yemengard finally found an angle, lowered his pupils, and saw what was going on underneath. The Earth Boy standing on the ground in front of him held his fist like this, obviously he had just punched. One punch. His punch almost broke a section of his body. Enduring the severe pain, the big snake Yemengard did not let go of the small figure in front of him like an ant, and the huge body continued to try to crush the opponent. With such a huge and tall figure paired with a rampant momentum, Wanda, who supported the fluctuations in reality and sheltered the figures around him, did not dare to approach, but instead retreated again and again. Rewind. Her voice just fell. Boom. A vast fluctuation of power caused a huge wind, which directly blew away many figures in the vicinity, and even Wanda's figure swayed in place like a candle in the wind. It was thought that the hurricane caused by the aftermath of this force would soon subside. But what Wanda didn't expect was that the first mutant who made the limelight before showed his power. Faced with the momentum of the collision that seemed to be like the collapse of Mount Tai, Chen, who was completely shrouded in the dark shadow, used his fists to smash the big snake into blood mist. Just seconds. When Wanda, who supported chaos magic, finally raised his head from the aftermath of the hurricane, he suddenly saw an unimaginable scene. The giant snake is down. The snake's body that stood upright for hundreds of meters just now collapsed toward the ground, and the rest of the body of Yemengard was devastated. The snake's body was only left with an empty spine, with a lot of blood hanging in it. Foam. In just a few seconds, Yemengard, who had almost filled the entire land before, was reduced to such a tragic end. Originally, a cornfield that was completely annihilated by green toxins has now turned into a bloody smear, filling the entire field of vision. This is too exaggerated. Wanda was amazed by this. This was the first time she had watched the other party's performance at close range. Unexpectedly, this Chen used her own fists to kill the other party in a few seconds in such a simple and direct way. Too violent and too powerful. The first time we met, I thought you were equal in strength, but I didn't expect that after a year and a half, you've become so much stronger. Scarlet Wanda sighed sincerely. She flicked her hand lightly, and the blood tan, which was enough to drown half of her body, was abruptly unable to approach her body half a step under the action of a chaotic magic. It's not dead. Keen Wanda immediately realized something was wrong. Yes. Chen, not far away, responded. The body of the snake that collapsed in front of him was filled with a faint fluctuation of vitality. The blood foam hanging from the broken bone stubble continued to proliferate and grow, and it was about to cover the entire spine again, and even further grow new ones. Scaly skin. I see. This time, Chen understood why Odin couldn't kill his big brother. It turned out that the root was here. This big snake, Yemengard, obviously has a very active self-healing factor, so that it is difficult to kill. In addition, there is another reason. The Norse mythology attaches great importance to the sense of fate. In an ancient prophecy, in the coming Ragnarok, Yemengard will perish with Thor, the god of thunder. The reason why Chen knew that in the second meeting with the three goddesses of fate, when it came to the topic of Ragnarok, what the other party had mentioned to him. In this regard, Odin seems to be haunted, and it is reported that he knew this prophecy very early. Fate cannot be changed. This is where the three goddesses of destiny are powerless. But this set of laws does not seem to conform to Chen at all. Anything that involves his own destiny, no one can spy on it, even if the people around him are too close to him, it will blur the future destiny. The law sees this clearly. At least now Su Chen has figured out how to execute the big snake Yemengate. I am immortal. The Ragnarok has not yet come, and the ancient prophecy has not been fulfilled. I was originally part of my destiny, so how could I fall so easily? Just like rewinding time, when it was more than halfway back, the big snake Yemengard had already started roaring. He has an indelible cell activity, immortal, indestructible, and difficult to kill. Even Odin from 10,000 years ago would frown for this. He is destined to respond in fate. How can he easily fall here? Long-winded. Su Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Without waiting for the big snake to open the blood plate and exhale, a surging psychic power wave spread to the whole surrounding, tightly covering the whole body of the big snake. Follow me. I'll take you somewhere, Su Chen said coldly. His figure disappeared instantly, and the remnant body of the big snake, which had not yet recovered, was suddenly wrapped by a psychic force, and under the action of this invisible force, it was immediately thrown into the sky. Damn bastard. Orochi Yemenga didn't know what the other party was doing. Could it be that he is going to fall from a height of 10,000 meters and make himself a pool of blood? Although he is immortal, the pain is still there. Now that a pair of wings has not yet grown, he is not willing to suffer such severe pain. Hence, he exerted all his strength to try to break free from this psychic power fluctuation. Although it didn't help, it still couldn't let the giant snake get rid of its shackles, but in this way, it made Su Chen's efficiency in lifting it up a lot slower. You are really troublesome. This time, Su Chen used a new method. In the blink of an eye, while the other party could not get rid of the power fluctuations at all, a rippling wave of spatial ripples gradually covered the other party's body. Next second, the whole Serpent Yemengard has been completely sent out by him, and the destination is actually beyond the earth, outer space. Walk. You are not immortal and immortal, you are the one whose fate responds. Come, take a trip to the sun with me, and see if your destiny is still mine. Now. Asgard, on the central hub of the Rainbow Bridge, Heimdall, the patron saint, has been watching the world on Earth. As a watcher who sees everything and hears everything, he naturally saw Kuer, the god of fear, break the seal, and even the birth of venerable 8 hammers. The last god lord was born. Is the Ragnarok of the gods about to be fulfilled? An ancient prophecy has been circulated for many years. In Ragnarok, Thor, the god of thunder, is about to perish with the serpent Yemengard. In the comic, The Origin of Fear, the two of them were completely destroyed just like the prophecy. All fates are so reasonable, but they are also strange. Since the birth of Asgard's historical records, every prophecy has basically been successfully fulfilled, and this one is no exception. No one can explain the reason, as if everything was a preset script, and it was successfully deduced according to the impetus behind the scenes. It's a curse on Asgard, but can he handle Su Chen? Heimdall was shocked. Because venerable 8 hammers were defeated in an instant, what was even more terrifying was that the serpent Yemengard, who had revealed his true body, also suffered an unprecedented crit. The question now is how to get rid of the immortal body of Yemengard. Odin, who was 10,000 years ago, did not give an answer, so he could only seal it reluctantly. Can this Earth boy do it now? Time, is he going to bring the sun? The Orochi Yemengard is also the lord of Asgard. Without waiting for the lingering space fluctuations to completely transport him to the predetermined destination, under the surging power of his whole body, stunned him to let him shuttle out of nothingness first, deviating from the predetermined position, but it was not too far behind. The whole figure came to space. At this time, his entire broken wing had been repaired, and he felt a little uncomfortable in the space environment. It's just that Su Chen obviously didn't let him go so easily. Such a disobedient child is not likable, it seems that he still needs to be beaten. Under the cold words, Su Chen's figure approached again. He didn't have any short rest at all, and he pushed his hands suddenly, and a majestic force emerged, making this giant's body continue to fly towards the sun at the end of the field of vision. At this moment, how could Orochi Yemengard not understand what the other party was going to do? This is to send oneself alive into the sun to be roasted. For no reason, a strong sense of fear suddenly emerged in his heart. What a joke, is this guy crazy? For a while, he started to resist. In the empty and boundless space environment, there are no bright stars seen in the Earth at all, only dim celestial bodies refracting the faint sunlight suspended in their respective orbits. Boom. At this time, there was a loud noise, and a small celestial body was smashed by a huge force, but it was Su Bird's 10 punches that blasted the body of the big snake Yemengard. The powerful and unparalleled power has not weakened in the space at all, but the serpent is stunned to destroy a small celestial body with its incomparably terrifying power. Come on, eat roast snake tonight. Su Chen's body was bathed in pale golden luster, and surging power emerged from the trillions of cells in his body, making his power even more powerful. Obviously, compared to the enemy, he is only a small body, but the strength released from his body is not comparable to this big snake at all. The big snake, which had been struggling a lot just now, was sane again after being bombarded with a few punches, and turned into a half-corpse and was dragged up by Chen. At this moment, even the consciousness of Orochi Yemengade fell into a brief silence. With the self-healing factor that is still very active in the body, the broken bones and the open-minded wound began to heal again. After 10 seconds, Yemengade's consciousness that disappeared in a trance was also restored, and he was almost resurrected from the dead again, gaining a comprehensive new life. Ha ha ha, I am immortal. I am the one who responds to fate. If I want to die, I can only perish with my good nephew, not you bastard. The voice was half finished. It came to an abrupt end. The big snake Yemengade immediately realized that his body temperature was very high, very hot. The whole body seemed to be on fire, and the unhealed wound felt extremely painful. You. The big snake was angry and anxious, and all within the range of the vertical pupil's line of sight were super high temperature fireworks. Looking back, his figure means that it is very close to the sun. Let's go to the sun hot spring together. Didn't you say that you were immortal? Come with me. Chen sneered. He kicked forward with a sudden kick, and under the coverage of the psychic power fluctuations, he stunned the serpent Yemengade's figure toward the sun. At the same time, after this wave of help, he was not afraid, and followed up suddenly. In order to prevent the big snake from getting away, he personally dragged the other party and flew into the sun. Crazy. He must be crazy. Inexplicably, Orochi Yemengade thought that the other party was going to die with him. You think you can escape this flame purgatory too? You must know that the surface temperature of the sun is a full 6,000 degrees Celsius, and the core temperature is as high as 2,000 degrees Celsius. Anything there will be completely annihilated and purified. Yemengard felt that no matter how powerful his inextinguishable cells were, it could not hold up. Therefore, the other party must be crazy to carry him to such a ghost place. Just on the surface of the Thai sun under the floating light of the golden flare, his scales melted all at once, not to mention that there are prominences flowing on the surface of the sun like fire dragons. And the shock baptism of sunspot fluctuations. In less than an instant, the body of the big snake Yemengade collapsed. Under the severe pain, Kur, the god of fear, turned back into the body of an Asgardian, and the large snake Yemengard would only add more damage. Just after turning back into a human, the previous god Lord Kur chose to travel through space without hesitation. It's just that the emerging ripples and fluctuations just appeared, and they were snuffed out by Chen, who was more proficient in space. It's more convenient when it's back to the way it was. Chen sneered. Before the other party didn't have time to react, he grabbed the other party's arm and suddenly moved towards the deeper part of the sun. Are you looking to die together? If I die, you don't want to live. When realizing that the other party was determined to go to the deeper core of the sun, Kur, the god of fear, could hardly hide his panic. Because at this moment, his entire body was already on fire, and the activity of cells that had gone through tens of thousands of plants that had not been extinguished was rapidly weakened at this moment, and he was burning like a candle. In the sight of Yu Wei's pupils, Kur couldn't believe it and looked at the figure of the earthling who was holding him. This guy was not damaged at all. His entire body was full of pale golden luster, and even the clothes on the surface of his body were not damaged. Now they are no longer at the surface of the sun, but deeper into the central region. This is no longer in the oven, where the temperature has already exceeded the table. Even if the Human Torch uses its own new star explosion big move, it will not be able to reproduce 1/10 of the temperature here. Kurt couldn't hide his surprise. Why doesn't he get hurt? Suddenly, it was only then that he realized why the other party despised his immortal body so much. It turned out that this guy was hidden and possessed an immortal body that was more exaggerated than his own. From the beginning to the end, he never broke the opposing defense, did not form an effective blow, and never knew that the strength of the opponent's body was exaggerated to such a degree. Click. At this time, his vision has been completely lost, and the pupil has already completely burst under the blazing sun. The limbs were completely burned out in the last second, which could not stop the effective resistance at all. At the moment when the hearing ability was completely lost, and the consciousness was about to be completely extinguished, Chen's plain and stable words came from it. Goodbye. He threw it lightly, and the remnant of his body, which was firmly pulled by his psychic power, immediately continued to fly towards the core of the sun like a cannonball. One could not breathe, and the entire body was completely burned out, not even a wisp of blue smoke came out, and it was completely annihilated in the solar furnace. The god of fear, Kul, also known as the Serpent Yemengade, was known as an immortal existence, and his godhead fell. In the past 6 months, there have been more and more people who dare to claim to be immortal. Apocalypse, who has gone through 10,000 years and has not exhausted any cells in his body, is one. Exiled to an alien planet, the hive of the first human being of the inhuman race that has not aged for tens of thousands of years is also counted as one. Now there is another one, the so-called immortal body, who prophesied to respond, but he was thrown into the furnace of the sun and died. When did the undead become so cheap? Chen was safe and sound in the furnace of the sun. Since the return of Asgard's domain, this month, he has carried out further targeted strengthening of his physical strength. Simple. The temperature nurtured by the star of the sun is enough to make his tempered physique continue to crack, and his infinitely evolved genes can adapt to any environment for enhancement, and further strengthen after recovery and healing. Over the past month, he has been gradually improving his physique in the solar furnace, and his physical strength has become more than several times stronger than after the battle with Odin. This is also why he has not been exposed to the sun so far without a single sign of his body breaking. Not only that, his whole body even opened his arms to absorb the sun flares and sunspots around him, in order to replenish more energy. With such a terrifying physique as Chen, the god of fear, died not wrongly. It is simply impossible to burn all the jade and stone. Everything is in your control. The god of fear, has fallen. The source of fear that pervaded the earth was all at once gone. Self-confidence is immortal, and those who respond to fate are killed in the furnace of the sun. Chen has broken the other's immortality myth. Is dead. Heimdall, the patron saint who had seen everything from afar, finally retracted his gaze, and there was still an undisguised shock on his face. The things that Odin, the god king tens of thousands of years ago, could not be done, were done by this earthboy. After a month, he is much stronger again. The speed of this guy's evolution has far exceeded imagination. Soon, Odin, the king of the gods, also got the news. The stalwart figure on the throne was also inexplicably lonely at this moment. He whispered and sighed, "All right, at least the fate has been broken." In the past, he had been troubled by this ancient prophecy, but now he feels a lot more at ease. Looking at it now, this guy is really not necessarily weaker than the Titan Thanos. It would be a nice treat to witness an epic battle in your lifetime. The earth fell into peace after a brief panic. Because the time was too short, most people didn't even know what happened. Several supervillains, including the daughter of the Red Skull, were also brought to justice. Afterwards, Chen also met with Wanda the Scarlet Witch. Are you really reluctant to stand up and lead the mutants? This is the topic of the two. The tall and graceful Scarlet Witch decided to stand up and lead the entire current scattered mutant force after going through the mass extinction event of the mutants. The X-Men. There is also a very mysterious Hellfire Club among the upper-class nobles. The Brotherhood has disappeared, and now, I want to establish a new mutant force, named Utopia. Utopia, an ideal country where the idea of mutants can be placed. A country of absolute safety, equality, without any discrimination, and only for mutants. Since the prestige of the first person of the Chen variant is too great, no one will object to this at all, and there will not even be much resistance. This is why Wanda needs to attract Chen to join the team. No idea for now. Unfortunately, Chen refused. Wanda's delicate face can't hide a sense of loss. In her opinion, Chen is so powerful, but she chose to live in isolation. At the same time, she was also envious in her heart, and the life outside the homeland of the Phoenix Girl and his immortal companions was once a yearning. Of course, I support you in building a new home, a new country. Chen replied. I see, thank you very much. Scarlet Wanda smiled gracefully, suppressed the loss in her heart, and sincerely expressed her gratitude. With Chen's official endorsement, even if he doesn't do anything, as long as he has such a verbal commitment, it is enough to completely resolve all invisible resistance. A new era of mutants begins today. If you are free another day, be sure to bring a gift to thank you in person. Wanda said. This. Chen was stunned for a while. From the beginning to the end, it seemed that there was only one visitor in his home, and that was the Supreme Mage Yi. If the Scarlet Witch came, Gele would be nothing, and the Dark Phoenix would have a great opinion. Wanda saw the hesitation on Chen's face, but took a step forward and replied, let's just say it. Without waiting for his reply, Wanda turned around and left. Naturally, the Asgardians would not have any expression for the fall of the god of fear. To be honest, it is indeed immoral to seal such a horrible thing that cannot be handled by oneself in the Earth's ocean trench. God King Odin used to look at the people of the Earth as the people of the underworld under his control. Tens of thousands of years ago, the Earth was backward and poor, the land was barren, and the barbarians were still wandering around. As a result, Tens of thousands of years later, the rapid changes of the Earth are truly incredible. Thor has friendship with the Avengers organization on Earth, so in the face of such a mess in the past, he naturally has to explain and apologize in person. As for the patron saint Heimdall, he came in person and met Chen. Of course, also bring gifts. A Ulu medal weighing hundreds of pounds, and another world tree trunk. I have to say, sincerity is full. It is naturally impossible to nod without Odin's instruction. These materials are enough to cast another artifact. These Asgardians obviously want to deepen their friendship, and express their apologies just by the way. Another day, you can visit the dwarf country in person, and you can make whatever gods you want. Speaking of this, Chen does have plans to go to the dwarf kingdom in the near future. After all, he needs to explain some things on purpose. After chatting for a while, Heimdall, who was mistaken for Coser by the people around him, left town with such a swagger. Life has returned to peace again. This time, they moved a house and changed a new life experience. The new home did not stay away from the hustle and bustle of the world, but chose to live in the most prosperous city of Manhattan. Chen bought a mansion with a top-floor apartment several hundred meters high. This newly renovated penthouse apartment even hit the media for a time. Recently, it has been rumored that it has been bought by a mysterious rich man. This person is Chen. Chen never went out to make money, he is not lacking either. After all, he still has some vibranium metal on hand, and just one fingernail is enough to sell for a sky-high price, and it is more than enough to change a few most luxurious apartments. The reason why they choose a new living environment is not that they are tired of their past homeland, but that there is one more person by their side. Dark Phoenix. At this moment, the Dark Phoenix has been able to appear in the sight of everyone in the form of spiritual energy. At first sight, it seemed very hazy, like a phantom. Now the body has been shaped and has a substantial sense of touch. Therefore, Chen already has two women's figures by his side. Seeing that the life of the Dark Phoenix became more and more real, Gele naturally did not intend to continue to choose a life outside the world that was isolated from the world. In her opinion, the Dark Phoenix, the other self, needed to be more imbued with the atmosphere of the world and understood the joys, sorrows and joys of human beings. Learn to forgive and love. Chen really has the demeanor of a teacher, making the Black Phoenix as her own student and child. To be honest, if it was half a year ago, they might not choose to live in the downtown area. Now that the Dark Phoenix has been honest and obedient, Chen has seen hope, and it is time to teach her more things. Inside the new home, the scenery is so beautiful. Dark Phoenix let out a heartfelt sigh. Her pinging figure stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, her delicate face with all kinds of amorous feelings stuck to the glass window, overlooking the entire city under her feet. Under the top-floor luxury apartment hundreds of meters high, just looking down from here, the entire city will be condensed in the eyes. Just living here, there is a sense of conquering the city and conquering the world. Humans are crawling like ants. You can't say that. In the luxurious open kitchen, Chen's words came, which directly interrupted Dark Phoenix's voice. Although I liken humans to ants, it looks like this from here. Don't misunderstand and misinterpret what I mean. I was right. Dark Phoenix was a little displeased with the teacher, who disciplined her. In order to refute Chen, she even brought Chen to support herself. I think you should listen to the piano. On the sofa, Chen raised his eyebrows, and boredly flipped through the latest magazines and news. The latest super-large TV screen in the living room also played today's news. HMPH, you bullied me too. I don't even dare to step on an ant now, so what if I compare humans to ants? Dark Phoenix's delicate face was filled with grievances. She is very dissatisfied with Chen, and the discipline is too strict. If she is not obedient, she will not let herself out, and the spiritual energy entity will not be able to continue to exist. This simply stifled his weakness, and he could only listen to his words. Of course, this kind of dissatisfaction is just the attitude of the disobedient children towards the teacher, and it will not produce any killing intent. Although the two often bumped into each other, they never moved their hands once, because this was Chen's bottom line. I want to eat grapes. The Black Phoenix, who was no longer angry, walked over directly, leaned back into Chen's arms, and handed over a bowl of fruit in his hand. Dare to feed her hand to hand. Chen laughed a little. This woman just wanted to make Chen jealous in person, right? With a single thought, all the grapes in the fruit bowl had their skins peeled off, and all of them were suspended in front of him. Can't you use your hands? You are still facing the piano. Black Phoenix was a little angry. You just spoil her. Zhe Lei couldn't help laughing gracefully, and Quan Dang gave the Dark Phoenix who had been obedient recently a reward. Since the Dark Phoenix can appear as a spiritual energy body, life has become more interesting. One likes to dress up in red. The other likes to wear black dresses, the same appearance, the same figure, but different personalities bring different temperaments. A gentle and calm, quiet and reserved, gentle and considerate. A domineering, arrogant and complacent, with a cold aura like a queen, of course, this is in front of outsiders. In life, the Black Phoenix still shows other emotions like a little girl from time to time. She can be happy and angry, coquettish and angry, and for a while, Chen Lei even made her see her as another independent life. She once tried to give the Dark Phoenix a name, but was refused by the Dark Phoenix's order. She was called Chen Lei, and you need to change the name yourself. Since then, it has not been said, but Su Chen looked at this spiritually materialized body and felt the touch from his skin. He couldn't help but say, maybe I can give you a real body. He remembered the birth of visions in the past. Mind gem plus vibrating gold material plus regenerating cradle technology plus huge amount of electricity stimulation. Except for the female Dr. Zhao Hailun's cradle regeneration technology, he has all the rest, and this seems to be very easy to achieve. Match a new body with the Mind Stone. Dark Phoenix did not expect it, and did not expect such an answer at all. Her joy was immediately beyond words, and she shook Su Chen's arm in disbelief, with the meaning of "Is this true?" written all over her face. Those pair of longing pupils stared so brightly. Real. If you want, I can get someone to try to surround it. Su Chen said. At present, the body of the Black Phoenix is only an energy entity, which is not uncommon. The previous spirit butterfly can be spiritualized and turned into various weapons. If you want to maintain the status quo, you must release mental fluctuations all the time to maintain your body. The touch is real, but it is not a real flesh and blood. But even if it's a new body, it's not really a human body. More like a life-size doll? Certainly. Compared with this, the focus of Dark Phoenix lies in another place entirely. Are you really willing to give me the Mind Stone? Su Chen looked at the approaching delicate face in front of him, and suddenly realized what the other party's point was. Certainly. Su Chen smiled. The soul gem seized from the Battle of Manhattan, the first object to deal with and guard against is naturally the Dark Phoenix. Unexpectedly, after such a long time passed, he would give her this spiritual gem to reshape her body. The transformation that took place was enough to shock the woman in front of her. Forgive your bias. The heavily arrogant Black Phoenix held back for a long time, but still couldn't say anything like thank you, but a touching smile appeared on the face that came over. Su Chen's arm that was tightly hugged by her also stretched forward, only to see a shining infinity stone appearing in her open palm. If you want to use it, of course it's for you. Su Chen said with certainty. After getting along for so long, this trust is naturally enough, and Su Chen has already accepted this other Chen Lei. In addition to being touched by Dark Phoenix, it is rare to show some sobbing expressions. Maybe she will be moved by this gaffe and feel embarrassed, but she let a face completely fall into Su Chen's arms. After a long time, the Black Phoenix was just like a normal person. The delicate and flawless face was still full of charm, and the water-cut pupils even showed moving ripples. Cough. Seeing that the surrounding atmosphere was a little silent, she pretended to cough, and then she rudely stretched out her right hand and took the soul gem. I do need this Mind Stone, but I won't accept the plan you mentioned. What I want is a real body of flesh and blood, a body that can bleed, has a beating heart, and truly feels the emotions of the world. The real flesh and blood body is much more fragile than the body cast by the vibration metal material and the regeneration cradle technology. But Black Phoenix doesn't want it. What she wants is between human beings. The power of the Phoenix is one of the ultimate forms of power in the universe. In its primary form, it is more manifested as a blazing fire that judges all things, annihilating everything and smashing the world. But as long as I can be diligent, I can use the power of creation beyond the nature of destruction, and it will be easy to reshape my body. Black Phoenix said indifferently. The power of the Phoenix is indeed, as she said, both destruction and creation. The power of the White Phoenix is in the third stage of the power of the Phoenix, and the reshaping of the body is simply not worth mentioning. The White Phoenix of the single universe level can even create a planet of life. It sounds like you have plans for a long time. Su Chen exclaimed. This is because the woman obviously has plans for her body, but she has been embarrassed to speak. If you don't tell me, of course I won't want it. Dark Phoenix also raised his chin proudly. Then I'll wait for your good news. Su Chen smiled and patted her head. Okay, it's time to eat. At this time, Chen in the semi-open kitchen had already prepared dinner, and the dining table was on the balcony outside. Su Chen had hurriedly got up to help clean up. In the dark, the table is already full of sumptuous dinners, and the scented candles add a lot of fragrance and style. Not far away, there were even clouds that seemed to be within reach. A piece of money gets what you pay for, and such a beautiful scenery is worth the astronomical price. On both sides of Chen sat two chins, clinking glasses with each other to celebrate the joy of moving to a new home. Halfway through the meal, when she saw that she had filled her glass with another glass, Lei immediately became vigilant. She said to Chen in a bit of annoyance, "Don't you want to see me perform again?" She could remember the way she performed to Chen drunkenly after the dinner in Asgard. At that time, even Dark Phoenix couldn't see it and woke him up directly. "If you don't say it, I don't even remember it." Chen smiled and immediately understood why the other party was so vigilant. The three of them had a romantic dinner amid laughter and laughter. 2 days later, a piece of good news came. The Black Phoenix has successfully reshaped its body. "Look. I saw this woman holding a kitchen knife and came to Chen, the blade dripping blood, and the place where it slashed was the palm of the Black Phoenix. Song saw that her right hand was also dripping blood." "You crazy woman." Chen was taken aback by her performance. The majestic life energy was injected into the opponent's body by him, and within a split second, the wound on the woman's hand immediately healed at a speed visible to the human eye. He was a little dumbfounded. Even if you have successfully shaped the human body in order to express yourself, you don't have to self-harm. At the same time, Chen was also a little surprised. Only 2 days have passed, and the Black Phoenix has really touched the other nature of the Phoenix's power, and has really created and reshaped its own flesh and blood. The pulse, the beating of the heart, and even the 5 internal organs and the structure of the brain are all available, making it a real human body. Her appearance and figure are a perfect one-to-one replica of Lei. The difference is only the temperament of the two, one is gentle, the other is charming. "Feel my heartbeat." The Black Phoenix took Chen's right hand and covered it on his left heart. The more real skin touch, and even the strong and powerful heartbeat below, was something that the spiritual energy body could not give. "Don't mess around next time." Chen pinched the other's face with the other hand, and immediately turned red, which made people admire him. Sure enough, the Dark Phoenix's accomplishments in the power of the Phoenix are far superior to Lei's, and the mind gem is incomparably suited to her, directly allowing her to explore the power of creation in a short period of time. It is enough to touch a little threshold. Compared with regenerating a world, reshaping the body is already very simple for the power of the Phoenix. "Looks like I'm going to buy you new clothes." Lei, who was sitting half covered on the cotton couch, sighed inexplicably. In the past, the materialization of spiritual energy did not require clothes, and the clothes themselves were made up, but now it is different. After having a human body that looks weak, it needs a lot of clothes. The three of them rarely go shopping together. Chen suddenly felt a lot of envious gazes constantly being directed at him. To be honest, the two next to him were top supermodels, and they gave the impression that they were twins with different styles, so the envious gazes turned even more times. For this reason, Chen erased his concept of existence, so that on the road, everyone ignored and paid attention to the three of them. It seems to be a woman's nature to love shopping. The love of beauty is in everyone. After visiting high-end shopping malls for 2 days, the newly purchased clothes of Black Phoenix are enough to fit 2 wardrobes. At last, she even called a female designer to her door, and custom-made a lot of dresses for her, which are generally based on black, which is completely different from Lei's red. From nothing, the Black Phoenix has had an addiction. The days when the three lived together immediately added a lot of fun and vitality. Another personality consciousness that lived in Lei's body in the past can be regarded as completely independent. It seems that a rich gift is going to be prepared for your new life. Before that, let's celebrate. Chen suggested. Couple's life needs attention, ceremony and style, and it is natural to celebrate the new life of the Dark Phoenix. Half a month later. In the vast universe, on a slightly desolate planet, the kingdom of dwarves, the kingdom of Nidavel. The dwarf king Atri was in charge of casting an artifact overnight. The materials used were extremely expensive and rare, the trunk of the world tree, and the ulu metal, which was extremely rare in the Asgardian domain. Obviously, the person who repeatedly photographed the dwarf king casting artifacts is naturally Chen. Artifacts cannot be created overnight. For half a month, King Itui personally went into battle, painstakingly forging this new artifact, and he hadn't slept seriously for several days. As a planet under the jurisdiction of Asgard's divine domain, the king of the dwarves is naturally aware of what happened in Asgard not long ago, and the god king Odin suffered a tragic defeat to this young man. In the face of the inexorable Nordic gods, the dwarves who advocate the casting process, in the fact that they have no protective power, they naturally need to rely too much on the strong. It is undoubtedly their instinct to make a living in the universe to have a good relationship with Chen, a young man from Earth. But today is different from the past. Nidavellir was invaded by a cosmic force, and a large number of Asgard guard soldiers who were responsible for protecting the Dwarven kingdom were killed. Their arrival is not afraid of the so-called Asgard, but more ridicule. Because they belong to the most arrogant and domineering dark force in the universe, the Thanos Legion. Its 5 obsidian generals, General Deathblade, even came to visit in person. We don't want to kill your dwarves, but if you can't see the finished product of the Infinity Gloves within half a month, I will kill a group of your dwarves after a day's delay. Understand. General Deathblade was like a god of death with a scythe. His dark pupils stared at King Atri, who was slumped to the ground in front of him. As for the Asgardian guards, they have already been wiped out. The scene in front of him was filled with blood, and the corpses were like a hell ukiyo-e. It was disgusting. Just a breath, the smell of blood, made this King Itui extremely uncomfortable. Under this threat, he suddenly remembered what the Earthboy said when he left. When you encounter difficulties, just call my name from the bottom of your heart. Is this promise a joke or does it actually work? Atri couldn't believe it. However, in the current situation, he can only try it. Godslayer. Chen, I need your help. No, it's help, help. The people of Asgard are dead. The people of Thanos are here. Atri, the king of the dwarf kingdom, began to cry out from the bottom of his heart. According to Chen's words when he parted, as long as he calls in his heart, it is equivalent to sending a message to himself light years away. As for the title of Godslayer, it is the title that Chen received after the fall of 8 new gods and even after killing Kur, the god of fear. Of course not Earth. This title is more popular in Asgard, and Asgardians are more interested in Kur, the god of fear, than humans. After hearing that Chen accomplished something that Odin couldn't accomplish 10,000 years ago, everyone was shocked. For a time, the title of God Killer spread like wildfire, and it was also very appropriate. Kui was in a hurry, and she kept shouting from the bottom of her heart. Naturally, she accidentally burst out a voice from her throat and missed her words. Godslayer? This time, it made the figure walking step by step in front of him feel curious. Are you thinking of someone asking for help? What? Did you dwarves work for Thanos to wrong you? What you should think about now is to start forging immediately according to the design drawings given by Thanos. The figure resembling a god of death was holding a giant sickle in his hand, and his entire body covered in a black cloak was inexplicably suspended on the ground, exuding an unbearable suffocating aura. This picture alone, combined with the bloody scenes of the surrounding hell ukiyo-e, is enough to make people tremble and tremble times. Iquigui was the lord of a country, and he had no power to resist, so he could only keep retreating under the repeatedly pressing figure from the opposite side. No sense. What a joke. How could Iqui, whose face was so pale, dare to refute? The 5 obsidian generals who looted everywhere in the universe are notorious, and wherever they go, there are corpses everywhere and rivers of blood. If it weren't for the value of his own use, it is estimated that all the compatriots in the dwarf country would have died. He berates the weakness and unreliability of the Asgardians. The other side also kept trying to shout Chen from the bottom of his heart, trying to get effective rescue. He can only see Chen as his last straw. Looks like you're still not giving up. One of the 5 obsidian generals, the deathblade general, was a little disdainful, because his telepathy has always captured the other party's spiritual words for help. Come on. Slaughter a group of dwarves first. If you don't get up now to start a fire for me to prepare the weapons that Thanos wants, then the next group will happen in the next second. The Deathblade general urged. The weapon named by the great titan Thanos cannot be delayed. Do not. King Atri immediately became anxious. The reason why the dwarf country has no military power and relies on Asgard is that its own population is too small, and many generations may be on the verge of extinction. Now if another batch were killed, the population would be even more appalling, maybe less than 100 people. In the distance, a group of dwarf compatriots were dragged and prepared to pull out. At the same time the fine spatial fluctuations have permeated the sky above the dwarf country, and the fluctuations set off are not small. The spatial fluctuations gradually became a bright beam of light, and suddenly shuttled from an unknown number of light years away. Next second, a blazing ray of light was projected like this, accompanied by a figure shrouded in it. White shirt, black slacks, the whole person is a little lazy, but under this slender and robust physique, there is an inexplicable guilty conscience just by looking at him. This person is Chen. As early as when he asked King Atri to cast a new artifact for him, Chen was more careful, and specifically instructed the king of the dwarves to contact him immediately if the situation went wrong. This is obviously his estimation that Thanos will sooner or later come to the door to find the dwarves to forge the Infinity Gloves. And the reason why he wanted to intervene was naturally to take away this design drawing and let the Infinity Glove fall on his hand. So, here he is. As for the contact information, it is also very simple. That is the calling of the soul. Chen deliberately did not block King Kui. As long as he called himself strongly in the bottom of his heart, he would naturally be able to receive the other party's voice after he had already controlled the mind gem for a long time. It's one thing to receive it, but another thing to get it. This is due to the space gem. It took a while for this gem to be in hand, and the voice of the soul from the universe also acted as a signal coordinate, which also allowed Chen to successfully use the space gem to make a very precise transition and come to the territory of the dwarf kingdom. So, the extermination didn't come. Chen, who was above the sky, asked indifferently. And this seemed a little arrogant to the person in front of him. After all, the Asgardian corpses were scattered all over the place behind this person, their limbs were almost dismantled, and the dwarf people who fell to the ground were crying and shouting. It was a horrible situation. In front of them was a bunch of menacing Thanos legions, like a lizard-shaped four-handed monster crawling on the ground, staring at the figure in the air with a fierce face. At a glance, all of these vanguard monsters, the Vanguard Guard, which appeared when the Thanos Legion attacked Wakanda in the Avengers universe, was also another main force outside the Chitauri Legion under Thanos. The only thing missing is Thanos himself. This also makes Chen feel a pity. Before he came, he wanted to start the battle with Thanos, the legendary son of destiny in the universe. Is the name of Thanos also something you can shout? At this time, he had already annoyed the General Shuren who did not choose a place. Are you the Godslayer? The savior of the King of the Dwarves? Huh. Suddenly he discovered something, and immediately realized that the spatial fluctuations that had just appeared in front of him belonged to the Infinity Stones. It's a space gem. Damn. You are a human from Earth. At this moment, General Deathblade suddenly realized that this surging space fluctuation can only be achieved by space gems, and before this, space gems have always been located on the Earth. A long time ago, the evil god Loki led the Chitauri army to attack the Earth, but the mission failed, and even the Scepter of Mind was not brought back, which can be regarded as a shame for the Thanos Legion. Good, good, good. General Deathblade was overjoyed. This is the addition of new hatred and old hatred, making him extremely excited. At that time, he did not trust the Asgardian, and if he hadn't been empty, he would not have let the plan fail. Now, it is a good time to be ashamed. It would be nice of you to come here and die. The Deathblade general was overjoyed. In less than a second. Without any hesitation at all, this member of the Obsidian 5 generals immediately disappeared in place and used it directly. Those Vanguard Guard monsters, who had long been unable to contain their rage and agitation, roared even more and took a sudden step, as if they were shot into the air like a cannonball. For a time, Chen, who stepped on the air, became the target of public criticism. The dwarf king Atri shouted loudly, and in order to avoid being affected, he immediately found a place to hide. At this critical moment, Chen didn't even make a move, looking indifferent. However, when he raised his brows slightly, a surging psychic power fluctuation had already turned into substantial ripples, and ripples spread in the surrounding air. The Pioneer Guard monsters that flew over suddenly felt that their movements became more and more sluggish, as if they were stuck in a quagmire. As for General Deathblade, his death-like figure appeared on Chen's back like a ghost, but there was no next step. Because of the giant sickle he was holding, he couldn't chop down the backs of the former Earthlings. He was stupid, he didn't even think that he couldn't continue to take an inch under the constant force. What a powerful psychic power fluctuation. As soon as General Deathblade had this consciousness, there were bursts of explosions all around him, and the giant psychic powers that were wrapped in the Vanguard monsters that were frozen in midair were completely crushed. Come on. The scene was instantly incomparable and bloody, and the skies seemed to be raining blood. Damn. With his own self-consciousness, the General Deathblade quickly disappeared in place, and he succeeded in turning into a mist of smoke when the psychic power fluctuations covered his body and completely escaped from trouble. Less than a second. Nether flames formed in the starry sky hundreds of meters away, and the huge chainblade held by General Deathblade, which was far beyond his own size, immediately waved. In an instant, I saw an icy black bloodblade tearing apart the starry sky, wrapped in terrifying power, and slammed into Sue Bird in the distance. This knife slashed, and the sharp rays of light even cut through the real space, showing a black gap in the space. This is too scary. God King Odin rarely even shed such a blazing light under normal circumstances. This shows the strength of the Heavenly Father, a member of the 5 Obsidian Generals. I am afraid that Tyr, the god of war, will be easily killed by him. But it was such a knife that cut through the starry sky and space. When he came towards Su Chen, it was stretched out by him. The right hand was crushed. Crack. The sword light shattered in response, and the power that came out did not make Su Chen, who was above the sky, move half a step, but the power sword light that passed by his side ripped apart the land of the dwarves straight, forming a bottomless gulf. However, it was such a terrifying slash that was easily blocked by the opponent. The general Deathblade was a little stunned, and after that, he didn't stop at all, and immediately chose to escape. He is cowardly. The members of the Obsidian Five, the generals under Thanos, chose to escape so vulnerable. The Deathblade general chose to flee for the first time. What a joke, his extreme slash that was enough to tear the starry sky was so easily crushed by the opponent. Coupled with the fact that the other party casually squeezed a lot of vanguard guards, at this moment, he realized in a trance that he was probably not his opponent. Withdraw. His figure that looked like a god of death suddenly turned into a black smoke and quickly evacuated from the opponent's line of sight. However, Su Chen's eyes have already noticed him, and the surrounding real space has formed ripples and fluctuations. The figure that turned into a mist and slipped away was suddenly pulled up by an invisible space. General Deathblade only felt that he was standing still, just like a person running hard on a treadmill. No matter how much effort he spent, he would still stay in place. Damn Earthlings. Realizing that the enemy was too tricky, General Deathblade did not hesitate at all, and immediately released another ability. At this moment, this handful of smoke suddenly burst open, splitting into hundreds of black smoke and continuously flying towards the universes everywhere. I have to say, this guy's escape method is indeed very unique. However, since Su Chen wanted the other party to die, he naturally didn't want to run out of his Wuji mountain. In the place where the Deathblade general was pulled by the space, another force suddenly formed in it. That's the power of time. As early as after the fourth runaway, Su Chen had initially mastered the power of this time manipulation, and now in his evolutionary database, he has shown the form of time manipulation LV7 Ren. In an instant. Similar to the time gem, a faint green time power rippled in it, and soon, all the time in this small area began to flow backwards. My goodness. At this time, the dwarf king Atri, who was hiding behind the furnace, couldn't help but scream. I saw an area high in the sky starting to reverse the flow of time, and the silhouettes that split into hundreds of strands of black smoke and escaped just like a movie played backwards, quickly gathered from a distance. For a time, the body of General Deathblade, revealing a mostly blurred phantom, took shape again. The fluctuations of time power directly acted on his body, and the physique that was reduced to faint smoke was plasticized and formed into a substantial body. At the same time, Su Chen, who was not affected by the reverse flow of time at all, has passed away in a flash, and his body just came directly to the other side. Under the slightly terrified face of the other party, with a puff, Su Chen's right hand penetrated the other party's heart without any obstruction, and a lively heart was even grasped by him. At the moment of taking it out, in an instant? It's too simple. The king of the dwarf kingdom, Atri, who couldn't believe this scene, had widened his eyes. The dwarves who escaped the fatal blow from the fangs of the vanguard were also in disbelief. Was that famous member of the Obsidian Five generals, the generals under the annihilation, defeated so terribly at the hands of this earth boy? You're dead pretty big, Su Chen said indifferently at this time. The body that was pierced by the heart did not die. Instead, a majestic vitality continued to emerge from this remnant body, and it suddenly returned to its original state, intact, and there was no trace of injury at all. The Deathblade general, who suddenly died and came back to life, raised the scythe and sharp blade in his hand and suddenly opened the distance. I'm not dead. Perhaps realizing that his escaping behavior was too humiliating, this Obsidian Five generals member still threw a harsh word. At this time, there were still some vanguard monsters roaring on the planet of the dwarf country, and in the distant starry sky behind, there was a superspace battleship hovering on the bright starry sky. The battleship even dropped airdrops, one by one, inaccurately speaking, they were cages with roaring vanguard monsters held in them. Kill all the dwarves, shoot me. At this time, the General Deathblade shouted. A few seconds ago, he suddenly realized a bad thing. The design drawings of the infinite gloves had already been given to the dwarf king. If he walked away by himself, wouldn't that mean sending ammunition to the enemy? Rush everything here. General Deathblade was reluctant to return to the headquarters of the Dark Legion in a daze and tell Thanos such bad news. If he learned that he lost the Infinity Gloves and gave it to an Infinity Stoneholder, then his life might not be saved. The great Titan Thanos has only been kind to one person, and that is Death, one of the 5 top universe gods. As for the mistakes of other people, without exception, they cannot be forgiven. If the last time the Earth invasion failed, and Loki still ran back, then it must be divided into 5 horses. At this moment, the distant interstellar battleship has turned on the railgun, and a beam of light full of energy is constantly accumulating, and it is about to launch an energy beam to completely destroy the entire dwarf country. But just after the second of brewing, there was a loud bang, and the entire railgun device suddenly burst itself open, and it exploded in this incredible way. No, the device has an inexplicable malfunction. There was also a lot of mourning in the command cabin. After the unidentified explosion of the railgun, the accumulated energy exploded directly on the spot, and the entire incomparably huge space battleship suddenly burst into thick smoke. Quickly separate the multiple cabins above to avoid a chain explosion. Just when the space battleship of the Dark Legion began its emergency rescue, an even more shocking and strange thing happened again. The airdrop cage, which was only dropped from the battleship, encountered a strong space storm in midair, which suddenly caused these cages full of vanguard monsters to escape the predetermined direction and blow into the unknown and confused Star Sea. Coincide. This is too coincidental. God bless Nidavellir. Many dwarves wept bitterly because of this, and even thought that the gods in the dark had blessed them. Really so coincidental? In this regard, the dwarf king Itui expressed his doubts, his eyes fixed on Chen in the air, and he intuitively told him that this person did everything. This is. At this moment, his eyes widened again, because King Itui saw that Chen, who was above the sky, had begun to release the next ability. I saw Chen's black and white eyes suddenly glowed with red luster, and this surge of energy even made the eye sockets look like red soldering irons. In less than 2 seconds, a terrifying aura continued to brew from it, and with a swoosh, I saw a dazzling hot sight beam suddenly penetrated the starry sky, and then suddenly landed on the space battleship far away. Boom. The incomparably huge starry sky giant was like a fragile cardboard. Under the blazing red light beam, there was no resistance at all, and it was penetrated from the inside to the outside in the blink of an eye. The entire hull exploded and disintegrated, and the violent explosion caused it to turn into splendid flames and fall into the unknown space. Daimi. Taking advantage of the moment Chen made his move, General Deathblade came back in a hurry. He felt that this was an opportunity for him, so the figure approached the enemy, and the scythe and sharp blade in his hand once again shone with a terrifying luster, and a slash that was enough to tear the starry sky fell head-on again. Kang. With a sound of metal collision, the blow was blocked again. The invisible energy barrier was superimposed with another layer of psychic power fluctuations, blocking the blow without a trace of danger. This time, General Deathblade's heart was completely broken, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and his entire mind had fallen into a dark and icy environment. Unexpectedly, when the other party is attacking the battleship, he can't make a sneak attack. Pity. Chen expressed his admiration for him, but listening to General Deathblade's ear was extremely ironic and sarcastic. But he couldn't think too much, because the other party's eyes were already looking directly at him. When General Deathblade looked at him at close range, he immediately felt that his spirit was severely damaged, and his soul seemed to be torn apart. This person's attainments in the spiritual realm far exceeded his imagination, so that, under this brief glance, he was already mentally paralyzed, and his body was unable to move. Could this guy have succeeded in obtaining the soul gem? This thought passed away in a flash. After all, General Deathblade knew that this gem also fell on the earth. Boom. Unable to move at all, naturally there is no way to deal with the next blow. A punch came, and the entire head of General Deathblade exploded. I didn't say, "I'm not dead." But in the next second, the gloomy words like a nightmare floated again, the head recovered again, and General Deathblade appeared in Chen's eyes like nothing. Another so-called immortal? Chen laughed a little at this time. After all, he had fought several enemies who claimed to be immortal before, but they all died without exception. In front of me, it's best not to mention the word immortal. His indifferent and cold eyes looked at General Deathblade, and in the same way, this man was once again unable to move. But Chen's next attack, but he directly squeezed his fist and landed on the giant sickle weapon, and with a bang, he poured all of it on the weapon with unparalleled strength. The Deathblade General has realized that his undead mystery has been seen through. What secrets do you have in front of the host of the Mind Stone? Chen said coldly. The so-called immortality and immortality of the General Deathblade is a very clever trick, a deception that is enough to deceive the sky and the sea. Interesting. Too bad. It's over. It's just that I bumped into myself. General Deathblade is dead. The so-called immortal body is actually just a very dramatic blindfold. The main body is not the figure in front of him, but a giant chain blade weapon he is holding. If you don't know it, you will believe it until you die, and will be played around by General Deathblade. It's a pity that Chen doesn't want to eat this set, and in front of the host of the Mind Gem, don't even think about any secrets. Obsidian 5 members killed in action. In the starry sky far away, the forces of the Dark Legion, which had already disintegrated and exploded in a space battleship, ushered in a tragic end. Despair. When the figure of Chen, who was above him, landed on the ground, he snapped his fingers at will, and the vanguard monsters who had not been completely wiped out were immediately wiped out by an invisible wave of reality. The rescued king of the dwarf kingdom, Atui, stood up from the ground immediately. He looked around and was surprised by the meteors formed by the wreckage of the spaceship. The man's eyes shot out a beam of light that penetrated a space battleship. What's even scarier and weirder is, I am afraid it is this Earthman who caused the orbital gun of the space battleship to malfunction just now, and it is also that he blew away those empty monsters by blowing a space storm. This man is simply mysterious and powerful. Godslayer. If you hadn't come, I'm afraid our dwarf kingdom would have been destroyed. The dwarf king Atri hurried over and showed his respect for Chen. I will speed up the work on your artifact immediately. Not only that, but in order to express your help to our dwarf country, I will also give you another artifact for free. Chen was non-committal about the name of God Killer, which was spread from the Asgardian domain, and didn't say much. But seeing that this guy is so good, Chen, who is the savior, is also very direct. He said, the previous artifact can be finished immediately. As for the other one, I don't need it. Of course, you just need to cast the infinite gloves for me immediately according to Thanos' blueprint. Infinite gloves? At this moment, even King Itui felt extremely shocked. But he quickly reacted. This Godslayer also has infinity stones, so didn't the Titan Thanos give this guy a big gift? Any host of the infinity stones will be the enemy of Thanos. When he thinks that the two of them are already enmity, maybe a great war will break out in the future, King Itui can't help but feel distant. Who doesn't want to see their artifact can play a dazzling light in a big battle? There is absolutely no problem with this request, and the casting will be completed within a month. As long as you have anything you need to command, you can tell us the dwarves. Atri made another promise. Chen nodded with satisfaction, and then, his eyes turned to the distance. Under the wreckage and fireworks that fell from the sky, an airship dedicated to escape was quickly escaping, although from Itri's perspective, it was a small black spot at the end of the field of vision. But Chen, who has a super long-sighted distance, is keenly aware of this. Since I found you, then go back and tell me something. Chen suddenly had an idea in his mind. The escape airship at the end of the field of vision was immediately absorbed by an invisible wave of psychic power. The distance and length of light are more powerful and more efficient than when Chen picked the stars for the piano on the anniversary. After a few minutes, when the light of the Rainbow Bridge pierced through the endless starry sky, Thor led a large number of Asgard troops finally came to reinforce. Chen at this time had already chosen to leave. And the escape airship also successfully flew away, carrying Chen's words to the depths of the universe countless light years away. Of course, before parting, Chen also specially instructed that the first customized artifact must be completed. After a few days, Chen returned to the dwarf country again and brought the artifact that had already been cast back to Earth. With the space gem, it is very convenient to jump through space. If you go to fly at the speed of light yourself, you don't know when you will fly. As for the artifact, the reason why Chen is so attentive is because Chen's birthday is almost approaching, and the artifact he cast is two ladies' bracelets. To this end, Chen also made a special trip to Asgard, specially let the three goddesses of fate add rune magic to it, and even polish finer lines. Life requires a sense of ritual. The 1.5-year anniversary was also deliberately passed. Moving to a new home even held a dinner party. Now that it's Chen's official birthday, it's even more important to prepare for the 10th time. Of course, it's two people's birthdays. The two souls are one body, and naturally they are not separated from each other. The Black Phoenix has no other name so far, so it must be called Chen, which is undoubtedly the best answer. Since the successful remodeling of the body by the Black Phoenix, the three people's official cohabitation life has also brought a lot of freshness and fun. Although the two women didn't talk about it, Chen naturally knew that they were planning their birthday party a month later. Yes. Also my 18th birthday. After leaving the academy for such a long time, Chen's face has already faded the last trace of childishness. The entire handsome face has sharp edges and corners, three-dimensional features, showing coldness and majesty. This kind of indifferent and arrogant temperament without anger and self-possession, with a slight frown, may also be naturally nurtured by Chen, who has been in various life and death battles in recent years and has been in contact with many large people. However, in terms of her real age, Chen was undoubtedly his elder sister 3 years older, and she was even his teaching assistant in the past. So much so now that Su Chen likes to be called Teacher Chen. They were secretly planning their birthday a month later. Of course Su Chen pretended not to know, so as not to break the atmosphere and create unnecessary embarrassment. To this end, the bored Su Chen also began to look forward to each other's second anniversary. On the first anniversary, I gave Chen a star and turned it into a ring. How about sending a planet of life directly on the second anniversary? He sighed. But before that, Su Chen also had an unresolved problem. That is Thanos. My challenge letter is almost here. If that guy dares to accept it, Thanos will come to the door in person. When the escape airship floating in the starry sky returned to the headquarters of the Dark Legion, it was already 11 Earth days later. After all, this escape airship does not have a curvature engine device, and can only fly to a specific wormhole channel in the universe at the speed of light, and make rapid transitions with it. The wormholes in this starry sky are like tunnels or highways in cities, which can quickly travel from one end of the universe to the other. After intercepting a spaceship, the remnant survivors who invaded the dwarf country Nidavel made it all the way to a dead planet in the depths of the universe. General Deathblade is dead? That guy specially asked you to come back, just to challenge me? On the floating throne suspended on the dead planet, Thanos' stalwart figure is sitting above. The reflection of him in the throne hangs on the bumpy ground, and also covers the survivors who are kneeling on the ground. Yes, General Deathblade is dead. The person who killed him was an Earthman. Those dwarves called him the God Killer. What's even more terrifying is that this guy has at least 2 Infinity Stones in his hands. The words fell. Thanos on the floating throne frowned rarely, and a pair of eyes showed a hint of madness. My mind gem and space gem. Combined with the information of the people on Earth, it is not necessary to think too much. It must be the local aborigines who stole Loki's soul gem, and have already obtained the Earth's space gem. Damn. This should have been something that he could easily get his hands on, but the evil god Loki, who had more than enough success, actually smashed the matter. But the tyrant is not too hasty. In the general time, only he who has received the revelation knows how to use the Infinity Stone perfectly. Those Infinity Stone holders in the past have simply slandered the power of this cosmic thing. Also, the design blueprint of General Deathblade has also been lost. That guy even asked those dwarves to cast him Infinity Gloves. The survivor swallowed his saliva, and finally revealed the last fact. This time, it made Thanos furious in his heart. What? His anger even led to killing intent, so that the surrounding ground suddenly disintegrated and collapsed, and the space around him was inexplicably distorted. The few people who knelt down and worshipped suddenly vomited blood under this murderous intent, and almost collapsed in this will and lost their lives in Wangchen. Thanos was obviously very angry. After all, the person who knelt down and worshipped was the one who was released on purpose from the Earth. Now this guy even dares to challenge himself. At this moment, his first consciousness was to take up this challenge and directly set off to kill the Earth. But in the next second, the killing intent around him was immediately recovered. Thanos held his right hand tightly, and his face was full of anger, because the reason in his heart told himself an answer, and he had to be more stable. Now he has just obtained the power gem from the accuser Ronan. If the other party does not have the Infinity Gloves, he will set off for the Earth immediately without saying a word. Even if the enemy has 2 Infinity Stones, he is not afraid. After all, the Earthman's control of the Infinity Stones is definitely not as good as his own, and coupled with the strength of his own Titan, he is naturally not afraid of this young man. But everything is different. The Infinite Gloves were actually succeeded by the opponent. Good boy, you annoyed me. Thanos held back his anger, and it was not only his courage but also his resourcefulness that made him famous in the universe over the years. Before that, he needs another Infinity Stone. The Soul Stone that has been pre-ordered has to hurry up. I remember this hatred. I'm not short of this time, Earth, I'll be there sooner or later. The Titan Thanos chose a brief period of forbearance, and under the challenge sent by Su Chen, he did not take revenge regardless of his mind. Whether it is comics or film and television, he is not the kind of person who is full of tyranny and murder, and is even resourceful to a certain extent. For example, the Kree General Ronan in the movie was blindly deceived by him and took the power gem for him. And the evil god Loki was promised by Thanos that Asgard belonged to him, otherwise he would not do his best for Thanos. His own strength and brains are naturally the reason why he was born in the universe in a few short years. Certainly. When intelligence meets love, it is undoubtedly a complete drop in intelligence. Half of the life of the universe, the Titan Thanos has always kept in mind, and the planets of life that wantonly kill everywhere are not even a side dish. Earthman, you wait for me. Earth. Manhattan City, top sky mansion, inside. Chen and Dark Phoenix have been asking about Thanos from time to time these days, and apparently they have learned that Chen has provoked Thanos. As for Thanos' plan to collect 6 Infinity Stones in order to snap his fingers and wipe out half of the life in the universe, he was even more aware of it. This is an extremely vicious, terrifying existence from the depths of the universe. It once brought a lot of shadows to the Earth. The Avengers have been in a lot of chains, and they can't help thinking about the behind-the-scenes commander of the Manhattan battle. The supreme mage Gu of Kamataj, Odin, the god of Asgard, and Heimdall, the patron saint, all expressed their fear of this terrifying existence in the universe. Obviously, Thanos is strong. Infinity Stones can't be thrown away. No matter how you think about it, it may be the most terrible enemy Chen will face in the future. Rest assured. If he's smarter, he should admit it. If there is no certainty of victory, this guy will never dare to come. Chen made them relax. He stepped forward, pressed Chen Lei's shoulder, and said, although I don't know when he will come, but if he really dares to come and threatens me, I will definitely know in advance. As an Omega-level existence in the spiritual realm, after acquiring the spiritual gem, he improved a lot, and thanks to his infinitely evolved physique, he also acquired a lot of spiritual field skills. Battle intuition allows him to take the lead in defending the enemy, and he will know every next move of the enemy. The extraordinary sixth sense is an early awakening, and now it has reached the level of LV-13. As long as the enemy dares to kill him in the solar system, he can perceive it in advance. So, Chen is not afraid of a sudden attack. Besides, can't you also predict? So relax your heart, since you have to face it sooner or later, it's better to kill the opponent in advance before they become stronger. Phoenix hosts can naturally know a thing or two about such threat warnings. Heard. Chen also nodded, no longer caring about this issue. That tyrant dares to kill, I must personally meet and kill him. The Black Phoenix was fighting with high spirits. Obviously, after reshaping her body, she couldn't help but find a few powerful enemies who had suppressed her slaughter for a long time. The exchange was naturally a snap of Chen's fingers. What? Black Phoenix covered his forehead with some grievances. However, she didn't care about this. She suddenly lost her mind, but if she was interested, she looked at Chen with a pair of water-cut eyes. She said, don't forget your birthday present in 5 days. That day was Chen Lei's birthday. Aren't you talking nonsense? How could I have forgotten? Chen laughed. I'm talking about myself, both Jean Grey's gifts. Dark Phoenix moved forward with 2 fingers, pointing at oneself in the piano on the sofa at the same time, and gestured at himself, obviously emphasizing that his gift must not fall. Ah, you reminded me. Chen's face was filled with surprise. No. You forgot. I want to. The Black Phoenix had already stood up in anger, stomping his feet, and even the violent ups and downs of his emotions leaked a trace of the power of the Phoenix. He's teasing you. At this time, Chen Gele couldn't help debunking Chen's lies. Don't look at the Dark Phoenix who walked out of the door arrogantly and indifferently. He didn't say a word. After all, this other consciousness, which has grown from a negative personality, is only more than 10 years old. Therefore, Chen often does not want the child in her eyes to be angry. At this moment, Chen also took off the disguised look of surprise, showing a smile, and even suppressed the opponent's phoenix fluctuations with one thought. 2 gifts. I remember. In order to stop being angry with her, Sunong instead changed the subject. What about my birthday present next month? After he asked, Black Phoenix was about to open his mouth, as if he was eager to take credit, and he was about to reveal all the details that he had concealed in the past. Cough cough cough. Chen Lei interrupted her immediately, and even stepped forward to cover her mouth. Stop, don't lie to her. Besides, birthday gifts should be kept mysterious, and you will be pleasantly surprised when you open them on the same day. With laughter and laughter, everyone ended the discussion on related topics. In the past few days, birthday celebrations, surprise gifts, these 2 important things have been lingering in the minds of the 3 living together. The 2 women are also discussing the details in private, estimating what the birthday present is. A day later, Chen successfully went to Asgard's realm alone and took 2 ladies' bracelets with polished details and patterns from the Lord Goddess of Destiny. Under the mountainside of rune magic, there is a bright luster. As for the Black Phoenix, he also wanted to make up for the ring that the other party was missing. After remodeling the body, the 2 women no longer shared one, which also meant that a commemorative ring was not enough. On the night of his birthday, there will be a meteor shower passing over the solar system. Chen has planned to pick the brightest meteor for Dark Phoenix at the most appropriate time to look up at the stars at the dinner that night. Surprise can be described as a real deal. As for why it was such a coincidence, it was because he set out in person, and with the help of the supreme mage Gu Yi, pulled a meteor shower that completely deviates from the solar system, and calculated the exact time that it would pass the Earth. Everything is so beautiful. Dream. To this end, Chen still rehearsed in his mind over and over again, even temporarily shelving his own practice. But that night, Chen suddenly woke up from a nightmare. He covered his face with his hands, and the pair of eyes hidden underneath were even bigger and bloodshot. In the past, against all-powerful enemies, even the red tank program, who threatened him with life and death at the beginning, never thought that he would be so stunned and frightened tonight. In addition to panic, there is also some confusion. This ray of confusion and unease seemed to make Chen return to the night when he first traveled, and he didn't know how to face his own disappointment. It is a kind of uncertainty about the future, and even a panic that doesn't know how to face it. He panicked and completely lost his mind. At this moment, Chen realized in a trance that one of the biggest threats in the past was actually ignored by him. Not the so-called Thanos who can wipe out half of the life in the universe with a snap of his fingers. But the power of the Phoenix itself. Yes. Chen dreamed that the Phoenix from the depths of the universe came and took away his woman's consciousness. At that moment, Qin Ji Lei was no longer Qin Ji Lei, but a real Phoenix. The anger of the Phoenix judgment burned the entire Earth, including himself. It's not fake. This nightmare is the result of his prediction. An ultimate threat beyond the single universe level, the Phoenix itself is coming. Not long after Chen woke up from the nightmare, the Phoenix girls on both sides of the cotton couch were also awakened. What's wrong? Is this a nightmare? Qin was a little surprised. She leaned over in light pajamas and hugged Chen, who looked helpless in front of her. This was the first time she saw Chen look so embarrassed. After being together for so long, the confused look of the man in front of her is even stronger than when she first met. The uneasy and fearful look made her panic inexplicably from the bottom of her heart. What the hell is going on here? Even in the face of all-powerful enemies in the past, he did not show such emotional fluctuations. Chen opened his mouth, feeling the warmth coming from his back. The expression on his face had recovered, and he knew that his gaffe had affected the two women just now. For a while, he didn't even know how to start. Nothing. The Black Phoenix has also leaned over at this time, and one hand has already tightly grasped Chen's right hand. Her face that always reveals all kinds of amorous feelings is completely cold and serious. At this moment, she may have understood something. Compared with Chen himself, the Black Phoenix, who controls more fluctuations in the power of the Phoenix, has inexplicably felt a call constantly flying from countless light years away. Chen didn't have nightmares in the past, and the sudden nightmare tonight was more of a prophecy to remind him. Phoenix is here. Chen pondered for a while, and stated this fact very calmly. This, after Qin Ji Lei heard the words, she was at a loss, and she was also inexplicably flustered, and apparently understood why Chen was so uneasy at this time. Phoenix, as the incarnation of life and emotion in the primitive universe, possesses infinite spiritual energy and infinite potential. This means that the Phoenix has already existed in the last multiverse. As the most ancient power, she keeps searching for living beings with excellent spiritual potential from all over the universe as her own container. This also means that there are various Phoenix hosts similar to Qin in the universe, and they are all selected children, waiting for the further call of fate. Because of the short history of Countermeasures, it does not involve too much of its content. But Asgard was different. Odin knew the existence of the power of the Phoenix, and their historical collections even recorded hundreds of thousands of phoenixes and tidal fluctuations. According to legend, the Phoenix Club uttered a cry from the depths of the universe, and its sound set off endless ripples and waves, turning into a tide that swept across half of the universe. In the galaxy swept by waves of Phoenix tidal fluctuations, once a person with abnormal mental ability appears, he will be selected as the Phoenix host. Every Phoenix host in the universe has their own ups and downs. The initial surge of spiritual power brings joy, but once they consume too much of this Phoenix power, they will completely transform into the Black Phoenix form. As a result, the vast majority of Phoenix hosts who were infected with negative emotions were completely out of control, destroying everything and burning everything. No one knows what the purpose of this Phoenix is. It is to destroy everywhere in the universe. I still want to find a container that can hold my strength to boost my strength. Under the flames of this ruling, someone else witnessed the power that annihilated everything and regenerated a universe. Destruction and rebirth, no one can understand what the Phoenix is for. In any case, I will not let you touch the Phoenix force area where the stock is coming. That may be the body of the Phoenix. Chen squeezed his fist. In the nightmare, the entire Earth burned to the ground, and on the dead planet swept by the flames of the phoenix, only the figure of Chen Gray stood above. The phantom of the phoenix lingered around her, and the fireworks were like quills. Wings spread like feathers. Even himself fell down at Phoenix's verdict. What power is this? A stalwart power beyond the single universe level? In the past, the god king Odin, who had reached the threshold of the single universe level, was tragically killed by the universe god group. Even if the heavenly father level existences such as earth gods were grouped together, they could not shake the god group. The disparity in strength is so great that the tactics of the sea of people are like a group of ants, which is really ridiculous. As for how to define the single universe level, the most one-sided understanding is that this kind of existence has the power to destroy a single universe, which is enough to pose a major threat to the ecology of the entire universe. Of course, there is also an understanding that this type of existence represents a cosmic law. The best example is the 5 creator gods of the universe. Death is a symbol of death in the universe, the master of all dead souls, and is the real embodiment of death. Eternity represents the time rule of a universe. Infinity represents the time rule of a universe. Annihilation is the embodiment of all unknowable and nothingness. The planet devourer, the famous Uncle Tun, is the pinnacle of destruction in the universe. According to Asgard's collection records, these 5 universe gods are not even limited to the current 616 universe, and their identical clones are spread across each single universe. When they are condensed in one place, they can reach the multiverse level. After a period of truthful explanation, Chen concealed the fact that he fell into the flames of the Phoenix Force, and he didn't want to let this information hurt them too much. Because the nightmare came so suddenly, he couldn't even continue to see what happened afterward. Will he stand up, or just fall into annihilation in history? To this, he was heartbroken. We'll face it together. Chen Lei still hugged Chen's back tightly, reassuring him not to worry too much. I won't let the Phoenix body touch you, Chen emphasized again. This is the second time he has said. The firmness of his words makes it hard to hold the slightest suspicion and shake. I'm going out. Chen sighed. I'll be back soon, you all go to sleep first. After explaining, Chen refused their company and insisted on leaving alone. After changing clothes, Chen came to Comatage, driven by a wave of space ripples. Due to the difference in time zones, there were bursts of lively sounds from the magic palace that was still in the daytime state. Under Wang's leadership, Chen soon met the Ancient One who was teaching Dr. Strange. You go down first. Ji Yiping backed away, looking at Chen's solemn and indifferent face, somewhat realizing that things seemed to be serious. Under Chen's disclosure, the news of Phoenix's upcoming arrival was also known to Ji Yi. This time, please use the time gem to see how many parallel branches there are. This is the intention of Chen's arrival. After all, Dr. Strange found the only way to win out of 14 million outcomes in film and television. Maybe Ji Yi can help himself. It's just that Chen didn't have much confidence in his heart. After all, in the previous communication, the prying eyes of the long river of fate seemed to be ineffective for him. Once all future events involved his participation, it would be blurred in a large area and could not be peeped. Ji Yi knew the seriousness of the matter and tried it immediately, but as I said before, all future timelines involving Chen were blurred. I can't do anything, it's like a fog, I really can't spy on what's going on. To this, Chen, who hadn't had much hope before coming here, interrupted and immediately turned around and left. Chen, I know that Chen Lei is very important to you, but before you want to help her, you need to stabilize your emotions. Supreme Mage Ji Yi reminded with a worried look on his face. It is still impossible to find out from the look on his face, but his looming invisible pressure even made the Wang who was leading the way quite uncomfortable. Ji Yi knew very well that Chen had already had turbulent emotional changes in his heart at this time. It was as if there was a force beneath him suppressed by him. Heard. Chen left without saying a word, and driven by the ripples in the space, he immediately went to the Asgardian domain. This time, he looked for the 3 goddesses of fate. Knowing all the past, grasping all the present, and predicting all the future, the 3 goddesses also have no understanding or clue of all the fate branches of the Phoenix's arrival. Fog again, shrouded in the branch of destiny in the future, unable to see clearly. In order to identify whether the other party deceived him or not, Chen savagely used the Mind Stone to pry open and read their memories. The current Chen Jian is like a volcano about to erupt, and like a very sensitive stray wildcat, his arm even scratched by him. Under the invasion of spiritual fluctuations, the 3 goddesses of fate were shaken and pale. Phoenix body has surpassed the single universe level, you should give up her. That's the most rational answer we can give. Even if she ends her life early, it will end this attraction and call, and the phoenix will no longer head towards the earth. After the end, they stabilized their minds and said in unison. Abandon Jean Grey? Even kill her? This simply touched Su Chen's inverse scale. His indifferent face even produced killing intent at the first moment. The surrounding sky was inexplicably dimmed, and the dull pressure covered the whole world, so much so that the three goddesses unable to bear it at the same time, he fell to his knees. Just when Su Chen, whose pupils were completely flushed, was about to execute the opponent, his raising his hand finally stopped. Su Chen, who forcibly suppressed the killing intent, took a deep breath, and after suppressing the mental energy that was on the verge of runaway, the whole person jumped away from Asgard under the power of the space gem. These days, they were supposed to welcome the celebration before Chen's birthday. But now, a major life threat that was completely ignored in the past has finally arrived. This is a question that Su Chen ignored in the past. Now I have to feel overwhelmed by this, and the cheerful atmosphere of the festival has been diluted all of a sudden, and the atmosphere of the whole family seems a little depressed. Black Phoenix is uncharacteristically and no longer so naughty and restless, appearing a bit gloomy, and the stable negative mood swings in the past also fluctuated violently. Qin Ji Lei kept showing smiles to warm the family, and she kept repeating her past life day after day. Every day, Su Chen is urged to get up, choose clothes for the Black Phoenix, tie his hair, cook for him, and encourage everyone with moving words, ignoring all the upcoming phoenix bodies as much as possible. On this day, the stir-fry was burnt. The sharp kitchen knife accidentally cut his finger. This time, it was completely revealed that there was a lot of unsettling factors hidden under Qin's gentle and moving smile. What the hell am I doing? Su Chen covered his forehead. As the head of the family and the pillar of the entire family, how could he be depressed and make Qin Bai worry about it? He grabbed Qin's hand and healed the small wound. As for the dark phoenix that has become extremely negative, it looks extremely dangerous, and the cold killing intent is self-evident, as if returning to half a year ago. After she made an excuse to leave after a while, she even played a drama of running away from home. Let me go. This naturally couldn't escape Su Chen's willpower fluctuations, and the dark phoenix was completely caught by him not long after he left the mansion in the sky. This cold and arrogant dark phoenix queen constantly struggled in Su Chen's arms, even using her own phoenix wave to get rid of the shackles of his arms. This woman even stole the space gem when she ran away from home, and she planned to leave the earth and fly away. Let me go. Are you crazy? The phoenix body is looking for me. Maybe it will leave your piano, leave the earth, and go to me specifically. Dark Phoenix gradually lost its struggle. The highly arrogant queen also stopped trying to attack the defenseless lover. She is in a hurry. A pair of water-cut eyes soaked in tears, looking at Su Chen angrily. You are as important to me as Qin, and that's not your reason for leaving. Su Chen hugged her tightly, no longer let her leave him at all, and even confiscated the space gem in her hand. When this mad woman lost control of her emotions, she did not choose to vent her anger and wantonly destroy everything. Instead, she made the biggest sacrifice she thought she was, trying to use herself as a bait to lure the phoenix body away. It is conceivable that this dark phoenix, who has been silent for a long time, has made such a determination at home to make such a decision to sacrifice himself. But she was chased back. Having received the equally important oath that Su Chen said personally, Dark Phoenix was naturally happy in his heart, and his heart was filled with endless sweetness. Problem still not resolved? What do you want to do? Do you want to face the phoenix body? If he didn't escape, could Su Chen still want to deal with it alone? Certainly. Don't forget, I am truly immortal. The stronger I get, the stronger the phoenix's arrival may only make me stronger. After returning to the mansion, Su Chen told Qin and Dark Phoenix about his decision. Escape doesn't solve problems. Since this is the case, now we must completely solve this major problem that was ignored in the past. Rest assured, just like in the past, I will withstand this pressure, and then become stronger from it. Just as he faced Red Tan per gram at the beginning, faced Magneto, faced Apocalypse, and faced God King Odin, what can't kill him will only make him stronger. With so many clear examples ahead, how can they not be reassured? Heard. Everyone fell silent, and the atmosphere became very quiet. The truth is right. What doesn't kill Su Chen only makes him stronger. His infinitely evolved immortality and immortality physique can benefit greatly from it. It's not a danger, we can see it as an opportunity. Su Chen reassured them and described to them the prospect that he would evolve from it, and maybe he would successfully step into the threshold of the single-handed universe in one fell swoop. After the words, everyone who had already eaten at the dinner table was also silent. Qin Ji Lei even shook her head at this, expressing that the risk was too great, and the battle with the phoenix body was beyond the limit of imagination. Maybe, in the face of this threat beyond the single universe level, Su Chen's body will disappear in the moment of contact, and completely annihilated and disappeared under the ruling of the phoenix. At that time, will his body cells really be left behind? Can he really be reborn and resurrected from it, adapt to it, and evolve new abilities? In this regard, Su Chen patted his heart and said that it must be possible. In fact, even the two women here are not sure about the real answer. The battles that threatened Su Chen's own life in the past could not destroy Su Chen's whole body, and there is no corresponding example at all. Whether Su Chen can successfully evolve in the face of the phoenix body a few days later is indeed an open question. Let's go out for a walk tomorrow, take a look at the stars and see the scenery in outer space. Looking at the silent atmosphere during the period, Su Chen announced his plans for the next few days. Do not worry. It must be alright. In the bottom of Su Chen's heart, he has decided to send Chen's birthday present in advance. Obviously, he had prepared for the worst. After one day, Mr. Fantastic Reed, known as Marvel's #1 IQ, immediately discovered an unknown power fluctuation in his space monitoring room. Wherever this force passed, a piece of starballs turned to ashes. What is even more terrifying is that the direction from which this force is rushing is the solar system. The speed is extremely fast, and it is like a wave swept in. This is coming towards our Earth. It didn't take long. Thor, the god of thunder, who came from Asgard, told a huge piece of bad news. The phoenix body, which is enough to judge all things, will come from the depths of the universe. Tell Su Chen, let Qin Ge Lei leave the Earth immediately, or the whole world will be destroyed because of him. If not handled properly, it can even lead to the collapse of a galaxy or even a universe. The best thing is to get rid of Qin Ge Lei in advance. Thor sighed and said helplessly, what? This news also scared the entire Avengers, and even the Fantastic Four. Is a past savior of the Earth likely to endanger the entire planet and even the entire universe today? No. Even if I give Su Chen the head in person, I have to tell him that his woman is very dangerous, let her get out of here quickly, and even for the sake of the universe, she must die. A superhero stepped forward and decided to take a risk. Such an answer is undoubtedly very chilling. After all, Su Chen is the savior of the Earth in the past, and now someone proposes to execute his woman. Don't talk nonsense, they've left Earth. At this time, Agent Hill, director of S.H.I.E.L.D., had come to the Avengers building, and she announced the news. The reason why she is so convinced is because the mansion in the sky in Manhattan has long been empty. Naturally, S.H.I.E.L.D. did not dare to inquire about Su Chen's news again. The reason why they knew about it was because Su Chen and others had been in and out of Manhattan too frequently in recent days, especially shopping in the mall attracted the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. However, after moving back for so long, Hill did not dare to let anyone come to the door. After all, she would not make fun of herself. Certainly, she was not so pedantic. After realizing that the Phoenix was about to come, she still went to the door in person, but no one responded. Combined with the outer space information captured by satellites in low Earth orbit, showing that Phoenix gradually deviated from the trajectory, she realized that Su Chen and others may have left the Earth. Yes. The trajectory of the Phoenix tidal fluctuations has gradually deviated from the solar system. Mr. Fantastic Reed said. The superhero Punisher who was clamoring for an explanation just now looked a little embarrassed. Anyway, he has also saved the Earth in the past, let's be cool. At this time, the Iceman Poppy, who had not appeared for a long time, stood up and said at this moment. After the Apocalypse incident, the Omega-level mutant was only detained for a relatively short period of time, and then he was pried by the S.H.I.E.L.D. Compared with the comics, the scale of the Avengers in the world in front of us is undoubtedly stronger, not only the classic old members, but also the well-known superheroes such as Wolverine, Iceman, Luke Cage, Punisher and so on. Scarlet Witch and her younger brother Quicksilver are also targets, but they were directly rejected due to their utopian relationship. But, can the first mutant really survive? The crowd fell silent for a while. Thor, the god of thunder, shook his head. Hope is a little slim. The arrival of the Phoenix body is beyond the existence of the single universe level. It is difficult for the current Su Chen to meet the enemy. The gap is really too big. It was a great luck that the God King Odin of the Year could save his life from the cosmic god group. Now, although this Phoenix body is not in full bloom, it also has a calendar area that surpasses the single universe level. It just depends on whether fate and good fortune can open their eyes to them. Maybe just run away. In fact, in the face of Su Chen's almost crazy action to face the Phoenix body alone, Qin Ge Lei and Dark Phoenix decided to reject this proposal after discussing it. After all, it's really an adventure, and there is a more conservative plan that has not yet been implemented. Let's go. It's not our dream to go to the deep space of the Azure universe, let's set off now, and the Phoenix is willing to follow. They have space gems and can undoubtedly easily jump and travel anywhere in the universe. This is really a good conservative approach. During this period, Chen can also deepen his own abilities, and then face the Phoenix body that follows him after he has full confidence. Escape is shameful but useful. Especially at the suggestion of the two girls, everyone packed up their luggage, gifts and daily necessities, and left the Earth since then. This idea was well validated at the outset. Chen quickly realized that the Phoenix body had indeed deviated from the direction of the solar system and was heading towards them, and the strong idea of calling was frequently trying to establish a connection with the two women. Once the connection deepened, Chen did not hesitate to take the two away directly. But just 2 days later, they realized how ridiculous the plan was. The Phoenix body no longer deviates from the course, and flew towards the solar system again, as if it was determined that they would definitely return to the Earth. They can escape. More than 6 billion people on Earth cannot escape. In the alien star, Chen woke up from a nightmare again. This time he dreamed that the Earth was caught in boundless fireworks, and then collapsed in the starry sky, and countless lives were turned into ashes under the fireworks of the Phoenix judgment. Before dying, he seemed to have heard the prayers and shouts of his fellow mutants. Chen felt something, and suddenly realized that this is another 10 parallel branch lines. If you can't go back, let them die. This is the voice of the Dark Phoenix. And Chen was silent. Chen frowned, knowing that Chen's character has become very virtuous after stripping away negative emotions, and now in this situation, she undoubtedly wants to sacrifice herself to save the life of the entire Earth and even her own. The original plan, I can handle it. Chen firmed up his thoughts, and he decided not to run away from the face, even if he might end up paying his own life. Looking at the vast white alien environment with no life, he sighed, and he probably wouldn't be able to live his birthday scheduled for tomorrow. It is estimated that the meteor prepared before this will be missed. It's a pity, it's really a pity. Chen suppressed the unhappiness in his heart, he sighed, and finally, he couldn't hold back and took out 2 birthday gifts. If you give it now, it's too much like a flag. We'll live on. The next day. Earth. At this moment, all the superheroes were on alert, because they once again observed that the Phoenix tidal fluctuations swept from the depths of the universe were about to reach the solar system dragon. Under such a tight time, top scientific research talents such as Mr. Fantastic Reed and Iron Man Tony couldn't keep up with completing the anti-Phoenix armor in his mind. They observed the outer space of the solar system from Harper's telescope, inexplicably dyed with a bright red luster. The Phoenix came to the solar system at a faster speed than they imagined. With her arrival, even if they are on the Earth, every human being feels that the surface temperature is rising inexplicably, especially in many equatorial regions. The blazing high temperature even melts the surface of many car bodies, and many people suffer from heat stroke on the spot. Die quickly. Even if the government deliberately blocked the news to avoid panic among the whole people, the news that threatened the whole world still spread like wildfire. And at this moment, a figure had already surpassed the vast expanse of space, quietly watching the Phoenix rushing in from a distance. The blazing fireworks spread to the end of the entire field of vision, and in the blur, a Phoenix phantom was looming, and the fireworks covering the surrounding were more like her feathers and wings, flapping and flying. A red firework swept from the edge of the solar system, gradually spreading forward. The boundless red fireworks that stretched all around were the wings and feathers of this Phoenix. As she approached, the illusory figure of the entire Phoenix became more and more apparent, and a pair of star-like pupils stared at Chen, who was far away. Compared to the insignificant Chen, the Phoenix in front of him was so huge and boundless. At this moment, he only felt that the whole universe was beginning to put pressure on him. Clang. For no reason, a Phoenix cry resounded even more loudly. At this moment, Chen's heart trembled, and he only felt that the vision in his eyes was shaking incomparably, as if the entire universe was shaking violently. He was in pain for no reason, because under this incomparably crisp sound of the Phoenix, he only felt that his soul was shattered, and the entire spiritual world collapsed inexplicably. Phoenix, with endless spiritual power, symbolizes the endpoint of the spiritual connection of all things. Even if it is an omega-level existence in the spiritual field, and even holds the spiritual gem for a period of time, Chen still cannot resist this power. Chen spat out a mouthful of blood for no reason. Under the violent turbulence of his thoughts, he only felt that his consciousness was inexplicable, and it seemed that he could not feel the passage of time at all. When he returned to his senses, he realized that the Phoenix was about to cover his entire body. Obviously, his own consciousness really broken the link for some time. This moment. Chen panicked for no reason, looking at the incomparably huge Phoenix Phantom. He only felt that he was being mocked. The sixth sense warning failed, and it failed to prevent me from returning to my senses in advance. Even the emotional fluctuations that had been suppressed for a long time a few days ago could not be awakened at this moment. Yes. After all, the mental runaway that erupted like a volcano was completely quelled by an external force. It's Phoenix. The so-called link point of the spiritual soul of all things, the creator and source of all life and spiritual power. At this moment, Phoenix ruthlessly obliterated his emotions, making Chen's prepared spiritual runaway disappear for no reason. Even if the Phoenix deity in front of him is only at the single universe level, and even the realm does not seem to be stable, it is far less than the multi-universe level in its heyday. Phoenix, who had hoped to recover his strength through the parasitic host, also crushed himself at this moment. Chen only felt that his body had begun to withstand an incomparably huge amount of heat, and the energy barrier around his body began to dissolve. Under the ultimate destructive power of the Phoenix Force, both the telekinetic barrier and the energy barrier were not enough to look at. Everything seems to be heading for a sign of collapse, and no one knows the next Phoenix ruling. At this time, after being confused, he suppressed the mental trauma caused by the power of the Phoenix. Chen looked at the phantom of the Phoenix in front of him, and his will became firm again. Don't try to take away the piano. Before coming, he had already prepared for the worst. The first hole card, active spirit runaway, failed. Then he can only play the second hole card. When he came here, he also made a special trip to the sun, the so-called is to draw more solar flares and sunspot energy from it. Don't try to take away the piano. Unfortunately, he still couldn't give this gift with his own hands on Chen's birthday. Let me see how hard your life is. The words just fell. Forcing the boundless mental pressure, Chen's figure suddenly burst into a dazzling light at this moment. The blazing golden light rose up, and there seemed to be another brilliant golden star in the space. Let's die together. With a voice that was almost roaring, Chen's figure turned into a golden meteor, advancing forward, wrapped in majestic whole body strength, and suddenly slammed into the Phoenix covering a solar system. At this moment, his whole body was already on fire with trillions of cells, and even more so was a desperate surge of power. Every cell is no longer working like a melting pot as in the past, but is desperately squeezing, self-destructing from the inside out, and desperately releasing all the power in it. Chen, the death of a single cell is enough to release tremendous energy. But now, it is the complete self-destruction of the trillions of cells in the body, venting any trace of power hidden in the body. This is mixed with countless majestic energy drawn from the sun. Solar flare, unleash all the power in the body, at the cost of all life, and this happens to be the inspiration that Chen got from Superman's ultimate move. In this way, when Chen's figure completely crashed into the Phoenix, it slammed into it like a sun. The wanton and majestic golden energy instantly made the power of the Phoenix that filled half of the solar system tremble. The solar system was completely rendered into golden light after this second. When the power of the Phoenix continued to dissipate, Chen's consciousness was already somewhat dead, and the light was like a candle in the wind. Only the overlapping figures of Chen and Dark Phoenix flashed through his mind. At last he also remembered today's birthday commemoration, and sighed that after the last sentence, unfortunately, he didn't send the gift. His entire consciousness fell into nothingness and completely dissipated. Boom. Under the collision of the two forces, a huge celestial body far away was tragically affected, and the surface was instantly shattered by the aftershock of the force. In less than half a minute, the entire body was completely cracked from the outside to the inside. What's even more frightening is that the fight that was at the outer periphery of the solar system caused a space storm, and bursts of energy tidal fluctuations swept the entire solar system. The surfaces of multiple planets have been ravaged by heat. Before waiting for the impact of the tidal storm, the Earth completely paralyzed all electronic equipment at this moment, and the world fell into endless darkness. What is even more terrifying is that, not long after, the space energy storm finally officially swept the Earth, and all satellites outside the low Earth orbit were twisted and melted in the heat wave. The surface atmosphere of the Western Hemisphere was severely damaged, and many buildings with extremely high altitudes collapsed in an instant. Among them, this includes the Avengers building in Manhattan. After the heat wave landed, it set off a terrible heat tornado, which caused a large number of urban destruction and casualties in many parts of the Americas. The world is in a panic. But Chen sacrificed everything in his body and didn't get the answer he wanted. Phoenix is not dead. Under Chen's desperate self-destruction, the battered Phoenix deity did not die at all. Her strength was weakened too much, and her entire body split into more than 10 Phoenix powers. Then, under the sweep of the energy storm, it seemed to turn into meteors and flew towards the Earth. The remaining instinctive consciousness of the power of the Phoenix is still looking for its host. It will make her stronger. And on this day, the Earth is about to usher in a brand new era of Phoenix apostles. Under the blow of Su Chen's self-destruction, the Phoenix that swept across the solar system collapsed after all. However, this force was not enough to completely consume her, but it turned into more than 10 under this bombardment. The Phoenix fragment fell to the Earth. At first, it was like a meteor shower across the Earth's atmosphere, but when it slanted across the sky, it was scattered all over the world. What is this? Human beings all over the world were shocked by this. Under the space storm caused by the aftermath of the power just now, the electronic equipment of the entire Earth was completely paralyzed. The blazing flare fluctuations even temporarily rendered a starry sky golden. The area during the day is fine. Under the eerie atmosphere of darkness mixed with pale gold, people in the Western Hemisphere suddenly found that 2 Phoenix fragments fell straight toward Manhattan. A Phoenix shard selected the strong-willed Captain America Steve. Another Phoenix fragment happened to fall on the Xavier Academy of Gifted Boys and touched Cyclops Scott inexplicably. Coincidentally, the Phoenix fragments that fell to the Earth frantically welcomed their hosts, either because of their strong mental strength, outstanding willpower, or because of their personal strength. One of the Phoenix fragments fell in the Atlantic Ocean, and the Sea King Namor was also promoted to the Phoenix Apostle. One fell on the African section, and the Black Panther, the King of Wakanda, was also promoted to Phoenix Apostle. All over the world, one after another welcomed the Apostles bathed in the fluctuations of the Phoenix. They were surrounded by the terrifying power of the Phoenix. The power of the whole person skyrocketed exponentially, and even the breath became extremely dangerous and dark. Team Leader. Looking at Captain America Steve surrounded by red flames, Tony the Iron Man only felt an extremely strange and dangerous aura from it. Stop me. She's eroding my spirit, trying to merge with the other pieces. Captain America Steve's face was already twisted, and he was stunned to convey important information with his steely will. But in the next second, the entire terrifying team immediately launched an attack on the Avengers in front of him. Cyclops Scott, who was not far away, ran out of control in an instant, and directly fought with the X-Men, but even if it was just a Phoenix fragment, the power it gave was far beyond what these people imagined. In just a moment, the X-Men were defeated and many members were seriously injured. Ignoring the existence of these human beings, the Cyclops that turned into a Phoenix Apostle had already soared into the sky, turning into a meteor like a shooting star and shot towards another Phoenix Apostle Captain America not far away. After the birth of the Phoenix Apostles, they began to criticize each other, trying to reunite. And this is just the appetizer, and the more daunting scene has been staged from an ocean. No one thought that the Sea King Namor, who was promoted to the Phoenix Apostle, raised his sacred trident and ordered the ocean to obey his will to control the long waves and suddenly head towards Wakanda. In this natural and man-made disaster, a thrilling fight began to unfold. It's Jean and Dark Phoenix. They were naturally not allowed to follow Su Chen to space, and could only wait on the surface of the Earth. But when the mind realizes that Su Chen's life fluctuations are gradually dimming, Chen has not had time to be too sad and collapsed, and was accidentally caught by the falling Phoenix fragment. The sudden surge in the power of the Phoenix also made Chen Ge-lei, who was extremely sad, want to run wild and out of control. Go away. I'm afraid of hurting you. From this moment, Chen gritted her teeth and reminded. It's not certain who will hurt who. The Black Phoenix was quite straightforward, and didn't plan to back down at all. Instead, it forced the other party to suppress his emotions. The existence of one soul and two souls in the past seems to be about to fight for this. After 10 minutes, the vast and boundless solar system is still filled with an energy aftermath, but the Su Chen that directly caused this action has only a half remaining skeleton. The self-destruction of the trillions of cells in his body defeated the Phoenix beyond the single universe level, but this also caused Su Chen's body to suffer an unprecedented collapse. But in a short period of time, this half-remained skeleton has already revived with vitality, and the skeleton has grown again, and as if it had been tempered by the Phoenix catastrophe just now, a faint golden luster appeared on the surface of the entire skeleton. As if a small universe was linked to the wreckage, endless life fluctuations and power continued to emerge, rapidly recovering and growing his whole body. The rapid formation of the root bone scaffold also allowed the flesh and blood to grow rapidly under the skeleton, and the tendons, blood vessels, and even the skin on the longevity body began to recover perfectly. In just an instant, Su Chen's body returned to its original appearance. At this moment, the real myth of immortality and immortality is perfectly confirmed on Su Chen's body. At this moment, a ray of consciousness was suddenly born in the extremely dark world, and the will that was completely silent in nothingness just came. After Su Xing, the will to return from nothingness is still extremely depressed, and his mind is completely blank, and he can't think of anything. He just looked down at his hands blankly. But when he felt the fluctuations of the phoenix power remaining around him, he felt a memory surged into his mind, which was the scene where he rushed towards the phantom of the phoenix without hesitation. Not dead yet. The telepathic ability made him immediately understand that more than a dozen phoenix fragment fluctuations fell on the earth, releasing strong signal fluctuations like a signal light. He remembered his own name, Phoenix. That was his enemy. Even the enemy who would attack at all costs for it. Other than that, there is not much memory to recall. At this moment, with an indifferent face and no mood swings, Su Chen looked at the earth, and he decided to look for the phoenix. After all, it was the enemy he had not yet dealt with just now. The whole body of clothing has long been destroyed, and the tall and strong body is covered with slender and muscular muscles, without any bloat. In a single thought, he, who was self-taught without a teacher, suddenly displayed a brand new ability. Under the ultimate destruction of the power of the phoenix, Su Chen learned the ability to initially control molecules at this moment, and the atoms, molecular structures and energy particles of various substances can be controlled by him. Next second. With his thoughts, the surrounding small molecules of matter gathered on the surface of his body, forming a black shirt. Exuding the breath of strangers, the completely cold and ruthless black Su Chen flew to the earth. Exuding an icy aura, Su Chen, who had no emotion at all, just followed his instinct and began to chase the enemy whose consciousness fell into nothingness, Phoenix. She is not completely dead. Although he can't recall why he killed this enemy for the time being, since he did it before, now after Su Xing, he will also fully fulfill this responsibility. At this moment, his figure subconsciously soared through the sky and flew away in the direction of the earth. Just when Su Chen came over from Su Xing from the endless nothingness, the battle between the Phoenix Apostles had already started violently. Captain America Steve was bathed in the fluctuations of the Phoenix, and threw an iconic shield in his hand. Under the blessing of the power of the Phoenix, this vibrating shield unexpectedly resisted Cyclops Scott's light bundle. Kang. Along with smashing the opponent's laser beam, under the influence of the reaction force, this vibrating gold shield flew to the hand of the esteemed Steve who was running. Die. Captain America Steve, who is a Phoenix Apostle, has a distorted face. Obviously, his willpower has long been dominated by his own negative emotions. The whole person looks very crazy, and he wants to kill Cyclops Scott in front of him. Captain, wake up. In order to stop the fight between the two, the entire Avengers tried to stop them with the strength of their milk. When the two people's Phoenix fluctuations caused violent agitation when they collided head-on, the incomparably terrifying power fluctuations lifted their figures, and even cut off the surrounding buildings, because all the buildings collapsed. Stop them. Don't let them go. Iron Man Tony's expression collapsed. He drove his latest nano-armored suit and activated the house party system. Dozens of automated steel suits flew out of the base to save more innocent people from distress. Of humans. Before that, the space storm had completely paralyzed the electronic equipment of the entire city. The surroundings were dark, and electricity could not be restored in a short period of time, and the entire Western Hemisphere seemed to return to its original life. But in less than a second, the remaining power of the Phoenix power that the two Phoenix Apostles surged out created a huge storm of power, as if it would bring the entire city into hell. The blazing Phoenix power light rendered the entire city pale red. Compared to them, a great epic catastrophe has broken out far away. The Sea King Namor, who was promoted to the Phoenix Apostle, was ignorant of all living beings, as if he was going to sink the entire continent, commanding the turbulent ocean, and suddenly crashed into the East African continent. This tsunami far beyond human records and observations has arrived, and the height of the tsunami with the height of several skyscrapers exceeds the limit of all imagination. Boom. In less than half a minute, the entire mysterious country of Wakanda was submerged and covered by this epic tsunami. What? The Black Panther T'Challa, the king of Wakanda, screamed in pain. He, who was also promoted to the Phoenix Apostle, wielded all the strength of his body, forming an incomparable barrier, struggling to support the front. However, the tsunami is really boundless, and the seawater infiltrating on both sides flanks from both sides, and also covers the country of Wakanda behind. What is even more terrifying is that the Sea King Namor is killing them all, and there are figures lurking in the sea, coming with the tsunami. It turned out that this was the Atlantis army under his command. Kill them. Sea King Namor stood on the top of the waves and shouted. Namor, who is famous in the comics as the Little Prince, specializes in causing trouble, and is also very irritable by nature. Now, under the influence of a phoenix fragment, he has let go of himself and killed indiscriminately. I can't spare you. Compared to Namor, who can dominate the ocean, T'Challa, the Black Panther, the King of Wakanda, still suffers too much. Under the impact of the epic disaster, he only felt that his bones were about to fall apart while supporting him in front of him. In the end, he couldn't hold it any longer, the barrier shattered, and a tsunami hundreds of meters high slapped and fell, crashing into Wakanda. Black Panther only felt a pain in his heart, and it was conceivable that his people would all be buried in this catastrophe. Helplessness, despair, pain, murderous intentions. The violent negative emotions stimulated the growth of Phoenix's power. T'Challa's power has skyrocketed since then, and the whole person has gone berserk. I'm going to kill you to avenge my dead Wakanda people. The Black Panther roared, rushed up, and attacked the Sea King Namor who was riding on the waves. The Phoenix fluctuations of the two continued to stir, and the surrounding seawater continued to evaporate, and the ultimate destructive power erupted, and the surrounding space was faintly about to collapse. Perhaps the death of too many Wakanda people stimulated the Black Panther, but in a few seconds, he was completely out of control and advanced to the Dark Phoenix stage ahead of Namor. The red fireworks bathing all over the body was completely dyed black at this moment, and the destructive power that annihilated the world began to easily suppress this Namor. And at this very moment, Chen, who flew from the Earth's atmosphere, has already felt two Phoenix breaths that are relatively close. He didn't hesitate. With an instinctive flight, he suddenly flew to the battlefield of the two. In less than a few seconds, the aftermath of the terrifying power set off bursts of shockwaves, which slammed into the entire sky, but Chen, who had come, was completely indifferent, not even a single stagnation, and continued on the big battlefield. What's even more amazing is that Chen, who was gradually caught in the aftermath of the Phoenix at this moment, did not use ability control at all, nor did he use psychodynamic fluctuation. You must know that this is the skill he is the best at and the most proficient at in the past. At this time, there was no emotional fluctuation at all, and the extremely cold and blackened Chen had forgotten his two abilities, and even the means of activating the trillions of cells in his body had not been used in the slightest. But Chen, who seems to be incapable of fluctuations, was easily controlled by his newly mastered molecular manipulation ability when the Phoenix fluctuations that were enough to annihilate the air and annihilate the world swept across his body. The ability is already related to atoms, and at the molecular level, he understates it so that the Phoenix particles that touch the body are annihilated and dissipated. This bizarre scene even caused the Phoenix Apostle who was in a state of rampage to stop his hands abruptly, looking at the opponent who came suddenly with some surprise. Under the battle between the two Phoenix Apostles, the surrounding air was about to collapse, and the ground spreading around under the feet was covered with layers of seawater that had not yet completely ebbed. On the surface of the sea, the wreckage of the Wakanda buildings, and even the corpses floating on the sea surface continue to float with the sea. As for the end of the field of vision, most of the city buildings of the Wakanda country have already surfaced, and a group of Atlantis who are good at naval warfare and the surviving Wakanda people are constantly dealing with reaping their lives. From this, it can be seen that the epic tsunami caused by the Sea King Namor is completely conscientious and ruthless, and it is no wonder that the Black Panther T'Challa completely lost his sense and came to the Black Phoenix form. It's a tough fight with Namor, but at this crucial point, a figure came in a miraculous and strange way. Prompted by instinctual vigilance, the two present stopped the battle, and both eyes turned to the man who came from the sky and was in the middle. Such a slender and robust body does not have any energy fluctuations, and does not show any strength. If it wasn't for this guy hanging in the air, I'm afraid he wouldn't have any ability at all. But the strange thing is that the waves of Phoenix waves that lingered upward were unable to touch and hurt the opponent's body, and even inexplicably annihilated and dissipated, completely disappearing. This guy is dangerous. This is an instinctive response. Especially the face of the other party showed no emotional fluctuations, his face was indifferent, exuding inhuman indifference, when a pair of indifferent eyes swept over. Even the Black Phoenix who had just been mad and roared inexplicably stopped. Black Panther T'Challa only felt a trace of his will return, and instinctively felt only a trace of danger. It's like a lion and a little white rabbit in nature. Even if the lion is dozing, there is no threat. But the little white rabbit still has an instinctive fear when they meet. This is derived from the natural crushing of the bottom creatures by the top predators in the food chain. However, the return of the will for a while, still couldn't make T'Challa in the state of the Black Phoenix suppress his killing intent. After he roared, the power of the Phoenix was agitated, and he ran directly to the figure in front of him. The high speed directly left behind afterimages, and then came within the reach of the enemy in an instant. Swish. The Black Phoenix flames lingered in the Black Panther's vibranium armor, and the vibranium-sharp blade protruding from both hands was like an enchantment. The surging Phoenix power emerged and condensed, and stabbed the figure suspended in the air. But just between the lightning and flint, Chen punched, and before the enemy's sharp thorns touched his body, his fist came first, and with a bang, the opponent was the first to fly away. Puff. The Black Panther T'Challa spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, and his figure suddenly flew hundreds of meters away like a shell. After doing this scene, Chen, who was in the air, was still so cold and ruthless. He looked down at his fist, and seemed to appear a little hesitant. In fact, at this moment, he did not have the slightest emotional fluctuations to forget his too many abilities, but under the instinctive muscle memory, he naturally punched, and then repulsed the incoming enemy. After all, in his opinion, the speed of the opponent's attack was too slow, and it was completely under his own dynamic visual observation. After that, without too much hesitation, he just threw a punch based on his instinctive reaction, easily knocking people back completely. Everything is in order, but it seems unpretentious. Dare to disturb my interest, you will die together. Sea King Namor did not flinch. Under the erosion of the power of the Phoenix Apostle who drowned Wakanda instead waved the sacred trident in his hand with great interest. In an instant, the seawater that was about to retreat just now came from the far end of the field of vision again, and under the layers, a tsunami wave with a height of hundreds of meters was formed under Namor's feet again. Ha ha ha, I remembered, you are the kid who came to my Atlantis and beat me. Die. All to die for. Namor, who was full of madness, suddenly remembered that Chen had visited his own country, which was a not-so-glorious history. This can be described as a new hatred and an old hatred. In just a moment, Namor also gradually transformed into the second stage of the power of the Phoenix, the Black Phoenix form. Namor, the Black Phoenix who rode the huge waves, screamed wildly, and the unique sacred trident in his hand released a terrifying light. At this moment, he rushed towards the figure in front of him with the power of heaven and earth. Chen, who was indifferent in front of him, just punched. This punch. Another unpretentious straight punch. However, when this punch was slammed out, the monstrous waves in front of them suddenly collapsed. Under the destruction of the terrifying force, an incomparably conspicuous gap suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. What is even more exaggerated is that this punch even broke the ocean at the far end, just like the miracle of Moses dividing the sea. Morgan, the Sea King who jumped ahead of the waves to avoid, didn't retreat. Instead of being shocked, he laughed, and flew towards Chen with the artifact in his hand like a madman. Clang. Before this sacred trident came through, Chen's left hand was already raised, but it was very easy to grasp the middle blade of the trident. Under this understated action, the Sea King, who was surging with enormous power in his arms, was unable to take an inch, and even the waves of phoenixes that lingered around this divine weapon were inexplicably annihilated and dissipated. Under the dilated pupils of the Sea King Namor, the sacred trident weapon that symbolized the throne of Atlantis immediately began to disintegrate. Others are stupid. But it can only be forced to let go, because this molecular wave that annihilates all things spreads to his own hands. I want you to die. People who follow normal logic have already retreated quickly at this moment, but Namor obviously does not belong to this category. The completely red-eyed Sea King shouted loudly, stirred up the phoenix fluctuations all over his body, and waved his fists to attack the figure near Chi-Chi. Chen, who disliked the noise, finally frowned at this moment. Under the inexplicable boredom, the power emerging from the new body was even more exaggerated than in the heyday of the past. Boom. Another fist that came first. This moment. The dark phoenix Namor in front of him was smashed through his body with a punch, and his entire body was blown into a bloody mist under the close-range burst of power fluctuations. One punch blast. Sea King Namor's body was completely shattered by Chen's unpretentious punch. At this moment, not only was the blood mist blooming, but there was a lingering red wave power lingering in its body. That was the power of the Phoenix, and the only opponent Chen remembered at this moment. There was no pause at all. When Chen, who was self-taught, remembered that he needed to gather this force, the innate psychic power fluctuations in his mind finally stirred at this moment. The chaotic Phoenix particles tried to escape, but were forcibly gathered in front of Chen by an invisible wave of psychic power. Under the surging Phoenix fluctuations, Chen's keen eyes naturally clearly saw a Phoenix fragment floating in it. That was one of the dozen or so fragments that exploded out of the body after the Phoenix deity suffered heavy damage. Indifferent and silent, Chen let his hands linger with an extremely terrifying decomposition ability, and the latest ability, molecular manipulation, was completely revealed at this moment. Sizzle. He is like the legendary molecular man who can control and dominate all forces involved at the molecular and atomic level. In the blink of an eye, the power of the Phoenix encapsulated in it was continuously decomposed at the speed of thunder. The phoenix fragment began to vibrate violently, and its body rustled, peeling off a pile of gray dust, apparently completely dead. The power of the phoenix has the ultimate power of destruction, but at this moment, a simple phoenix fragment is obviously unable to compete with Su Chen in a new evolutionary state. After more than 10 seconds, this phoenix fragment finally could no longer resist, and completely vanished under the fiery molecular annihilation fluctuations. A phoenix apostle fell. After finishing this scene, Su Chen, who stayed in place, didn't stop at all. His figure disappeared in place, and there was a terrifying howling sound. Driven by the extremely terrifying speed, all the surrounding waves and even the remnant buildings on the sea were thrown into the sky. Not good. Black Panther T'Challa roared. Maybe it was the punch just now that woke up a little bit of his will, so that he was not completely mad and demented like the Sea King Namor. Under the impact of the oncoming enemy, he had an instinctive avoidance mentality. Run. It was just this thought that a violent shock of Japanese stalks emerged from within the body. Puff. He spat out another mouthful of blood, and at this moment, his entire body was cut off by the figure that hit him in the face, and most of his body was completely blown into a mist of blood at this moment. Its incomparable impact momentum made the Black Panther's body fly to the end of the horizon like a shooting star. Boom. 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 Several hills were blasted through one after another, and after more than 10 seconds, the half-crippled body of the Black Panther T'Challa was firmly sunk in a mountain range. The instinctual power of the phoenix fragments that resided in the house made this half-disabled physique heal and recover quickly. In less than a few seconds, the slightly larger phoenix fragment instantly repaired the Black Panther's remnant. But perhaps because he completely felt the unstoppable momentum, this phoenix fragment chose to leave the host after Su Chen flew again, and fled to the sky without hesitation. Su Chen has no thoughts about this. Under the instinct to fly to chase, it made him react subconsciously at this moment. Space shuttle. Hum. Su Chen's figure moved in an instant, and in an instant, he came to the front of the phoenix fragment. Hum. This phoenix fragment showed an extremely powerful struggle, even causing Su Kang's arm to move continuously. It's just that under a force of annihilation at the molecular level, this fragment is like a snowflake exposed to the scorching winter sun, rapidly and continuously melting away. Chang. Vaguely, there was a whining phoenix sound lingering from it. Under the mournful cry, the last piece was forcibly decomposed completely by Su Chen. When the phoenix fragment with extremely terrifying destructive power struggled violently in the palm of his hand, Su Chen's right hand without any protection was even injured. But the pieces of powder that were also eroded by the power of the phoenix were constantly restructured and reorganized by Su Chen's will and his manipulation at the molecular level. In the end, even like a miracle, the particles of powder turned into active cells again and returned to the palm of his hand. After this injury, Su Chen immediately realized that some changes in his genes had begun. The right hand without the protection of energy force field and psychic power relies on pure flesh and blood strength. After injury, the genetic fragments begin to adapt and evolve. At this moment, Su Chen personally felt the infinite evolution of the magical gene fragments, and this gene information was gathered in one place in his mind. Evolutionary gene pool, At this moment, Su Chen recalled a gene aggregation processing library that he built in the spiritual world in the past. When his consciousness is immersed in this evolutionary gene pool, he immediately understands the 1176 abilities that are summed up in himself. Among them, the newest ability is none other than molecular control. Certainly. When he was burnt with Jade and Phoenix deity, his energy manipulation ability also underwent some changes. For the behavior of exploding the body at every turn, the new ability energy particle was digitized, which was spawned by the infinitely evolved genes. In less than a second, Su Chen's whole body of flesh and blood was completely transformed into energy particles, turned into energy particles, and then fled to the starry sky like a stream of light. In less than a few seconds, the energy particles quickly reorganized the whole body in an instant. Su Chen's flesh and blood body was perfectly presented again, and even the clothes that were originally reorganized by material molecules were perfectly restored. Obviously, this new ability, energy particleization, is closely related to molecular manipulation to a certain extent. Without thinking much, Su Chen recalled that all of his abilities had already used his spiritual perception, and within a moment, the silhouettes of the 11 Phoenix Apostles were instantly marked by his mind. This guy is a winner. In the state of the Black Phoenix, it killed 2 Phoenix Apostles, and successfully annexed 2 Phoenix fragments, which was extremely powerful. The telepathy continues to amplify. Thanks to the spiritual gem of the past, Su Chen at this moment has made the whole spiritual idea self-centered, and then spread to the whole world like a tide. In the blink of an eye, The fluctuations of his thoughts have covered more than half of the earth, and the figures of multiple Phoenix apostles are constantly marked by him like signal amplifiers. Among them, there are several outstanding people who have annexed other apostle Phoenix fragments. Soon, his will has covered the whole earth. However, during this period, Chen hesitated inexplicably. Under the fluctuation of the thoughts he captured, a group of Phoenix apostles gathered in a city, and during this period, the figure of a certain lady shocked his will. In an instant, without any hesitation, he teleported in space and traveled directly to Manhattan. In the previous minute, the city of Manhattan, which is still in darkness and has not recovered a little power, has encountered unprecedented destruction. At least half an hour ago, the fight between the two Phoenix apostles Scott and Captain America Steve completely turned the city into ruins due to the turbulent power fluctuations. The Avengers building had already been looted by the solar storm, but now, nearly distances away, it has already collapsed due to the extreme destruction and fluctuation of the power of the Phoenix. Large-scale damage, and even casualties, is even more exaggerated than the previous Zeta Rising invasion. The most terrifying thing is that a Phoenix apostle came down. His heart was pulled out by Scott, who was first promoted to the Black Phoenix state, and the other hand took off the opponent's head. This demon-like sight is simply shocking, and makes people tremble with fear. Captain America can't support it anymore. And now he's completely crazy. Everyone seemed to have lost their faith and completely lost their soul. They couldn't believe that Steve, who had always been known for his strong willpower in the past, had become like this. In order to prevent this completely runaway Scott and the American team Steve in a state of madness, the Avengers, X-Men, and even the Fantastic Four are trying their best to fight against them. But the good times didn't last long, and another Phoenix apostle who came from a distance had already arrived. Is a stranger, Baron Mordo, Gu's eldest disciple. Now that he has obtained the Phoenix fragment, he has completely lost his will, and every memory fragment in his mind is the master's eccentricity. As the eldest disciple, he survived a young successor, and as a result welcomed a new junior, but he was favored by the Supreme Master. He understood that he still made a mistake after all. The despicable and shameless Gue secretly sucks the power of the dark dimension, but doesn't let us know, you are really a hypocritical person. Baron Mordo was insane. After getting the Phoenix fragment, he focused on the spot and completely destroyed the district temple, one of the 3 temples. With the convenience of Space Shuttle, he completely followed his inner call and searched for other Phoenix apostles very easily. Fortunately, the 2 new Phoenix apostles did not have much combat experience at all, so they were easily swallowed by this big apprentice. With the blessing of 3 Phoenix fragments, the power of Baron Mordo has grown even higher, and the strength of the whole person has long surpassed that of the Heavenly Father. As a result, his attention was on the Manhattan Temple, and by the way, he also turned his attention to Scott and Captain America Steve. In order to stop the other party, the Supreme Mage Gue, who came from Kamatage, led his apprentice Strange and brought him into the mirror space. In less than a few seconds, the space exploded, Gue even vomited blood violently, and the whole person's vitality was burned by the Phoenix ruling, so that the breath suddenly became very sluggish, and it was about to run out of oil. What a coincidence. Chen Lei, who was accidentally plunged into her body by a Phoenix fragment, also gradually deviates towards Manhattan due to her long fight with her other Dark Phoenix. Because this is if the Phoenix fragments are consciously leading, trying to make the scattered and falling Phoenix power merge into one again. In this process, the winner can be further screened out and become the only real Phoenix host. And under the chaotic battlefield, Chen's figure finally came. When the ripples in the space appeared in midair, Chen, who walked out subconsciously, looked at the half-collapsed Wangtian building behind him. The top of the towering building, which was destroyed by a space storm not long ago, happened to be Chen's top sky mansion in the past. Affected by this familiar memory, Chen's mind suddenly appeared segment after segment of memory. Under the flood of memories, he knew that he and the 2 women had been together for a long time under the same roof, and the ruined mansion had bits and pieces of his past life. This moment, Chen, who was constantly awakened by memory, also found another seal in his mind, that is, the memory hall, created by himself, like the evolutionary gene bank. The moment the palace was opened, an endless amount of information has poured into Chen's head. Every book I have read in the past, even the scenery that I have glanced at in the past, and all kinds of information, are all familiar to Chen at a glance. Such a huge amount of information also makes Chen's brain comparable to a supercomputer run wildly. He thought of everything about himself, thought of heckin' Ge bit by bit, and thought of giving his own gift on the birthday commemoration of the Phoenix store. All the sweetness, beauty and regret of the past have diluted Chen's indifferent mood. His line of sight gradually shifted, and at a super far-sighted distance, he saw at a glance the woman who was full of all kinds of life fragments in his memory, who accompanied him day and night. Wong Su Chen whispered. But at this moment, the Phoenix Apostle Scott had noticed the figure above in midair. It's you, Su Chen. Scott remembered the student who made a lot of his face in the past. Rejected the next appointed boy. Interestingly, Baron Mordo, who had just tortured the Supreme Mage, also turned his attention to the figure in the sky. Under the dominance of negative emotions, the Phoenix Apostles who have thoroughly excavated the dark emotions are all haunted by the unbearable memories of the past. They all have great opinions on Su Chen. Baron Mordo, who has 3 Phoenix fragments, has his eyes on Su Chen. Because Su Chen rejected the post of Supreme Mage that he dreamed of, it should have belonged to his great apprentice, but as a result, he was regarded as a heavy burden by this young man. Cyclops Scott with 2 Phoenix fragments also looked gloomy and looked at Su Chen in the distance with resentment. He obviously still remembers this student who used to be in the limelight and show off his power. The Phoenix Apostle distorted their minds, allowing all the subconscious resentment in their hearts to be dug out. To this, Su Chen ignored everything. A pair of indifferent eyes became very gentle, and looked at the distant figure of Qin Ji Lei from a distance. Perhaps it was his sight that caught Qin's attention. In the distance, Qin, who was supposed to be surrounded by Phoenix waves, inexplicably stopped the pace of her attack, and she no longer bombarded the other self with her strength. On the contrary, the indifferent, angry, out-of-control expression gradually regained his will, and the murderous intent in his eyes gradually disappeared, and then just looked at the figure in the distance in such an incredible way. Su Chen. It was like a thunder pierced through her spiritual sea of consciousness, and the phoenix fragments that fell into her body were no longer able to affect her mental health, but were eclipsed by the fusion of her own phoenix power. Jean regained her sanity. In the blink of an eye, it was more like tears, and a pair of eyes were filled with tears. He is not dead, he is still here, Su Chen. Qin Ji Lei's right hand has already covered her mouth, preventing the sound of crying from bursting out of her throat. How could the Omega-level telepaths not know that the man who got along with each other day and night has already burned with the Phoenix deity? It was also because she gave up on herself and lost her mind that she was succeeded by the Phoenix fragments that had been firmly controlled. Now that her lover is back, intact, the resentment in her heart have all vanished, and the runaway of negative emotions will naturally no longer affect herself. You woman. Black Phoenix gritted his teeth, but her remodeled physique was almost destroyed several times by the runaway Qin. Of course, Su Chen's appearance naturally made her not complain much. It's just that this seriously arrogant girl doesn't want to show a pitiful appearance like Qin, who wants to cry but has no tears. She narrowed her eyes slightly, and looked at the silhouette of Lincoln in the distance with a rare introverted tenderness. But just when the two girls lost their minds, a sudden attacking figure came with terrifying killing intent. It's Baron Mordo. This guy noticed that the relationship between Su Chen and Qin was unusual, and it was also the relationship between the Phoenix Apostles. This move immediately changed the expression of Su Chen, who was volleying above. Since he was with Qin Ji Lei, no enemy has dared to attack Qin in front of him. Now that this scene is presented, Su Chen's eyes suddenly tightened sharply. Memories flooded in like an open gate just now, and the real meeting with Qin immediately made Su Chen experience the bitter taste of being born out of trouble. If fate played a joke on him, he might really be completely annihilated in this world on the self-destruction of jade and stone. At that time, he couldn't imagine where he would go without his piano. And the reason why he is so desperate, at all costs, is the Phoenix deity of the single universe level? It's for the piano. Everything he did was to protect Qin from the Phoenix, and he did not want the Phoenix to take Qin and become a strange apostle of the Phoenix. Another bastard dared to take Qin Ji Lei's life in front of him. Su Chen's mood swings turned violent in an instant. Rampage. This trump card, which was supposed to be used against the Phoenix deity, was suppressed by the Phoenix, the master of all spirits. The mood swings that had been suppressed for a long time now finally erupted like a volcano at this moment. This is how Su Chen's fifth runaway begins. At this moment, Baron Mordo, who was traveling through space, had come to Qin's back. His right hand accumulated magic power, and the blazing black phoenix fireworks lingered in it, and then suddenly ran towards Qin's back. Ha ha. Time to taste what it's like to lose everything that is dear to you. You are dismissive of the supreme mage position. Then I will turn your precious woman into powder. Baron Mordo's eyes were extremely red at this moment, and the scene of the other party's figure exploding into blood mist appeared in his mind. But it was at this moment. An invisible power fluctuation began to be sent out from his body. That is the power of time. Baron Mordo immediately realized something was wrong. His right hand was getting farther and farther from the other side's figure, and the phoenix power accumulated and lingering in his right hand was inexplicably dimmed. Baron Mordo, who knew the power of the Eye of Agamotto, immediately realized that it was the power of time. But wasn't Gu Yi defeated by him? Could it be that it was his hands? Just like a marionette, Baron Mordo couldn't control his body at this time. With the passing of time, only his time began to go backwards. What made him vomit blood was that the whole person took a step back, and then the dissipated spatial fluctuations condensed again, and the figure continued to retreat and walked backwards through the spatial passage. The time reversal made him return to 2 seconds ago, that is, the figure of Baron Mordo returned to the collapsed temple ruins in the distance. Asshole. When Baron Mordo really felt that his body was restored to freedom, the intuition in his mind immediately made him realize that the enemy's attack had arrived. Silently, without even a trace of movement, Su Chen's figure appeared in front of him like a ghost. Then a fist slammed with terrifying power, and was gradually printed on the opponent's head. Boom. Under the terrifying roar, the ruins in front of him plowed a bottomless chasm, and under such terrifying force, Baron Mordo, who was the first to bear the brunt of the destruction, had no more than half an ounce of his body left. One punch blast. Combining a full 3 phoenix fragments, his strength has already reached the level of crushing Baron Mordo, who is above the level of the Heavenly Father, but he was blown away by Su Chen's understatement. To be honest, even the aged god King Odin might not be the opponent of this eldest disciple and phoenix apostle. But now, Su Chen, who was in a state of berserk, blasted him with a single punch. Of course, the phoenix apostle is not so unbearable. In front of an incomparably long chasm plowed directly in front of him, in addition to the smoke that shot straight into the sky, there was also a phoenix power lingering around. Baron Mordo's body and consciousness were indeed wiped out. However, this wave of phoenix fluctuations from the depths of the universe still remained, and there was no hesitation at all. The 3 groups of forces that had not yet merged together flew towards the phoenix apostles not far away. Cyclops Scott, and even Captain America Steve, who just fell to the ground, were inexplicably lit up, and their bodies involuntarily rushed towards the past. The call and desire from the bottom of their hearts forced them to get this power. Chen suppressed the restlessness in her heart. As for the Black Phoenix, who was in the same lineage, she took a breath indifferently, completely ignoring the summoning. They obviously paid too little attention to Su Chen on the court. Another wave of the power of time rippled on the field, and I saw that the multiple phoenix fragments that flew out just now began to flow backwards in time, returning to the same path as if a movie was reversed. And Su Chen's figure was not disturbed at all. Like a ghost, it came to the phoenix fragment that returned to its original place. At close range, in order to prevent them from breaking free, a terrifying wave of psychic power tightly bound these phoenix fragments. And then, the force of annihilation involving the molecular level began to disintegrate the 3 phoenix fragments. The phoenix deity had already suffered heavy damage due to Su Chen's previous self-destruction. These were all pieces of phoenix fragments decomposed from her body. Although they were of good quality, they were tens of thousands of times stronger than vibranium. The phoenix fragments that do not have the power of self-reorganization and creation of the white phoenix can only be annihilated and decomposed under Su Chen's hands after all. This is an irreversible process. Seeing Cyclops Scott and Captain America Steve very anxious, these 2 completely insane phoenix apostles did not have any consideration or scruples in terms of strength at all, and they didn't want to fly like a normal life. The dazzling laser beam like a beam of light has been lacing. The shield of the US team blessed with the power of the phoenix, and it was bombarded like a cannonball. To this, Su Chen didn't even change his face, looked at it indifferently, and concentrated on restraining and dismantling the 3 phoenix fragments. When the laser beam hit the surface of his body, this force could not even shatter the telekinetic barrier lingering around him. As for the shield that symbolized the identity of the US team, it was grasped by an invisible giant in the air. Under the unbelievable gazes of everyone, the invisible giant hand gradually showed a vague outline. In less than a second, with a loud click, this significant shield shattered together with the phoenix fluctuations in it. They're not rivals at all. Who would have thought that the newly born phoenix apostle would be so fragile in front of him? In the distance, one after another supported each other, and the blood-stained Avengers sighed loudly. The gap is really getting bigger and bigger. Iron Man Tony felt even more helpless. They gathered the strength of everyone, and it was difficult for them to shake a Phoenix Apostle, and they were not opponents at all. But today, these Phoenix Apostles are still bullied by the first mutant-like lambs to be slaughtered. Click. Another crackling sound. Under the extremely unwilling words not far away, the tightly bound phoenix fragments no longer struggled, allowing Su Chen's forces to be completely dismantled. In the end, it was completely shattered under Cyclops Scott's desperate gaze, annihilating into a mass of gray powder and dissipating in the air. At this moment, Scott, who was insane, withdrew his meaningless laser beam, and his attack could not penetrate the opponent's defensive barrier at all. Perhaps the establishment of the call suddenly disappeared, or perhaps the phoenix fragments in the body consciously felt the crisis. At this moment, Scott actually regained some sanity, and ran out with a face full of desire to survive. In the same way, this scene also happened to the American team Steve. Only, how could Su Chen let them go so easily? Despair. He snapped his fingers. After an incomparably crisp sound, the two people running in the distance did hit a passing force from reality. Reality obliteration. Su Chen in a state of madness also makes this ability extremely terrifying. Captain America Steve's eyes widened suddenly, and the escaping figure suddenly fell forward, because his feet had turned into a piece of powder. The whole person lost support, and suddenly rushed forward. What is even more terrifying is that he cannot resist the force of this reality obliteration, and his vitality continues to disappear. In a moment of despair, Captain America seemed to regain his sanity, and his eyes turned to Manhattan, which was in ruins in front of him. This is all made by me. At a glance, there are all wreckage and ruins. The city is like a building built with building blocks under the aftermath of the attack of the two Phoenix Apostles, and the fragile disintegrates in an instant. Steve smiled wryly. Perhaps death from now on is the best destination for him. With the last look at the world, he happily closed his eyes and accepted the fate of death. In less than a second, his figure and the phoenix fragments were completely annihilated and dissipated under the power fluctuations that erased reality. This scene also reflected on Cyclops Scott. He persisted for a while, and after the screams come on. The two Phoenix Apostles who brewed all evil and could not control their reason disappeared from this world. Captain America, Steve, the Avengers were devastated. But soon, a surprising change also followed. With tears all over her face just now, the Black Widow who was kneeling on the ground stood up inexplicably, because she didn't know why she was crying. This eradication of reality is not only a simple human destruction that consumes all flesh and blood, but also all traces of the past existence of the two Phoenix Apostles disappear. More and more people will not remember them, at this moment. The reality interference involving the world has already wiped out the existence of the two Phoenix Apostles. Including its existence itself, and even all traces in anyone's memory, all text information, will be completely erased. This is reality obliteration. Even Cyclops Scott, who accommodated two Phoenix fragments, persisted for a while longer than Captain America Steve. After he cried out in pain, the entire figure and the Phoenix fragments were completely annihilated and dissipated. Suddenly, a mournful Phoenix cry echoed in the air, and soon, the entire wave of Phoenix power that was lingering around disappeared completely as the wailing subsided. Everything seems to be over. Under Su Chen's spiritual will, his mind fluctuations have long been ubiquitous in the entire Earth. It can be said that every corner of the Earth, every crevice, has his will fluctuations passing by all the time. In this state, he is more exaggerated than Professor Charles wearing a brainwave intensifier. Someone once gave a definition to the multiverse level above, that is, the all-in-one, universal universe level, that is, omnipotent and omnipresent. Su Chen has initially limited to an Earth to interpret this definition. What? The two stray fish scattered around other continents were also caught without a doubt. Mind shock. With a simple ordinary mental ability, Su Chen directly blasted through the spiritual consciousness of the two Phoenix Apostles from a long distance, and his soul was completely damaged by this blow. The whole person has been deprived of the consciousness of thinking at this moment. Su Chen's two hands suddenly stretched out to the air in front of him, rippling in his hands with rolling space fluctuations, but he penetrated somewhere with the power of space. When his hands retracted from it, he saw two Phoenix fragments, just one in each hand, being stripped out from the bodies of two Phoenix Apostles far away. Click. With the crisp sound, Su Chen was already crushed, and in this process, the surging power of decomposition completely annihilated these Phoenix creations. Since then, except for Chen, all uncontrolled Phoenix forces have completely withdrawn from the entire Earth stage. From the depths of the universe, the Phoenix deity who has gone through several multiverses and has not gone extinct will naturally not disappear. On the contrary, she will be nirvana again in an unknown place. Maybe they will meet again, but that may be something that should be considered for tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. It's not what he needs to seriously think about now. Su. At this moment, Chen and Black Phoenix, not far away, still came running one after another. There was also a trace of worry left on their faces, and Chen, who had gone berserk, would do something out of the norm. However, the two women obviously underestimated Chen's control over his emotions. Just now, he was running wild, as if the spiritual fluctuations of a volcanic eruption immediately cooled down as if they were irrigated by a large amount of seawater. The continuous surging spiritual power also subsided at this moment. Fine, do not worry. Chen, who turned around, was thrown into his arms by the two women. Counting the time, this is a meeting after a long time. I almost thought you were dead. Chin's sobbing sound already sounded in her arms, and her entire body trembled violently. Obviously, she no longer suppressed her emotions and vented her sadness. Chen did die once. This is the death he has experienced in the true sense, and even his consciousness is inexplicably disconnected. He has completely lost all thoughts, and the whole person seems to have fallen into an empty nothingness, without any thoughts and thoughts. I don't know how long it took. It seemed like an endless long time before he was suddenly pulled up from the abyss where he fell. At this moment, Chen was able to regain consciousness and recover from his body. After experiencing nothingness and stillness, he reconstructed his body for a period of time before he remembered all his abilities and all his memories. I have to say, the mystery of his body is really terrifying. Certainly. This experience of coming back from the dead also made Chen have mixed feelings. It was a very terrifying process. Maybe, he was almost impossible to come back. I'm back and everything is fine. After the disaster, Chen comforted the woman in his arms. Compared to Chen, who was mentally broken down, after the initial cry, Dark Phoenix had wiped away the tears, clenched her body on the other side of Chen, and stopped moving. After all, Black Phoenix didn't want to be ashamed like Chen, so he had already suppressed the sadness in his heart. She said abruptly, "Your piano almost killed me. If it wasn't for my fate, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to see you." This woman obviously remembered the scene of Chen running out of control. Even if she was strong enough to keep her subordinates, she could not help being hurt by Chen. Chen checked Chen's physical condition, and it was better than he expected, but Chen was able to control her phoenix power perfectly. "It's my fault. I really should say sorry to you." Chen wiped her tears and said apologetically to the Black Phoenix. Looking at this pitiful Chen Gele, the Dark Phoenix was speechless from his throat. Never mind. She turned her head away and no longer had the heart to hurt this woman. In the ruins of the wreckage, there is no longer a trace of the bustling city, full of fireworks and smoke, and from time to time more explosions and crying shouts. The three of them whispered their words, and after a while, they also began to look at the surrounding environment. That's horrible. This is more terrifying than the Chitauri invasion of Manhattan, with heavy casualties. Chen knows more, and the entire nation of Wakanda is probably out of 10, and has suffered a real mass extinction. Not to mention the devastation caused by individual Phoenix Apostles on other continents. The Phoenix Apostle who ran out of control was really terrifying. It is worth mentioning that Chen has already discovered that Wanda the Scarlet Witch has solved a Phoenix Apostle alone. This is not surprising. In the comics of Phoenix Invasion, the entire Avengers basically rely on Wanda to support most of the situation. "Let's go," Chen said. The heavy casualties, and even the ruins in front of him, are not what he cares about. From beginning to end, in such a universe that restarts at any time, Chen has long been prepared to face too many deaths. The three of Chen left, in an instant. Under the darkness, the three of them returned to their home outside the world. It just so happens that in this time zone, the tale of the birthday is not over yet. Chen exclaimed. The three came to the balcony of the treehouse and looked at the quiet lake in front of them. The calm lake reflected the incomparably bright starry sky in the sky. The hazy night has not left. Although the other places have already come to the next day, the moment they are in now has just come to a critical point. According to Chen's original idea, there will be a meteor shower coming from the sky, and at that moment, he will pick a star from it to compensate the Black Phoenix. For this reason, he even planned the arrival direction of a batch of meteor showers in advance with the Supreme Mage Gu Yi. Due to the relationship between the space flows, the meteor shower has already deviated from its orbit, and the time is now as expected. If the previous Chen may not have any way. However, Chen, who has awakened molecular control, can create a meteor shower out of thin air and fly from space. Minutes ago, his spiritual will has already extended to outer space. Under Chen's spiritual projection, there is even a vague astral projection in the vast space. Soon, the broken stones scattered in the air around them continued to shape and condense, turning into more than a dozen meteorites. Chen even let his psychic power pull up, and soon, the force given by the pulling force was too sufficient, and suddenly these meteorites turned into a meteor shower and flew to the Earth. This man-made romance quickly caught their eye. The sudden meteor shower ripped through the Earth's atmosphere and passed under the starry sky above their heads. Soon, a meteor fell and finally turned into a ring and fell into Su Chen's hands. Everything is exactly the same as the commemorative ring in the hand of the piano. Compensation for you, this indeed brought a great surprise to Dark Phoenix. Because she and Chin Ge Lei had already guessed what the birthday gift was in private. After all, Su Chen's whereabouts and the precious materials in her hands undoubtedly gave an answer that leaned toward jewelry. But at this moment, for Dark Phoenix, it was an answer that had never been imagined before. Treat everyone equally. She was really accepted by the other party and placed in a high position in her heart. The completely broken Black Phoenix sniffed for a while, and hugged Su Chen's right shoulder, unable to be himself for a long time. I have this ring of yours too. Black Phoenix, a highly ill girl, was showing off to Chen for the first time. Su Chen still remembers that not long after the existence of the Dark Phoenix consciousness was exposed, the woman expressed the grand one-year anniversary ceremony to herself. After that, although he didn't say much, he naturally attached great importance to the ring with great commemorative significance. Now it has been compensated, it is impossible to say unhappy. After that, Su Chen also handed over the 2 gifts they guessed. It really is, I'd say it's jewelry. 2 bracelets worn on the wrist were officially presented, with exquisite styles, one red and one black, which corresponded to the 2 favorite colors. Su Chen named it the Goddess Bracelet, which can amplify the energy of the soul, and even activate a defensive barrier in the case of damage. This is also a good choice for 2 women with relatively short physical strength. That night, Su Chen fell asleep with beauty. Chen on the side looked a little sad. There were so many incidents and so many casualties on this day that Chen made the banquet and celebration simple, and she couldn't spend her birthday with peace of mind. Chen Gele, who has been deprived of negative emotional influence since childhood, naturally seems to have some Virgin Mary's heart, and more empathy with the world's suffering. After all, in her opinion, this Phoenix deity came for herself. Her guilt was naturally born out of this. On the other hand, the satisfied Black Phoenix was very happy, she didn't mind the suffering in the world at all. Remember, you don't owe the world anything. On the contrary, it's the world that owes us. Su Chen comforted him. Of course, without my men, how many mass extinctions this earth would have suffered. The Dark Phoenix took over the words. Not to mention the Phoenix Apostle incident that just broke out, the 8-hammer heavenly venerate of the god of fear, Kuer, the mutant apocalypse, the Hydra faith totem hive, and the Chitterui people. Isn't this all settled by Su Chen alone? It's not your fault. Think about why you left the academy with Su. Compared to the gesture he showed off just now, the Black Phoenix calmly persuaded him at this moment. Yes, Chen just figured out a lot of things at this moment. I'm fine, go to sleep. The next day, the Phoenix deity that came from the depths of the universe disappeared, and the great event of the Phoenix Apostle caused by this came to an end. This event has brought severe damage to the entire Earth. The space storm set off by Su Chen's collision with the Phoenix deity under the self-explosion caused all the electronic devices in the world to collapse and paralyze. Not to mention, multiple atmospheres were penetrated, and the terrifying flames caused severe damage to multiple continents and regions. In addition, the birth of a number of Phoenix Apostles caused a devastating blow to many cities, and the damage to Manhattan was even more exaggerated than that of the Chitauri invasion. The kingdom of Wakanda sank because of this. In any case, the threat equivalent to a single universe level has been subdued after paying a heavy price. Team leader. He was wiped out. The reality obliteration used by Su Chen, who had gone berserk, was naturally very powerful, but there was also a little unstable factor, that is, some individuals still remember the existence of the captain. This man is Iron Man Tony. All traces of the existence of this World War I hero have long been wiped out, even the museum no longer exists. But Iron Man Tony clearly remembers this old quarrel friend. He lost control, went berserk, and was killed. For the murderer, Su Chen, Tony only felt extremely helpless and annoyed. He didn't even have any so-called reason for revenge. The biggest hero to solve this Phoenix incident even has to rely on the other side. In the future, that restless Thanos even has a high probability of needing to rely on the other party. In this way, what reason do they have to accuse the savior of the Earth? The Phoenix Apostle incident also triggered a new huge pattern. The first is that the country of Wakanda has been hit hard as never before. Although the Black Panther T'Challa has recovered his life, his sanity has also suffered irreversible trauma. The king of Wakanda, who endured the pain, officially declared war on the underwater kingdom of Atlantis. Although almost all the buildings on the land of Wakanda have been submerged and destroyed, Wakanda, whose technological level is far ahead of the outside world, still preserves many complete underground facilities. The supreme wealth represented by its boundless vibranium ore veins, and even the crushing advantages of the latest black technology, are enough to make this Wakanda king start a war. The Avengers immediately began to mediate. It's just that Black Panther T'Challa didn't choose to forgive him. He claimed to the outside world that although the culprit, the Sea King Namor, had been killed, the Atlantis soldiers who participated in the genocide had an inescapable responsibility. The Atlanteans owe us Wakanda too much blood, and only revenge can wash away the shame in our hearts. Black Panther T'Challa has made a desperate attempt to mobilize all the military forces he can mobilize. In this regard, the troubled Avengers can only try to mediate from it. Of course, another headache also came. In this situation of the Earth, where everything was waiting to be done, Wanda the Scarlet Witch stood up and announced the establishment of a country belonging to mutants, called Utopia. At this moment, the world is shaking, and all mutants are excited. When the major forces had not expressed their dissatisfaction, Wanda also added a very important message, that is, the first mutant Chen nodded. All resistance and dissatisfaction disappeared completely after the commitment of the first mutant. No way. This is the savior of the Earth. He has saved many times the dangerous situation of the Earth's decadence, and he has an unequivocal prestige among the mutant races. More importantly, he has the most powerful strength on the bright side, and no one can shake it. For a time, no one came forward to stop Wanda from building a utopia. After finishing Chen's birthday, Chen began to check the new changes in his body the next day. The first thing that can be confirmed is that after burning with the Phoenix deity Jade and directly self-exploding, the strength of the reborn and forged body has increased by several levels. After all, the complete destruction from the beginning to the end has also given the new body a more terrifying strength. With just a physical punch, without mentioning any energy, Chen felt that he could easily shatter a mountain. The strength of immortal cells is far beyond my imagination. Otherwise, he may not really be able to be reborn without losing consciousness. In addition, in the process of self-destruction, he allowed the infinitely evolved genes to quickly adapt and evolve new abilities. There are two main types: molecular control, energy particleization. This is a force involving the atomic and molecular level. Chen is able to manipulate and change the molecular structure and energy of various substances. In small terms, it is tampering with the material structure and in things. The ice cube has nothing to do with the iron plate at all, but at this time the small iron block in Chen's hand was instantly transformed into an ice cube under the molecular transformation. What is even more exaggerated is that he can change the air molecules of a piece of heaven and earth, forcibly reverse the scene of a piece of land, and transform a hot climate into a cold world. This ability is not without fear. The techniques Chen used to disintegrate and annihilate all matter at the molecular level are just scratching the surface. After all, the molecular man in Marvel can wrestle with the transcendence above the multiverse level. The other thing is energy granulation. The form of Chen's flesh and blood can be transformed into a body of energy, which also allows him to be immune to more physical damage, and of course, allows him to better absorb all forms of energy from the outside world. The above new abilities and physical changes all come from the evolution of the body's self-destruction. There are new changes. After that, Chen further touched on the fifth spiritual runaway, and the evolution speed that surpassed the normalization tens of thousands of times expanded his multiple abilities. In the records of the evolutionary gene pool, multiple abilities have evolved significantly. Psychodynamic LV20, reality manipulation LV18, space control LV17, time mastery LV14. The further you go, the harder it is to level up. And time control is undoubtedly the fastest evolutionary ability in the process of berserk. In the blink of an eye, with Chen as the center, the time of a forest landscape in front of him suddenly reversed by 1 minute and 30 seconds. The drizzle that fell from the sky also flowed backwards, forming a strange scene. When the time returned to normal, the rain curtain returned to normal. As for reality control, Chen is quite sure that in the process of normalization, he can obliterate all living beings on a continent, and together with all traces of existence, completely obliterate all relevant information and memory content. As for psychic abilities, Chen can fully cover a galaxy with his own consciousness, and even radiate outside the solar system, so that every ray of his consciousness fills the entire solar system. All-pervasive, ubiquitous, omniscient, and omnidirectional, infiltrating and understanding the changes taking place in the entire solar system. Not enough. Chen frowned. Even after the real battle with the Phoenix deity, he still didn't fully touch the threshold of the single universe level. According to Gu Yi and Odin's understanding, the existence of a single cosmic level is typically the incarnation of a cosmic rule, or it can easily overwhelm a galaxy if its power is beyond the constraints of the starry sky. The former is typical of the major universe gods, while the latter is a force to beat bricks, and it is unreasonable to rely solely on its own various forces to crush everything. No matter how you look at it, Chen, who has not been cornered, will not be able to completely annihilate a galaxy, not to mention that his various power performances have not yet reached the incarnation of the rules of the universe. Certainly. It's not impossible. Mind gems, space gems, and infinity gems of this type are exceptional grades, but if they are mastered for a long time, they can barely touch the threshold of a single cosmos grade with the help of their power. However, compared to the first two, Chen yearns more for the power of the reality gem. After all, he still feels that the power of this kind of reality tampering is more suitable for him. It's coming soon. The legendary astronomical wonder of the unity of 9 stars is almost here. In the situation of the Earth that has not recovered from the trauma, Chen and Chen Ji specially took time to go out. The mutants really need a home, Chen exclaimed. In these turbulent times, it is time for mutants to stick together in one place, so that they can better deal with the next crisis. Look, it's a meteorite. At this moment, many people on the Earth raised their heads and looked at the starry sky, only to see a bright and fiery unknown body suddenly shuttled from outer space. This momentum and the aura of oppression are enough to make people change their minds. Carving up a piece of land from another continent to serve as a home for a utopia would be fraught with trouble. But for Chen, wanting a piece of land that belongs to him is too easy. He was just a thought, and the many unknown objects of different sizes in the far outer space were all drawn by him. Under the onlookers of many superheroes, pieces of planets and celestial bodies suddenly fell on the sea of the Atlantic Ocean. Everyone was shocked. Soaring in the sky, Iron Man Tony, and even the flying Thor, War Machine and others all changed greatly. Is he going to create a new island in the Atlantic Ocean? Wrong. Where is this island? This is a new continent. In front of everyone's eyes, I saw this volleyed figure stretched out his hands into the air. A terrifying molecular manipulation ability began to shape this pile of unknown bodies that fell into the sea. In addition, he also transformed the molecular composition of the deep sea, constantly shaping the foundation of an island. It didn't take long for the entire sprawling super-large island, enough to contain millions of people to live, to stabilize on the vast sea. Not only that, under the wide-eyed eyes of everyone, the superb molecular manipulation ability has been continuously transformed on the surface of the open body that is full of pits and holes in this October. In a short while, the greenery was full of greenery, and green carpets and forests grew out of the dark land where there was no hair. Despair. With a snap of Chen's fingers, a more terrifying fluctuation of real powers swept across this world. A piece of macro-scale house building stretches endlessly from the land in an instant. Tens of seconds ago, no one would have thought that this first mutant would actually attract a meteorite to serve as the foundation of the new kingdom. There are more than man-made continents. In this scene, an epic magic is performed, and the world is changed in an instant, and a new building has been born in this land. This is simply more exaggerated than what Apocalypse has shown before. After all, this guy looks too relaxed, and within seconds of raising his hand, he brought a whole new change. It's done. Utopia is here. It didn't take long for mutants all over the world to learn the news that their new homeland had been successfully established on the Atlantic Ocean. As long as you are a mutant, you can apply to join the Utopia state. This is also what Chen Ji would like to see. Chen is also very willing to meet Chen, who has decided to find a job, so he seems to be so active in helping Wanda the Scarlet Witch plan. However, Jean Grey did not hold the same high-level Utopia position as Wanda. She was just happy to see the mutants united in one place. But when she thought that if she participated in more utopian work, it would take up more of her personal time, Chen Ji had no such thoughts and ideas. As for Chen, he was a hands-off shopkeeper, and naturally he was the protector of the country in terms of reputation. Utopia has been established since then. Under the name of the savior of the earth, the first mutant, the major forces dared not interfere with the newly born mutant kingdom. Day after day passed. After the second mediation of the Avengers, the Wakanda army's attack on Atlantis was finally stopped. The last successful invasion also caused a heavy blow to this mysterious underwater country that lost the blessing of the Sea King. Perhaps it was a return to rationality, or a return to the original. The Black Panther T'Challa, who had a lot of confidence, actually stopped the pace of the war and was willing to sit down at the negotiating table. How to reconcile the contradiction between the two sides is naturally not Chen's concern. It's today. This day, Chen, who got up from the cotton couch in the treehouse, has already felt a power that is recovering. Always remember, there will be reverberations. Chen is also an Omega-level spiritual being, and his spiritual ability has been much deeper now. When his thoughts keep looking forward to a certain thing, he can even fulfill his wish in the way of a wishing machine. This sounds very mysterious. For example, if he thinks that it will rain tomorrow, it is just a pure idea, a thought, and his wish will probably be realized. It doesn't even involve much actual force change. It's simply, the world responds to its own thoughts. This is undoubtedly very terrifying. After all, Chen's psychic ability, as the first batch of abilities, has already arrived at LV20. Always remember, there will be reverberations. Chen whispered. Perhaps feeling his own expectation, the reality gem did not wait for the change of the astronomical wonder of the unity of the 9 stars, and began to recover from the seal ahead of schedule. Very good. At this moment, Chen's sullen eyes suddenly sobered up. His thoughts radiated to the whole earth. Everywhere, everything. Every terrifying thought permeated every corner of the world, and after feeling the faint fluctuation of reality and the power leaking from the seal, Chen's figure suddenly moved. Go and go back. In less than a second, the figure disappeared in place. According to the original movie plot, the revival of the Reality Stone will be at a later time, and will be acquired by Thor's human girlfriend Jane Foster, who is also the future goddess of Thor. However, Chen changed the direction of this fate, and even recovered it ahead of schedule because of his expectations. When he noticed that the power of the reality gem was constantly coming from a certain space gap, he even came to a space secret realm that was close to the Earth through the power of space transition. The reality stone is being sealed here. Perhaps the reason for the early recovery of the reality gem was disturbed by external forces, and the space somewhere in Europe has been slightly chaotic. If you accidentally intrude, you will even fall into the space gap inexplicably, and then come to such a new secret world. Because of the butterfly effect, Jane Foster naturally won't come. Chen, who controls the power of space, easily descended into this barren world. Although defeating the Dark Elf leader and sealing the reality gem was the responsibility of Odin's father, it had to be said that these dangerous factors would undoubtedly be excluded from the Asgard monarch's own homeland. If one is not careful, I am afraid that the Earth will be turned upside down by the crisis brought by the reality gem. This is understandable, and Chen doesn't bother to continue to accuse these Asgardians of their faults. At this moment, he had already stretched out his right hand, and the huge column in front of him suddenly trembled slightly, and then, under an incomparably powerful attraction, he saw blood-colored particles shimmering red light infiltrated from the column. As if being summoned by a great deal, the particles of reality that came out came towards Chen's body at the first moment. You should be obedient, Chen said coldly. His body is not the other party's boarding place, and naturally he will not allow these reality particles to reside in his own body. Words follow the usual way, and the fluctuations of these particles of reality are uncontrollably restraining the pace of progress. Then, under Chen's incomparably powerful will, he completely obeyed the call, quickly gathered into a group, and turned into a realistic gem that is equivalent to the shape of a spiritual treasure. Only the color makes a difference. Very good. The third infinity stone is in hand. Counting the mind gems, space gems, and today's reality gems, there are exactly 3. With the birth of the reality gem, Sunan must believe that Thanos, the undead son who received inspiration from the universe, naturally knew that as many as 4 infinity treasures appeared in the solar system. Before, he had specifically provoked the other party, changed his direction and launched a challenge letter with the other party, but the other party turned out to be cowardly. After losing a member of the Obsidian 5, he didn't dare to rashly attack the Earth. Now that as much as half of the Infinity Stones are in his hands, Chen can already imagine how crazy Thanos, who admits to being counseled, will be. After the battle with the single universe-level Phoenix deity, Chen's fear of Thanos has dropped to a minimum. If possible, he even said that he would take the initiative to go to the sky. Of course, the tyrant did admit to cowardice. But some people don't think so. When the reality gem really recovered, the ancient races and the dark elves who were sleeping in the darkness all recovered. I feel the breath of ether particles. Malekith, the leader of the dark elf, Xing from his endless sleep. As the past master, he has held it for at least thousands of years, and his fit for this reality gem is unparalleled in the past. Let's go. Malekith commanded coldly. At the same time, the dark elf soldiers who were also revived also stood up from the sleeping cabin, and after a short period of adaptation, they began to work in the giant spaceship starship. At least tens of thousands of years ago, they were banished from one of the 9 realms, Alfheim, by the father of Odin. The vicissitudes of life, the passage of time, And now they are making a comeback. With the help of the upcoming 9-star Unity spectacle, they will definitely pull the whole world into darkness. Destination, Zedert. Let's go. Midgard is exactly the earth in the eyes of the Dark Elves. Kur, the god of fear who has been sealed for tens of thousands of years, has only a savage impression of the earth. For the Dark Elves who have been sleeping for tens of thousands of years, the earth may be nothing more than an uncivilized ape man without any intelligence at all. Sir. A large number of civilized buildings have appeared in Midgard, and there are many technological facilities on the surface and even in outer space. The stealth function was activated, and the starship flying in the boundless space immediately reported the captured information. The change of the Earth is indeed beyond their expectations. Unexpectedly, after so many years, the Earthlings who could not be called tribes developed such a splendid culture and technology. But this is obviously not enough. There is still a long way to go in the level of technology. At least the starship under them is not in existence that the Earth can reach today. But it's still a bunch of savages wielding stone axes and throwing them into the sky, crushing them. The dark elf Malekith said without hesitation. In this world, he is only afraid of the next god lord of Asgard. If it is correct, the current god lord is probably too old, and it is absolutely impossible for him to be his opponent. He's not too big either. 10 minutes ago, he also specially selected a few soldiers under his command to accept the curse ceremony and become the cursed soldiers who sacrificed everything and burned their lives. But right now, a bad and uneasy premonition appeared in Malekith's mind, because a terrible will suddenly came, so that his complexion suddenly changed. Perhaps aware of the invasion of unknown forces, the warning signal of the entire spacecraft sounded completely. Not good. There is an unknown will that is following us. The whole ship felt inexplicably panic, because the power enveloped them so much that they trembled a little, as if they were about to fall. It's terrifying. It was like being targeted by a prehistoric beast at the top of the food chain. And it was less than a few seconds before they reached the solar system, and they were stared at by a sudden and unknown will. This is not where you should be. An incomparably plain word, but it came down like a thunderbolt, running through their minds. Everyone endured the severe pain, and their hands could not help holding their heads and screaming in pain. At the same time, boom, accompanied by a violent roar, the entire invisible huge starship was hit hard by an unknown external force, and in an instant, like a meteorite, it fell towards an indeterminate star in the distance. Boom. With the bombardment of a huge force, the entire battleship that was floating in the sea of stars suffered an unprecedented blow, and suddenly fell to Pluto. Boom. A huge plume of smoke and dust suddenly erupted from the flat ground, and the huge falling momentum created an incomparably gigantic crater in the entire Earth. The shockwave just set off covered most of the planet. It is conceivable how exaggerated the force of this sudden collision is. Damn bastard. I will let you die. Rage's endless words shouted out from it, and the smoke rising from the sky suddenly shattered, and a figure bathed in dark black waves suddenly flew into the sky. Under the cover of losing sight, I saw that the entire starship was still intact in the bottomless pit. Except for the frontal impact at the beginning, the entire body was not damaged too much by the violent falling momentum. The reason is that, in addition to the protective barrier, it is more of the divine protection of Malekith, the Lord of the Dark Elves. Swoosh. When his figure was above Pluto's sky, he immediately looked up to a higher place. Asgard people? He shouted subconsciously. After all, with such strength and domineering momentum, the reason for the direct action, regardless of the reason, is that the enemy is likely to be his mortal enemy. But when Malekith truly felt the fluctuation of will coming from all directions, he immediately frowned and pressed his own judgment. Wrong. Not Asgard at all. You are not from the Aesir race. You don't have the filthy aura on them at all. As a mortal enemy, he knows too well what kind of aura fluctuations his old opponent has. The enemies far away in front of us were not Asgards at all. Midgard? Inexplicably, a thought flashed in Mathis' mind. However, in the next second, his consciousness and attention were completely attracted by a familiar wave of power. TIE particles. He's on you. There is no doubt that Malekith has truly captured the surging reality fluctuations emerging from the enemy. That's my stuff. You're not a thief, he cursed. Without further ado, the figure of the Dark Elf Lord, Malekith, suddenly disappeared in place. Accompanied by a number of silhouettes, it was a blessing ceremony, and the cursed warriors who burned their lives also flew away together. Yours? In the space outside Pluto, Chen smiled. At this moment, his ubiquitous fluctuations in consciousness have blocked the entire solar system. And his words also penetrated into the enemy's mind with the radiation of mental fluctuations. At this moment, the silhouettes flying towards him suddenly had a severe headache. Under the cry of pain, they all stopped the rapid pace. Despair. Accompanied by a crisp finger-snapping sound, these life-burning cursed warriors immediately realized that something was wrong. Malekith's complexion changed greatly, and he clearly realized that the power of TIE particles had been released in all aspects. And the proficiency and even the depth of the other party's manipulation far exceeds that of the past master. How is this possible? In this hesitation moment, a laser on the ground suddenly pierced through, but the starship opened fire. The blazing radiance suddenly tore through the starry sky, but in less than a second, the huge beam of light that penetrated the starry sky and even the starship originally, together with the dark elf people within it, all disappeared. This time, Chen didn't even bother to snap his fingers as a prepositional ceremony. With just one thought, all the figures in this cosmic ship and the beams of the naval guns disappeared completely cleanly. At the moment, Malekith couldn't help but bow his head, but the bottomless pit had long since disappeared from the spaceship. It was as if the culprit behind the fall in the first few seconds was not a spaceship at all, and those sleeping dark elves were not in their memory at all. Maybe it was because he was the owner of TIE particles in the past. He could clearly feel the fluctuations in the surrounding reality, and he could also feel that the timeline had undergone subtle changes. His own memory seemed to have changed as the world was being repaired. Malekith felt that he had forgotten a lot of things, and he gradually began to forget one piece of the people, and also suddenly forgot the few cursed warriors who burned their lives. Malekith, who was in the sky, even felt a sense of confusion. He couldn't remember why he came here in person. Afterwards, he looked at the figure in the air with a little vigilance, and instinctively sensed the danger. TIE particles subconsciously, he once again felt the aura fluctuations of this treasure of the universe in the past, and instinctively aroused a desire to snatch. Wrong. Perhaps once again, he felt the fluctuating aura of reality, and inexplicably, the former host flashed in his mind a memory that he had forgotten in the past. It flashed by like a lantern, but at that moment, Malekith realized that he had lost a lot. He almost lost everything. Asshole. Malekith roared, somewhat clearly feeling that he was being tricked. I'm going to let you die. At this desperate moment, he could only incompetently launch the final charge. He burned his life, and his surging divine power quickly burned down like a meteor, rushing towards Chen far away. Unfortunately, it was just another thought in exchange. Under the slowly fluctuating reality energy, Chen, who communicated with the will of the world, once again used the ability of reality obliteration to obliterate it lightly. Under the starry sky, there was only a faint stream of energy floating in the air. Since then, the dark elves that have been dormant for tens of thousands of years have disappeared from the entire world in such a strange way. The existence of the dignified level Godfather can only be annihilated and dissipated by Chen's thought. Malekith is dead, the leader of the Dark Elf, the former master of TIE particles, the level Godfather who had been wrestling with the father of Odin tens of thousands of years ago, was ruthlessly obliterated by Chen after all. Who would have thought that Malekith, who had been in charge of Reality Gem for thousands of years, would not be as successful as Chen in his lifetime? The ability in it is really too great. The usage of Reality Gem, which the other party couldn't figure out for a lifetime, was easily mastered by Chen, who had just acquired it. The fit between the two is simply worlds apart. It can be said that Reality Gem is more in line with my heart than Space and Mind Gem. After dealing with the Dark Elves, Chen left the star field contentedly. And this time, for Chen, it was just an episode too small. After this battle, he has officially realized that his strength has far exceeded the standard of the Earth God. In front of the huge amount of gap, let alone 10 level Godfathers, I am afraid that hundreds of level Godfathers will be defeated by him. Raise your hand to destroy. But even so, today's Chen is not enough for level single universe. Maybe he has been able to peep a little bit of light ahead, or he has stepped into the threshold of half a little bit. But this does not mean that Chen is afraid of level single universe. The existence of level single universe, which follows the instinctive consciousness of the Phoenix deity, has been destroyed and seriously injured by him in a self-destructive way. Even if it doesn't mean perfect destruction in the end, Wei is willing to lift a potential Phoenix crisis. With the sample of this war work, after fully realizing his bug-level physique of infinite evolution and self-healing, Chen's fear of level single universe has disappeared. The Phoenix deity is too special, it has survived and died in innumerable universes, and it cannot be judged by common sense. But generally speaking, the universe god, maybe he will face himself, I am afraid that he will evolve from it, and kill him completely. Thinking of this, Chen's heart is eager to try, and he can't wait to find a few real universe gods to fight. In this way, I don't have to be afraid of the death behind Thanos. Su Chen sighed secretly. The relationship between the universe god, death, and Thanos is comparable to that of a goddess and a dog. Sooner or later, he will fight with Thanos. It is difficult to say whether he will be in contact with this, death. Today is different from the past. Now that he has the confidence, Su Chen, who has thoroughly seen the limit of his potential, is full of confidence. Soldiers come to block. Water to earth cover. For the uncertainty of the future, it did not make him fear too much. The new era after the sack of the Phoenix Apostles is still quietly recovering. The entire human beings on Earth have not completely come out of the baptism of the previous catastrophe. But, the rapid development of the new era makes people feel extremely caught off guard. The utopian kingdom of mutant brings a new look and a new future to the mutants of the whole Earth. Wakanda, who completely quelled the war between the two countries, began to recover. In order to rebuild the country, King Black Panther sold vibranium generously, and easily raised an astronomical sum from all over the world. Atlantis lost its king, and after the external invasion ended, the inner seven Sea Lords fought fiercely over who was crowned, so that it has not been effectively restored. And the chaos after the Phoenix catastrophe also left Avengers with more super criminals who took the opportunity to make troubles to deal with. In this, Su Chen, Chin, and Dark Phoenix returned to their homeland and spent a long-lost beautiful time. The next day, after getting up, Su Chen went to Nidavel alone. The reason for this time is that the artifact, Infinity Gauntlet, that King Dwarf promised to build for him has been completely built. Lord Godslayer, this is the Infinity Gauntlet. I saw King Dwarf solemnly holding a golden glove in both hands and came forward. The whole body is golden, with a majestic and deep breath lingering inside and outside, and there are 6 obvious inlaid positions on the outside of the watch, just enough to be inlaid with 6 infinite gems. Good. Su Chen exclaimed. Needless to say, the craftsmanship of Dwarf is extraordinary, and the extraordinariness of it can be felt just by looking at it. Thanks to the drawings from Thanos, otherwise, even if I lived a few more lifetimes, I wouldn't have come up with such a carefully constructed fetish. King Dwarf exclaimed. At the same time, he added with excitement, although this divine object came from a furnace, no matter how you look at it, it looks like it was born naturally, with no trace of artificial carving. Perhaps it was because of the craftsmanship involved, and the fact that he personally created such a fetish object. The Dwarf King kept talking excitedly. Su Chen didn't interrupt the other party's words. But soon, King Dwarf's words came to an abrupt end. Because at this moment, Su Chen in front of him has slowly put the matching Infinity Gauntlet on his right hand. In an instant, a terrifying vast force erupted from it. The deep and endless breath centered on Su Chen's right hand suddenly radiated to the entire space, and even the entire galaxy. In this second, King Dwarf and even other creatures, without exception, closed their mouths, held their breath, and looked at Su Chen with great fear and even admiration. It's not a coercive force, and there's no sense of threat. But a supreme and noble meaning from the inside out germinates from Su Chen's body. After wearing the Infinity Gauntlet, Su Chen's strength suddenly increased. And this is just the beginning. No movement was seen, a reality gem penetrated from the faint ripples of nothingness, but it was drawn from his space backpack. Soon, with Su Chen's willpower, this reality gem was directly embedded into the prepared hole. At this moment, another more vast force burst out, and the strength in Chen's body skyrocketed. After wearing the Infinity Gauntlet and trying to add the first infinite gems, a majestic force erupted from Su Chen's body. Invisible's terrifying idea fluctuations radiated directly, sweeping most of the star field. Su Chen's thoughts became extremely clear at this moment. Even if he didn't subconsciously observe carefully, he looked at the world and felt that every move of most of the galaxies, every corner, every crevice, was completely understood by him. This is just the beginning. With a single thought, the second infinite gems in Su Chen's possession, the shimmering mind, suddenly appeared out of thin air. With a slight sound of clang, it was immediately embedded in another hole perfectly. Less than a second in the next. Another boundless majestic force erupted from the entire Infinity Gauntlet, and at a certain moment, the entire galaxy trembled inexplicably. It was as if someone had strummed a string, and the invisible sound waves set off a terrifying ripple that swept out. The inaudible clanging sound even echoed in the hearts of some people. At this moment, many powerful superheroes on Earth, and even many level godfathers in the Asgard domain, without exception, felt a terrifying wave of threat passing over their heads. They are instinctively vigilant. It's like the highest level hunter at the top of the food chain has completely stared at him. Where did this monster come from? People don't know what happened at all. More Earth Avengers subconsciously think that Thanos is coming. It's him, that Earthman. The weakened god King Odin immediately stood up from his throne, because he deeply realized that this power was somewhat familiar, and suddenly felt that it was from an opponent who had passed the law. Su. He has come this far. Odin felt incredible. Obviously. The situation that this Su Chen has set off has obviously reached his peak strength period, and the other party has completely stepped into the threshold of the level single universe. Wrong. There's another wave. Odin's excited and complicated face immediately felt that the rising force had not yet quieted down, but instead continued to explode. After Su Chen's third infinite gems were completely embedded in the third hole, Su Chen wearing the infinity gauntlet involuntarily burst into even more terrifying power fluctuations. In just an instant, his consciousness has spread and covered more than 10 galaxies, and the file size of each galaxy is no smaller than the size of the Milky Way. Dozens of life planets and prosperous civilization ecology, and even many interstellar empires, were subconsciously projected into his spiritual consciousness. However, it is not the super terrifying observation power that can see everything, but at least now it can see farther, and can roughly glance at things beyond more than a dozen galaxies. At this moment, even he has realized the importance of the Infinity Gauntlet. I see, even Thanos, who was inspired by his destiny from the universe, needs such a piece of equipment. The secret is not that this glove can stimulate the power of infinite gems very well. Since Thanos needs this Infinity Gauntlet, the importance of it can be seen. Then this also means that if you collect enough Infinity Gauntlets to make up the remaining 3 gems, your power will also be greatly improved. Su Chen sighed secretly. But it's worth noting that the infinite gems in the comics are a multi-universe level of power. But now, only after I got 3 of them did I reach the threshold of the level single universe, and even 1 infinite gems couldn't exert 2 terrifying power, which was obviously an extraordinary level of power. Even if you collect 6 infinite gems, this is just a power beyond the level single universe, which is too far from the multi-universe level. Yes, I am very satisfied. Su Chen smiled at King Dwarf, who was already trembling beside him. The surprise that Infinity Gauntlet can bring now is unexpected. At the moment, Su Chen had also planned not to give Thanos too much to live. The momentum that erupted from the 3 gatherings just now must have been perceived by him. Is the dog jumping the wall? Or make a move? In any case, Su Chen also decided not to give the other party too much preparation time. Call me if you need it. Su Chen was very happy to give the Dwarf King a promise. After that, his figure has left Nidawyler, and at the same time. Far away, under a star field tens of thousands of light years away, Thanos had a rare look of gaff. Even if the distance is incomparably far away, he has already understood what the explosion just now means when he has received the enlightenment of the universe. Gamora. Call Gamora and call me back immediately. At this moment, the most mysterious soul gem in infinite gems is needed to kill crime. After getting the power gem, he has been preparing for the soul gem. Now even if the price he paid was his adopted daughter, he couldn't hesitation for it. 3 infinite gems in his hands. Deep in the universe, beneath the vast starry sky, Thanos' stalwart figure stands on a barren and desolate planet. The Earthlings from countless light years away killed their capable subordinates before, and now they have obtained 3 infinite gems in one fell swoop, releasing extremely terrifying power fluctuations under the influence of the Infinity Gauntlet. It can be said that the strength of that guy has seriously threatened his existence. If he continues like this, I am afraid that the next person to be stabbed will be himself. Damn Earthlings. Amidst the resentment, the Son of Destiny who had received the revelation from the universe felt irritable and uneasy. At this time, an interstellar battleship from far away has already broken through the air, and a piece of good news has followed. The adopted daughter Gamora, who had fled before, was successfully captured. In the silent silence, Thanos resolutely decided to make it his sacrifice. After the next day, no one knows what happened. The people of the Dark Order only know that when Thanos returns, the Gamora around him has disappeared. After offering sacrifices, Thanos finally got the soul gem as he wished. Definitely. And the Infinity Gauntlet. Although the dwarf craftsman could not make it for it, but the universe is so big that there are still many skilled craftsmen. Under the threat of Thanos, they created a brand new Infinity Gauntlet according to the blueprint in his hand. 3 against 2. It stands to reason that the intuitive reference is definitely not an opponent at all. But Thanos knows that his knowledge of infinite gems is far superior to his rivals. This is the answer told to him by revelation in the universe. Either you die or I live. Thanos is not crazy in the general sense. Facing an unknown enemy, after a few days of dullness, he finally let this one-strand madman no longer suppress his arrogant nature. Listen to my orders. Prepare to leave the earth and attack with the whole army. The order from Thanos instantly echoed through the entire Dark Legion. But before that, Thanos needs to do one thing. That is to destroy the Xandar star. If you are going to fly into the universe and explore space, I recommend a good place, that is Xandar star. Long before Asgard, the patron saint Heimdall and Sif who acted as a guide introduced Chen in this way. Xandar star. That is a neutral planet, and the faction it belongs to has declared its neutrality to the outside world many years ago. If you want to stay safe and sound in the major interstellar empires, it depends on more than just a loud voice. The famous interstellar Nova Corps alone is enough to resist the invasion of the Kree. Over the years, the accuser, Ronan, has been furious with numerous invasions of Xandar. Finally, after being forced to sign a peace treaty, he angrily ran away from the Kree Empire and chose to take refuge in Thanos, so that the Dark Monarch could annihilate the entire planet Xandar. It can be seen that the power of Nova Corps is not bad. Then go to Xandar star. This is the first stop for Chen and Chin Grey, Dark Phoenix, to set off in space. After the kingdom of Utopia was peacefully settled, the three also decided to go out to relax. After possessing the strength of absolute guarantee, and after confirming the essence of his immortality, Chen didn't worry too much about this space trip at all. According to the plan, he even wanted to kill the coveted Thanos on this space trip. This is an irreconcilable conflict between the two. Chen can't allow a madman who wants to annihilate half of life to dominate other people's lives at will. Don't worry about yourself. But the safety of the two women was really threatened. In terms of love and reason, Thanos must die. Driven by the ability of the space gem, they have officially stepped on the land of Xandar. As shown in the Guardians of Galaxy film, there are various races in the entire Xandar star who travel to and from various harbor cities. The spaceships that landed vertically landed in the interstellar dock, and in the starry sky far away. There were also various spaceships traveling through the starry sky. As the owner of the space gem, Chen clearly felt that there were many wormhole passages outside the entire planet. That is a high-speed passage in the universe, allowing the interstellar fleet from countless light-years away to reach the Xandar star quickly and incomparably. With so many wormholes and even Stargate channels built in space, it is no wonder that Xandar star has so many appearances of major interstellar races. The three of them wandered around, looking around, and Chen, who quickly mastered an interstellar language through mental reading, visited many stores very conveniently. And the three also tasted the food of various races. I have to say that, in addition to the weird food, and even the battery food of silicon-based life, many gourmet shops that can operate are still worth tasting. In order to survive the taste of so many ethnic groups, it seems that the major gourmet stores have also put in a lot of hard work. It's been a long time since I had such a leisurely shopping. Thanks to Chen's reputation, even if he tried to erase his sense of existence, he still caused some disturbances from time to time in front of the public. After all, the appearance of the two women will not be easily ignored by others. However, on such a neutral planet with various aesthetics, he has obtained a lot of liberation. At least he doesn't have to be too concerned about the eyes of the world. Unfortunately, when the three of them went to an interstellar dock and were about to rent a sightseeing spaceship to fly, there was a sudden burst of explosions in the distance. The fleet from the Dark Legion suddenly broke into this star field. Under the dense fluctuation of space ripples, I saw a space battleship breaking through the sky. It's not some space magic, but after the curvature engine device is activated, from far away, the interstellar fleet leaping from countless light-years away has set off waves of water-like fluctuations. That's Thanos' army, the Dark Fleet. Then he promised the accuser, Ronan, a condition, that is, to exchange the universe spirit ball for the mountain sky star. Now that he is about to expedition to the Earth, Thanos will inevitably attack with killing intent, as if to personally verify where his power has come. Moreover, a Xandar star as an appetizer dedicated to death is also a good choice. Pity. What no one thought was that such a coincidence was coming. The battle of Chen versus Thanos is coming soon. I feel his breath. It's him, almost instantly. Both were somewhat surprised, because each other's infinite gems are resonating, reminding the two of them that their fateful duel is coming. It would be great if you could come and die in person. Chen smiled. There was no pause at all, and the battle broke out. First up is the space gem. The surging and high spatial fluctuations directly caused the shock of a starry sky. The star fleet that had just finished the warp engine shuttle was suddenly cut open by invisible space blades. Even many of the fleets that were still in the wormhole channel were also mourned before they arrived, and were completely blasted away by a space force in the wormhole. Not only that, another black hole appeared in the air, sweeping the fleet of the Dark Army everywhere. Among them, many members of the Obsidian Five have completely fallen. After the power of space ended, there was an explosion of spiritual energy, and an invisible ripple wave swept across the starry sky. A terrifying spiritual storm erupted directly in a galaxy, completely losing consciousness to the brains of every dark army creature. The status quo is completely reduced to a vegetative state, and has lost any combat effectiveness at all. It is too absolute to say that he is dead, but to say that he is not dead, it is better to be dead. What? In just a few seconds, the entire Dark Fleet coming under Thanos' banner was only himself. Holding the power gem, he smashed a black hole with one punch, preventing himself from falling into a different space like the rest of his subordinates. I want you to die. When the series of blows came down, Thanos' heart had collapsed a little. The family business that he had accumulated over the years was destroyed like this. The monster in front of him is simply outrageously strong, at least at the level of a cosmic god. But as long as he doesn't die, then everything can make a comeback. What? He was struggling against the impact of the psychic storm, but he had the soul gem, which was able to penetrate the falsehood, so he was able to counteract this power emperor for a while. It's a pity that what comes next is the power of the reality gem. Basically in an instant, the most terrifying scene from the reality ability broke out. Reality obliteration. Chen came up with a big move. The infinity gauntlet inlaid with 3 infinite gems has been worn by him. Despair. With just a snap of fingers, the entire infinity gauntlet has dimmed a bit. And with it comes a force of reality obliteration. Basically in an instant, Thanos felt that his vitality was rapidly draining away, as if a part of his body had been hollowed out. The majestic power has lost its source. Even the whole person's face became old, and Zishu's head became more wrinkled. Thanos' voice is hoarse for this reason, and it sounds very old when he hears it. Despair. When the other party was in a trance, another finger snapped quietly. Continue to be reality obliteration. This time, Chen deprived the other party of more vitality, and the entire universe's impressions, memories, and even all text records about Thanos completely disappeared. This obliteration of the concept of causality is really hard to guard against. Do not. Thanos seemed to realize something, and realized that he was about to be abandoned in the long river of history. He suddenly attacked Chen like a drowning man, trying to stop the opponent's next 10 moves. But it was all too late. Click. With another snap of fingers, the entire infinity gauntlet suddenly dimmed and exploded, and the entire reality gem also dimmed a lot. Do not. All of a sudden, under the power of the last discovery, Mie finally couldn't hold on anymore. His figure of flying forward was instantly frozen in the starry sky. From the moment when Thanos' outstretched arm was annihilated and pulverized, the entire upper body of the man was smashed into a piece of powder, and soon, his lower figure was also annihilated. All traces of his existence were also gone. Since then, Thanos has fallen. Ended. After the battle, Chen was quite emotional. The place where he crossed the most fear was the finger that Thanos sounded sooner or later. In any case, he couldn't escape at all. If it doesn't get stronger, sooner or later you can only pray that you are not the half of the 50% dead. Chen is used to taking his own destiny in his hands. Now he does. Everything is over. He can continue to soar in this world with confidence. If possible, he would also like to go to another parallel universe.